Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket. It's the last game of the year. It's the third test in Pakistan. England have doubled their win ratio in Pakistan in 2 weeks, what they've done previously in the last 50 years, I think. 2-0 up in a series away from home. Very exciting series. England winning the first test on a completely flat pitch in Pindi. A very close, tight finish. Maybe a dodgy catch that won them possibly the last test in Multan. But we move on now to Karachi, and it's supposedly another turning pitch. Will it break up like last time? Pakistan have finally won the toss. They're going to bat first. I'll give you their playing 11s, and then I should introduce my compadres for the morning. For Pakistan, we have Shah Masood, Abdullah Shafiq, Azhar Ali, Babar Azam, Mohammad Rizwan, Aga Salman, Saad Shakil, Fahim Ashraf, Mohammad Wasim, Naam Ali, and Abrar Ahmed, the man who got 11 wickets on debut in the last test. England, being 2-0 up, have made a few changes. Jim Anderson takes a rest, and we're going to get to see Rayan Ahmed, which we all want to do. Might as well. He's young, he's a leg spinner. Let's see what he can do in the right conditions. But England going mainly unchanged. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brooks, Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes. Will Jacks misses out as Ben Folkes comes in for him. Ollie Robinson, Mark Wood, Jack Leach, Jimmy Anderson, the man taking a break. Not surprising, he's 40 odd years old, having won us a couple of tests. Has he won us a couple of tests? I don't know if he's actually won us a couple of tests, but he's certainly had a hand in it. And he is going to take a little break, and that's your squad. Joining me this morning was Nestle Boy Messi Jez, but Nestle Boy is having trouble with his internet over in cold Epping Forest. So I am joined by Messi Jez. I'm sure that Nestle's will be back shortly, because we haven't seen him for donkeys, because he's got a bloody job now. How you doing, Messi? How's the weather?
It's beautiful here, 27 degrees, about 30 degrees warmer than you. And South Africa 152 for 9, so it's all going pretty swimmingly in Perth.
South Africa 152 for 9. This is day one of the first test.
Yep.
I bet they weren't expecting that.
Well, the pitch was greener than Kermit the Frog, to be honest.
Oh, really? So they might get some luck too. It could be one of those ones,
Yeah.
huh? Oh, well, that'd be interesting. South Africa's certainly more suited with their bowling to Australian conditions than the West Indies were. Their batting is quite fragile.
Brown Barish is going to join us until Nestle's can come in, I think.
Okie dokie. So, morning from the USA. It's
Good
Brian
evening.
Barish.
Good evening. We've got four. I was going to say, from Court 1 of Wimbledon is where that Australia match is happening, seemingly. Although I do like greener than Kermit the Frog, I might need to steal that.
Yes. Up fresh from our Christmas special, a podcast that we did the other day, which was Mog pointing out, fucking hell, that was nearly 2 hours long, he said. And it was. We were on air for an hour and 51. If you're a patron, you can go and listen to the Christmas special. We had a few of you other patrons, the ones that didn't make it. You can listen to the ones who did make it, who joined us in for that Christmas special. It was all good fun, and it went on for quite a while.
We selected the team that the England selectors went with. For
Yes, we did. I did say the two people I would drop probably were Will Jacks and Jimmy Anderson get a rest for Ben Folkes and Ryan Ahmed, and they have done that way, and it's good. And England have lost the toss. Let's see how Bazball goes. Third time in a row. For all you lovely people, this is the way they prefer it, I think, chasing down a last innings score. Although if it's a Turner and Abra Ahmed, who got 11 wickets in the first test, you wonder how England haven't seen him for one test, how they'll play him in a second, and what his figures will be like. But all news from the pitch is that it's a Turner.
Yeah.
The last one was, but it obviously, I thought it would break up more than it did, and it actually got flatter as the game went on, it seemed to me. And England eventually forcing a win were quite lucky, I thought, but hey, that's the blows.
Well, just to give you some background, Australia played Pakistan here in March. It ended in a draw with Pakistan chasing down about 500, ended up at 430 odd for 7. And the two spinners bowled about 55 overs each in that second innings. So I think it's a very good thing that England are going in with 2 full-time spinners plus Joe Root.
Yeah, it does seem the right thing to do, and we all want to see what Ryan Armour can do, don't we? This series has gone very differently. Well, I suppose Pindi was kind of the same, wasn't it, in terms of it was a flat track, but obviously England playing Bazball in these conditions have managed to put time in games where Australia just batting like a normal test side, boring as it is. Didn't put enough time in a game to win it.
Well, the key thing will be to see whether Pakistan can put a big enough score to put some real scoreboard pressure on England when they go into bat under Bazball conditions, as it were.
Yeah, and how England take that on, really. Nestlers is trying to get back in. Let me admit him.
I'll get out of the way.
Okie dokie. Yeah, it will be. I mean, that will be the test, won't it? I mean, England have got themselves behind several times on first innings and still managed to pull it off. They won't pull out. I don't think they'll mind losing the series 2-1, having already won it. The action is about to start. The bloody stadium looks completely empty. First ball is coming up. Ollie Robinson is going to bowl a wide-ish ball to, I presume, who's opening up? It's going to be this man.
Abdullah Shafiq's technique. Abdullah Shafiq's unique.
And a man that we all thought maybe we should have started the series. It's this dude.
Sean Masood was born in Kuwait in October 1989. Less than a year later, Saddam Hussein invaded. Coincidence? Yeah, you can't
defended up to mid-off. Second ball, no run. England open the bowling with... yeah, so they've dropped him on. Seems a bit weird. Maybe that's just a change. He did all right in the last test. Maybe he's injured. Oh yeah, no, he possibly did, didn't he? They thought he tweaked possibly a groin or something, or a hamstring. That is defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Masood back in the side. Pakistan obviously won. Morning, Nestlers. How you doing? You back with us?
Well, hopefully I'm back with you. It's weird. It's new internet. It's fibre, high speed. It's been brilliant. I come on here and it's shit.
Wow. Yes. Who's it with?
Talk, I think. BT, Talk. I don't know.
There's too many people watching porn in Epping at this time in the morning. Clearly, that one's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Your opinion of Essex isn't great, is it?
Well, you know, it is Essex.
Well, it's. I live here, and I know it's shit. The countryside is lovely, I have to say that, but the rest of it.
Who have you got out there as MPs? You got is it Priti Patel? She's an Essex MP somewhere, isn't there? Suella Braverman, she's an Essex MP, isn't she?
Well, they're all cunts.
Yeah,
Oops.
yeah, it's all right. Yeah, they're Bradman.
Oh, it's early in the morning. No
it's
one's
early in the
listening.
morning. Yes. And if they are, it's after the watershed.
Mog's listening.
Yeah, well, he's always listening. Left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. He did some fantastic jingles for the Christmas special. Yeah, to get off the mark, Pakistan.
I'm going to do something live on air, which could be quite exciting.
Oh, have you got that? Looks like a big vape you've got there.
Well, that's not the excitement.
Oh, okay.
I've got an email from the National Lottery says I've won a prize, but I can't open it till after 5 o'clock.
Ah, we're going to get live on air. Well, it's 5:03, so you can open it now.
Oh,
that's well, outside of the edge of the bat, defended by Shafiq. First runs of the day, down to a vacant third man. Unlucky for the batsman, but unlucky for the bowler. It's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Millions of pounds or £2.67? Ah, he's frozen.
He's frozen.
We're not going to find out. God damn it.
He's frozen with his millions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, if you get millions, Nestlers, we want to share. Keep us going. I've got my ticket in my back, but I never do it online, though. I like to check my numbers myself, just in case I've won.
It's not from Nigeria, is it?
I know. Oh man, I got one of those dodgy letters yesterday for actually a handwritten Yes, I can hear you. Got a letter through the post yesterday, looking for someone. A really long letter. Obviously a dodgy scam from some dude in China, saying that someone had lost money in a bank in Hong Kong, and their name was Andrew Walker, which happens to be my brother's name. And they were looking for members of the family so they could try and claim the cash. It's very, very dodgy.
Well, I've got at least 5 children who've apparently dropped their phones down the toilet.
We've lost Nestlers again. Jump on, Brian.
Hello?
Hello. Oh no, he's
Oh
back.
wait, there he is.
I don't know what he's having trouble. Leach is going to open the bowling. First ball doesn't move off the straight whatsoever, and carries on. We should give him a jingle. It goes like this.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
That's a bit of turn there. Second ball.
Coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Second ball gets a little bit of purchase off the pitch. Being a finger spin, I wouldn't expect much in the second over of day one.
Hang on, Nessus is looking really excited. Unmute Nessus and tell us the news.
Yes, that one is defended back up the track, and there's no run. How much you won, Nestlers?
well, fucking hell. £3.
Nice. 2 numbers and a lucky star. It's always a good one. Or just 2 numbers. Leach tosses that one up. Down the track comes Masood. Yeah, doesn't time it particularly well, but he gets it over the top of mid-on. They're going to play Bazball themselves, and it's 4 runs. Good shot for Shah Massoud. Getting down the track to Jack Leach with a new cherry in his hand. I might have him chucked around Armored in, give him the second over of the day. God damn it! We all want to see what he's like, and some of us who have never seen him, some of us have, of course. Down the track again comes Shah Massoud. This time I think it's going to go all the way. It's T20. I think no, just inside the boundary. 4 more runs.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
And it's tricky for Leach opening to a left-hander on a new pitch with a ball over the wicket.
I think this is a really smart way of dealing with him opening up. I don't think he'll be on for more than a couple of overs unless something.
Well, no, that's the thing. I mean, the question is, I guess that Woody doesn't like opening with a new ball, or so people say, which means the only other opening bowler that he has is himself. He didn't bowl in the last test at all, Stokes, so he should have plenty in the tank in terms of bowling. He didn't really bat that much either. Batted quickly for a good time, not a long time. In both innings. I suppose he spent a fair bit of time out in the middle. He couldn't find the ball. That's the camera dude, isn't it? Phil Brown found the ball. He's obviously gone behind the advertising hoardings.
Nice shirt.
Yeah. I don't know what temperature it is in Karachi, but it's not as hot as you think it is. The sun's blazing, but it's probably only about 20, 21, 22 degrees, I'd have thought.
I shall let you know.
You do that, weatherman. And then we shall get some of your tweets now that we have Nestlers back.
Yeah, it's 22 in Karachi.
22, yeah. See, quite pleasant, but not, overly hot. Last ball of the over. Leach then just bowls it straight and into the pads and just dribbles down on the leg side. And there will be no run. 8 off that over. Pakistan move on 12 none. Over to you, Nestlers, to see what's on the tweet sphere.
Well, we're joined by Mog, who says Chris Woke getting the laughs. Hello there.
Hello.
Brian Barish, who we know is with us. Good morning from the virtual green room. One of the messages is new remix of the GC theme, which is basically the same as the original, with him mumbling about wickets being taken during the Australia Saffers match. Dana Patterson's feeling sorry for us, wearing outerwear indoors.
Yeah, it's quite nippy. And until the heating starts working, and the heating's really expensive. I put 20 quid on for the last test, and it gone by the morning of day 4. It kind of cut out about an hour and a half after being here.
It's why we need Patreons.
It's why we need patrons desperately, to keep me warm while we're here. Although this is the last test of this year, that's left alone outside the off stump, there's no run. It's a slow start to next year. We've got a couple of ODIs in South Africa in January sometime, and then a couple of tests in New Zealand in February, and then we're going to be doing the bloody IPL for endless amounts of time after that. And I was looking at England's summer next year, and actually we've got a bunch of tests. Well, we've got the Ashes, which is going to be fantastic, which finishes in July, and then literally for nothing in August, a few T20s and ODIs going up to the end of bloody September, and that's it.
I wonder what could be happening in August.
Well, fucking trash 100. Shafiq defends the next ball by Robinson back up the track, and there is no run.
Well,
I'm pretty sure nobody will get all out for 15 in the 100 though.
Yeah, that was fantastic, wasn't it? Not really, but I mean, proves the point about it being fucking useless cricket, doesn't it? I mean,
well, James Vince was part of them. He went for a duck, as did Riley Risso.
Alex Hales was playing as well, didn't he? Got about 4. That's decent ball by Robinson. Little nibble off the pitch, but defended by Shafiq. Out to point, and there is no run. Yeah, 37 balls, wasn't it? Or something?
35, I think.
35. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I like the way that Piggy Smith tweeted it out, like the edge, was it Trent Bridge or whatever it was?
That wasn't Piggy Smith, I don't think.
Oh, wasn't it?
I think somebody else who calls themselves Steve Smith.
Oh, okay. Can't tell these days, no blue ticks.
Well, he's got a blue tick, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, that's true. Defended, out to cover, and there's no run. I noticed that Elon's been chucking journalists off there now who criticise him.
Yeah, fair enough.
What a wanker.
Just a shit show. Who's going to... Are people paying £8 a month?
I don't know if they're paying or not. Oh, look, there was an own ball. I don't know. He might have scrapped that one.
Pick, who cares?
Yeah, well...
No, it's restarted it, apparently. There are different levels of blue ticks and green ticks and crossing.
I was thinking about getting us a blue tick, but then I thought I'm not paying Elon Musk any fucking money. I'm going to
The way things are going, I don't think we'll be on Twitter for too long.
Well, I don't think he'll own Twitter for too long. Is my thoughts. Either that, or it'll just crumble. That's clipped out wide of mid-on. There's no run. The thing is, he's not going to get his money back. He's a fucking idiot. Basically, his ego has taken over. He's now not the richest man in the world anymore. The guy who earns LVMHs, and that'll hurt
What's
him.
LVMH anyhow?
That's basically Louis Vuitton and all the massive fashion houses. Something Bernard Artaud or something. He's a French dude. Exactly. He's a wise multi-billionaire. He keeps himself to himself and no one actually knows what he looks like type deal. Which is sensible rather than being a complete twat with an ego. That's defended up to mid on. There's no run. I suppose you can't help it. They're American. Sorry, Brian. But that's the way it goes, isn't it?
There's a the building I work in, and you would fuck it.
It's all right. You're back.
You're back.
This is joke, isn't it? Yeah, there's a building in the building I work in, and you wouldn't know you had a pot to piss in.
Well, that's the way to do it, isn't it? That's a really nice shot by Shafiq. Last ball of the over. Keeps going for 4 off Ollie Robinson, and it can't be chased down by the skipper. And it's 4 more runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Let's see what's going on Twitter. Anyone awake?
Yeah, my Ank's with us. PJ Mead says, morning Gorillas, I'm watching yesterday's Big Bash before the test starts. Thunder all out for 15.
Nice.
Love that hat.
Well, it's keeping me warm before the heating actually starts working. Which hopefully will be soon.
My Ank says, all watching porn at 5 a.m. sounds proper British.
Yeah. I was going to say something really quite sad, but I'm not going to say it because it popped into my head.
I think we'd rather not hear that.
Leach is going to continue at the other end.
There's nothing to suggest this track is going to offer anything to the bowlers this morning, is there?
No, not currently. And it does. That's just defended back to the bowl, and there's no run. I was going to go under for the fall of the first wicket, but I'm really tempted to go over. In fact, I probably should. I've got France to win on Sunday. Picked them after their first game in the World Cup. That's defended back up the track, and there is no run. I got 6-1 at the beginning of the tournament. I imagine
that's not bad.
No, exactly, and I imagine they're quite about evens tomorrow.
How much do you have on them?
No, it's only a £5 for normal. That's 35 quid of unearned money. Always good. Leach tosses that up down. The track comes Shams, who can't get there this time. Clips it up to mid on. There's no run. Well bowled by Leach. Saw him coming.
FIFA's got what they wanted, haven't they?
Ah, fucking hell. Infantino's a nut job, isn't he? He started announcing all sorts of shit yesterday. It's like, fucking hell. Is he announcing the World Club Championship tournament thing? I'm sure that's going to go down really well. Lots of people are going to really, I'm sure lots of clubs are going to be really happy about that one. How does he expect them to... UEFA will just kick up a stink and no European sides will play on it. I wouldn't have thought.
FIFA's about the only thing that makes the ICC look good.
Yeah, and they actually have a board and a vote and some sort of control. But I mean, they can't control club sides. That's not their remit, is it?
No.
You wouldn't think.
They're internationals. That one is bowled finally. Leach gets the ball at right-hander, bowls it on around about middle and leg stump. It's defended by Shafiq, out past short leg, and there is no run. It's bowling quite flat, as we always expect from Leach. He's got good revs on the ball, but it's just a puff of dust off the pitch. Maybe it will break up, but you couldn't expect it on, oh, that one turned a little bit. Shade from too far outside off stump now and left alone by Shafiq. taken by Ben Folkes, who's back in the side. He's got to be one of the unluckiest men in cricket, isn't he, Ben Folkes, when it comes to getting picked for England. Along with Leach, two of them in the same side. Leach tosses that one up, and it's defended out to a short cover, and that is no run. He either gets injured, got ill, and then got kept out the side by Ollie Pope. I mean, yeah, no one expected that, really. Over to you, Nestlers, if you're there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, going back to the FIFA thing, I've been reading a lot of books recently about, the doping stuff in cycling, and what struck me was one of the main guys in it, who was Dr. Ferrara, his name.
The guy who was doing Armstrong, yeah? Originally. And this is interesting. And
something didn't come out much, is that he was everybody.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What, that doctor?
Have I gone?
No. Well, you did. You keep coming in and out.
Fuck.
Yes. The doctor dude. I was watching the movie the other day. He was the guy that was such a lance, wasn't he? But he pretty much did everybody, didn't he? I mean, everyone was on it. It seemed to me at that time. There's that kind of weird docu-film thing that's got really bad actors in generally about the whole thing. And was it the Times writer who eventually sort of doggedly chased down that story for a couple of years, a good 10 years, wasn't it, before he eventually got his point of view across. Robinson is in for his third over. He's bowling to Sharma Sood now, and he goes across to Sharma Sood, and he just defends it out to the offside, and there's no run.
I've been asked to step in.
Okay, you step in then. Nessus is frozen again. Talk aren't doing you any favours, are they?
Nope.
Yeah.
Down in Epping Forest.
I'm assuming it's all actually the same connection, whoever you're with. Is it?
Yeah, but I presume
Just
it's
one cable.
It'll be one cable, but I guess it depends on their infrastructure and how much bandwidth they've got as a network themselves. That's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. That's why I tend to stick with BT, because it's their network, and therefore they're probably going to put themselves first and strangle everyone else, so they all come over to BT. Although the twats have spent 3 weeks trying to install my new internet. They came around the first day, and you can get fibre to the house now, but the fibre has initially been installed to the telephone poles outside the houses, right? So then the fibre has to come from the telephone pole to the house. So the first day the client comes around, puts the stuff on the inside of my house, and then goes, this telephone pole isn't rated for me to climb it. I need someone to come around with a cherry picker to do it, right? So then it's typical English fucking health and safety shit, this. Robinson comes in, third ball of the over. Sharma Sood just defends out to the offside, and there's no run. So then he has to ring up some guy. They don't get in touch with me, so I get in touch with BT. Then they arrange an emergency appointment for the next day. Guy comes back. Cherry picker guy goes, well, we can't actually put a cherry pick on your rope, but we'll re-rate the pole so you can climb it. So he comes back, climbs up the pole, gets the cable down from the pole. Then he comes to my house and he goes, because I've got the front of my house juts out a little bit with a little sort of half roof thing over the front windows, He goes, they haven't given me a long enough ladder, because the connection to the house obviously has to come along the wire from the original pole and connect to the box at the top of the house, which his ladder's not long enough for. So I got the second part. They've got the gubbins put on the outside of the house, and the wire's ready to be connected, as that's defended to a very short mid-off, and there's no run. But he couldn't get up there to connect it. And now they're telling me the 19th of January. Or something stupid like that.
I'm just going to make your day for you, Bear. David Warner was just out first ball, caught it short right leg.
Nice.
Bloody hell.
Excellent. Who's bowling? Norkia starting opening up? Or
Rabada.
Oh yeah, of course Rabada. He'll love it out there. Usually a good series between Australia and New Zealand. Australia and South Africa.
They've beaten Australia in Australia the last 3 series here.
Yeah, well, they usually used to beat us at our home when we used to beat them at theirs, but fortunately this time it was the other way around. Well, we beat them in both places. We're on top of South Africa at the moment. That's defended by Sharma Sood. 5th ball of the over by Robinson. 3rd over up to mid-off, and there is no run. 18 for none. Coming to the last ball of the 5th over, Pakistan. Shafiq's on 8. Sharma Sood's on 9. pitch looks as dead as a fucking doornail.
Yeah.
And it's going to be
Although it's not quite as, from a batting point of view, it's not quite as slow as the one in the first Test match. I think for a batsman, it'd just be about perfect.
Well, possibly. Sharma gets inside that, plays it out past a very short cover, but there is a deeper set cover just behind him, and he can't beat him, so there's no run. Only one run off that over. And well, at least if Leach bowls a third over, he'll get the bowl at a right hander, which is probably preferable for him.
I was just going to read some tweets, unless you're done. Unless you're still talking. Okay, I'm going to go. Mog says wants to know if he used the new Bishop and the Bear theme tune that he made for Christmas. Did we? I think I may have missed that.
I didn't use it today. No.
No, yesterday.
On the podcast, it was in there. I didn't open the show with it, weirdly. I just put the original one in.
Yeah, I thought that was strange, but that's okay. And one tweet is all I'm going to get in because Leach has the ball in his hand again.
Indeed. That was a little bit of turn, but it's slow, predictable, not much, and outside the off stump of Shafiq, who just defends in the off stump. Yeah, that's true, actually. I forgot to do that, didn't I? Oh well, we did play it in the podcast. That's quite slack of me, but hey, there you go.
That's okay, we still love you.
Thanks. Leach. Oh, that's a good appeal, come on! And he's been given! Yeah. Shit, that does my bet, but that's not a bad... that's what he's aiming for, because there's not really a lot going on, but it does pitch on about middle and leg, probably straightens enough to be going on to hit leg. That is one of his favourite ways of getting people. Shah Massoud's having a chat. Shafiq wants to review. I don't know if it's worth it. He is going to review, though, because he's an opener and he doesn't want to lose his wicket. So
the worst that would be is
clipping leg stump. Yeah, I reckon so. Well, I get to correct the review if that's the case, and that'll make him feel better. Let's have a review jingle.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
I don't think there was any bat on it. Let's have a look where this pitch is. Pitch is on middle. Straightens. Well, holds its line enough. I don't think it's straightened really. Missed the inside edge of the bat. I think it's going on to hit leg stump.
I think yeah. I think leg and maybe middle, but
I think probably leg. Just about enough, I'd have said.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Just clipping the top of leg stump.
No, actually, maybe not. Hitting in front of leg. Umpire's call on leg stump, as we expected. That's the reason why you were given out. It was going to hit the stumps. It might not have been hitting much of them, but it looked like it was going to be going on to hit the stumps. And they do keep the review, so it's not the worst review in the world. But we have to say goodbye to Shafiq.
The crowd says, you're out.
And that's not bad for England, considering Leach got smashed for 2 fours in his first over by Shah Massoud.
And
good
Shafiq's
comeback.
been averaging 61. So yeah.
What, Leach in Pakistan?
No, Shafiq's test average.
Oh right.
61. It was. It'll be less than that.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good series. A lot of batsmen have had pretty good series, really. It's been quite flat in Pakistan. Over to you, Brian. Get some tweets in while we're waiting for a new batsman to come out.
Well, let's do it. Mayank wants to know, says Nestler won the jackpot and froze himself because he's busy packing up and flying to Spain. PJ Mead said I had to look up Rehan Ahmed on Cricinfo. He's played 3 first-class matches, 9 wickets with a best of 5 for 115. There's lots of leggy bowlers. Why does he stand out?
Because he's English and he's a leg break bowler. That is the only reason he stands out, because we don't have many of them. Apart from Adil Rashid and Mason Crane and what's his name? Matt Parkinson.
I like Mason Crane.
Well, again, he's another one who doesn't complete his action properly and doesn't get enough action on the ball. If it's a leg spinner, you've really got to rotate the arm and the shoulder, and it's not easy.
He does one of these when he goes and lines up. He looks like an actual crane.
Yes, exactly. Neither of them are consistent enough. Adil Rashid's the only one who is, but he's now too old to play Test cricket, and he struggled. I mean, being a leg spinner is a hard art, and being consistent is not easy. Right, number 3. Okay, promotion up the order. to where he's normally at. I bummed him out last time, didn't I? Because he was injured, but he's back. It's this man.
My name is Asha Ali. Nobody I'd rather be.
This is his last Test match. He's retiring after.
Is he? Okay. Well,
Good for him.
He's 38.
Yeah,
He's
and
had
this is number 97, so it's not bad.
What's his test average?
Good question. I shall tell you in a second.
I imagine it's in the 40s, nearly 50s, low to mid 40s. Down the track he comes, first ball, tries to clip Leach out through mid wicket. There's no. Do you think Pakistan are going to try Bazball England? You see, that's what happens. That's what I like about Bazball. Teams think they can, they should do it to you, but if they're not fully committed to it, it can go horribly wrong. This one he just defends back to the bowler and there is no run.
42.5 is his Test average. He's got 2900s and 35 50s.
There you go. Class act.
7,000 runs. That's not bad.
Not too bad. Leach over the wickets. That was a little bit shorter. A little bit of turn, but it's outside the off stump and it's defended by Azarani and there's no run. How many overs have we had now? 5. When does Woody get a bowl? When the ball's 10 overs old?
I reckon probably a bit less than that, because after all, Robinson's not getting much of a break between overs with Leach bowling, is he?
No, that's true. Works that into the leg side, thinks about getting himself off the mark, but doesn't as it goes to mid on. Oh dear. And that ends Leach's over. 1 for 9 or 3 overs. He went for 8 in his first, so that's a pretty good comeback from Leachy.
Yeah.
Tweets?
Yep.
Madan Mohan Sharma is with us. Good morning, Gorilla Cricket. It is very cold here in India. And then he goes on to give us some outdated information about the other 2 tests that are happening. He said both tests are not so interesting, but that has changed. And we'll check in on Bangladesh still has not lost a wicket in chasing down a target of 513 to beat India with 2 days left to do it. Mayank says, fuck off, Bear. All Americans aren't like Elon. Plus, he's a fucking South African, so he can suck a dick.
Yeah, it's true.
Yes, I think that's a very good response.
It is. I was just waiting for the rise from some sensible Americans. It's okay, don't worry. I knew Brian was listening in the wings.
I was, and I wasn't in the position to where I could immediately respond. You are about to get your wish here, it sounds like.
Well, it does indeed. I'll give him his jingle after his first ball, but he's around the wicket to Shah Masood, who just plays him out to mid wicket and no run. Is the man who thinks he's a horse. It is this man.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Yeah, well, Test average is 30.93, 3 5-wicket innings, 28 matches. He's got better in his Test career as he's gone on, actually. The second ball is fullish and straight. It's only 140 Ks. Second Test match in a row after a couple of days. He didn't bowl a huge amount of overs in the last Test. No. He was talking about, there was an interview with him thinking he was going to give up Test cricket at the beginning of the year. I'm not sure how many more series he'll get, and whether he'll want to continue.
Well, he surprised us by not breaking down.
Well, he usually manages 2 tests and he breaks down for 6 months. So, you can imagine. So, if he breaks down here at the end of this test, he'll be fine. He'll be ready for the Ashes, which will be handy. That one is guided down to third man by Shah Masood. This pitch is dead, and there is no run. It's an absolute fucking road again. They said it was going to turn. It doesn't look like it's going to turn to me. I guess the time of year, I guess the pitches just, there's no baking sun to break them up and any of that nonsense. So, oh well.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, in March it was a good deal warmer and it didn't break up after 5 days.
Yeah, true. Has Australia lost the second wicket yet?
No, but Rabada's giving Labuschagne a fairly hard time.
Good.
They're 8 for 1.
Can he ping him on the head?
No, he nicked it and it dropped short of second slip.
He's one of the luckiest fuckers in cricket, this Marnus Labuschagne. One day it's all gonna run out and he's gonna have a horrible run. Hopefully next summer. Wood in, but was a little bit short to Azhar Ali, who gets on the back foot, drops it down on the offside, and there is no run. I'd love it if him and Piggy failed in the Ashes. It'd be joyous.
Yeah, I don't like the chances of that, to be honest.
No. I don't know.
He's starting to come into another run of form.
Well, Jimmy will probably be. I'm pretty certain he's going to go on. He'll be 41 during that Ashes series, I think.
Adam Collins was talking about the possibility of him reaching 800 if he keeps going.
Well, I'm pretty certain. I mean, how many is he on now? 670 something or other. He only needs 20.
Yeah.
He needs 20 odd wickets to take Shane Warne down.
I think there's a good chance of that.
I think there's a very good chance of that. That's just dropped into the offside, and there is no run. I'm pretty certain he'll want to go to New Zealand for those couple of tests down there. Has Jimmy got kids? I was thinking about this morning. I mean, I don't know. That's a funny thing. I know he's married and stuff, but I don't know if he's got kids. He must have.
Right. Would you change there?
Okay, we'll have a change at the end of this over. Forthy's supposed to be coming in. He's in the waiting room. There he is. Brian's going to carry on doing your tweety bits, and Forthy's going to take over some ball by ball, and I'm just going to move over to the summarising chair. So Wood comes in for the last ball of this over, and it's short down the arse, left alone by Azhar through the keeper. Yet to go off the mark, Azhar Ali, and there's no run. And we'll have a quick switcheroo. You give us some tweets, Brian, whilst Forthy takes his place.
Yep, and while he does that, we'll say hello to Jonathan Shoreland, who says, good evening from New Zealand. It was an absolute privilege to be invited to the Bishop and the Bear Christmas special on Thursday. I hope everyone else enjoyed it as much as I did. Well, it's nice to meet you in the very brief time we had, Jonathan. Again, if you would like to hear what we're talking about, be a Patreon today. The Light Roller says, joining you from a sunny Melbourne. Saffers skittled already, and that match has moved on. Looks like we're about to get back to play. We'll just say that Mayank says, sucks to live in the UK. Here in Philly, got its heating set at 70 Fahrenheit, about 21 Celsius. Feels fantastic on cold winters at night. And we say hello to Ian Forth for the first time today. Good
Morning, Forthy.
Good. Hello there. Hello, Bear, and hello, Brian, across the waves. Lovely to see you both. I can see you're in both. Bit chilly. You chilly in where you are, Brian? Are you okay?
It is. I mean, it's 38 Fahrenheit outside and probably about 42 Fahrenheit inside. So,
okay.
I've got my faux ugly sweater on. So we're good.
I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit here, but it's minus 3.5 degrees. The car was telling me on my drive over here.
It's like
over to you, Forthy.
Yep, in comes Leach with a classic delivery to the left-hander, and Shan just knocks it off his pads down to the man at leg down at 45. We saw a slightly forlorn sight there, which will make English hearts sink, which was Robinson going off into the treatment room. Let's hope it's just for a little break, but he did look a little forlorn.
He did a little, didn't he?
That's going to be a bit of a problem. Leach again, so that's it. Coming into the left-handed batsman, that's his natural delivery, just played to mid-wicket by Shan. They've only basically they've gone in with 3 seamers, they'll be down to 2, and one of them's Ben Stokes, who's not really a full-timer these days. Advances down the wicket, Shan plays a very nice shot wide of the man at mid-on, but in fact there's a sweeper, comes all rather unexpectedly actually, comes all the way around the boundary, and they just come through for 2. I wasn't expecting to see a man just in that position.
Well, he's not a long on, is he? He's down at Cow. Really?
It's not a position that usually gets placed, considering a number of balls that go there. It's a bit of a surprise actually. I suppose it's regarded as being a field setting for bad bowling, as they say. That one's dropped a little shorter by Leach. Shan rocks onto the back foot. It's a pretty poor ball actually, and that is 4 runs wide of the man at mid-off.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1 My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Yeah, it was just a little bit short, wasn't it? And the outfield looks pretty quick once again. I like quick outfields. Get full toll for your runs.
Yeah, if you like quick outfields, you're in the right place. If you like interesting wickets, you're in the wrong place, because this looks docile as all hell.
It does, doesn't it? It's more like Rawalpindi than Multan.
Yeah, and then some. Leach in for a fifth ball of the over again. Shan feeling the shackles lift. Comes down the pitch once more. And with ominous signs for England, gets to the pitch of the ball. Plays it down to mid-on, but just the one run. He moves on to 17, off just 23. Seeing his average there, 29.68. Respectable after 26 matches, but only just. His place in the side must be slightly in question. And comes Leach round the wicket, this time to the right-handed Azhar Ali, and that is defended. So at the end of Leach's fourth over, he's gone for 1 for 16, and the score is 26 for 1. Brian, what's happening out there?
Nestler saying as soon as he kills a Zoom connection, the internet is fine. Such as it is. Mog saying Warner hashtag ha 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 ha. Wait, I got to read the entire thing. Ha 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 ha. That's again, in case you missed it, he was dismissed first ball in Australia's reply. PJ Mead saying, I'm not surprised at the flaky connection. We briefly toyed with Talk and they were awful. Dido Harding was in charge of Talk when they had catastrophic data hack in 2015 or so. And Mayank said, just looked on Cricket Info and saw that the 100 counts as T20 stats. What the fuck?
Yes, well.
So I would have to create a whole new set of stats just for one game, eh? It's only played in one country. Stupidest format ever.
Yes, I hadn't really thought about how to classify the 100, but there you are. And now we've discovered the answer to that question. Mark Wood, who's, if Robinson has gone off in any sort of difficulties at all, it may have to bowl a little bit more than his usual straight stints. I don't see how he can do that when he's bowling
that's bound to break him for 5 months.
Yeah, that would be literally impossible, because he's gone into the short-pitched barrage mode that England favour, and to be fair, split open the Pakistan innings on the last day of the last Test match either side of lunch, and led to a famous victory. So you can't knock it.
You can't.
And that first ball is a dot.
There's fucking no one in. It's Karachi, the capital city of Pakistan, and there's Karachi or Lahore. I think it's Karachi, isn't it?
It is Karachi.
Yeah.
And there's no one at the ground. It's really quite.
Oh, actually, I think isn't the capital actually Islamabad?
It's Lahore. Yeah.
Oh yes. No, Islamabad. You could be right now.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah. And sometimes there are administrative capitals and there are old capitals. Wood comes in again round the wicket, continuing on this short pitched into the hips, but Shan is not to be tempted and taken down the leg side by Pope.
It's Islamabad.
It's Islamabad, yeah. They're trying to get the strangle, aren't they, down the leg side? Seems one of the ways you can get people out.
Yeah, well, it worked last time. I mean, to be honest, Pakistan fell into the trap last time. They really didn't need to play at those balls before lunch, but they did, and they might well have won, had they not.
Well, I don't think you can get out ahead of a batsman at that's potentially easy runs, you know.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's muscle memory, isn't it? At that speed as well, the speed of Wood. And the leg slip is not surprisingly in place. Surprising there wasn't one earlier. That one's played off his hips once more. Assume that it's always played off his hips at the moment, unless told otherwise. Down to the man at short square leg.
As we see the 2 wickets that fell, the second one was the dodgy one. Everyone is not sure whether it was out or in. And as
I mean, it's not actually written in the rules that the benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman, but effective de facto it is, isn't it? And perhaps it should have been.
I mean, it's always difficult to tell, as you were saying, I think on the pod, that his that finger that's got the tape on does seem to be under the ball. It's very difficult to tell.
Yeah. This one is played again. Dug into the hips, played wide of the man at leg slip. It goes down. There is a man positioned down at fine leg, and they come through for, I guess, a single.
Yeah. Now, how many of these players in this England side have got IPL contracts? Woody's got an IPL contract, hasn't he? I
I'm not an expert on the IPL.
No, neither am I. But I'm pretty certain I remember him getting an IPL contract. He might have got one last year and then broke down. And I think they're 2-year contracts, so presumably he gets to carry on this year if he wants to.
Well, there was talk, of course, before this game. He did an interview. He said he was thinking of giving up red ball cricket, but bought into baseball. So that is another triumph amongst the many for baseball.
Yeah. He's done a solid for England in his time.
He's definitely in credit, isn't he? And he's such a wholehearted competitor and such a good guy as well that no one ever would ever think the worst of the northeastern Mark Wood. Played off his hips to leg slip in Crawley Fields.
And the fact is that he has done a lot of hard yards on some wickets that have been very tricky to get wickets. He has broken things open many a time. He's useful for that. He's more useful, I think, away from home than he is at home. I mean, there's plenty of bowlers you can put in an England side in England that can take wickets if he's not available. But in some of these places where just pure pace is required, having a Mark Wood is invaluable.
Well, he was probably player of the series in the Ashes, admittedly a very small field a year ago.
True.
And that's dug in this time, not on the hips, but just played down by Azhar. No run. The end of this Wood's second over, the 9th over, Pakistan 27 for 1. Brian?
Mod saying, I suppose Australia has Canberra as its administrative capital, Melbourne as its cultural capital, Sydney as corruption capital, and Adelaide as serial killer capital.
Yes, that's exactly correct. Well played, man.
What does that make Perth? Capital of sand. Yes.
Stone capital.
Capital of being in the Great Australian fuck all. I think hopefully I didn't offend Messi on that one. And just saying hello to those who are joining us over on YouTube, including, of course, Emily Elizabeth, Rich Turner, and Nakash Awan saying poor from Shafiq when Shafiq got out. So you can join us again there on YouTube on Gorilla Cricket. And, of course, we've been talking about Twitter at Gorilla Cricket. Fourthy.
Yes, Leach in again. Sean in again. 3 strides down the wicket this time. He unleashes over the boundary for 6 of these.
Oh, 6.
2 + 2 is...
I wasn't watching. I was looking at who's coming
Just
in.
the 4. Just the 4.
You got it.
Just the 4.
Oh, well. Good shot. Good use of the feet.
Yeah, not without risk. There is a man out there, but he's obviously feels he's got the measure of Leach already. Back into Sean this time. He stays in his crease. Ooh, and there was he nudges it off his legs, but just wide of the man at short leg. Can't see who that is. Is it Jennings? No, can't know Jennings already.
Seems to die a little bit in the pitch, and I think Leach was appealing for LBW, but I think it actually turned too much and might have been going down leg side.
Yes, I think it probably did. Of course, it's Pope. I've got myself confused. Pope is back at short leg. Pope's behind the stumps. Reverse sweep time, and he gets it quite nicely. It's going out to the boundary, but he didn't get all of it by any means. It just goes 3/4 of the way. Wood Fields. They come back for 2.
Well, it looks like Shah Massoud's bought into baseball.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, he's 25 off 30.
He's not going to die.
Pakistan 34 for 1, and as you would expect on this wicket, looking comfortable. They're okay now, but as we go into the last session, there's going to be some very tired bowlers, you would imagine. On this
yeah, well, that's the benefit of winning the toss, isn't it?
Yeah. And England won the first 2 tosses from memory, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Batted first.
Yeah, so you can't expect to win everyone. Leach in again. He's got 3 close fielders, and that one is. That's actually the one that got Shafiq, but played very nicely by Azhar out to square leg. He gets off the mark. He's 1 off 11. Well, moves on to 35 for 1.
Yeah, finally gets himself off the mark. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say. There you go. It's early in the morning.
It is very early in the morning. Azhar, of course, the one of the rare owners of a triple century in Test match cricket. As the field moves around, the man goes back all the way onto the fence at long on, and the man who was at cow comes into mid wicket.
Yeah, long on's very wide, isn't he?
Yes, he's gone very wide, so that's presumably for the slight miscue. You don't often see a ball end up quite where the wide long on is, but there's obviously method in it. Leach in again, and this time Sean stays on his crease. There's a big appeal. Was there a little nick onto the pad as it looped into the air and taken by Pope? Apparently not, according to Joe Wilson. Stokes considers the review.
If it's Joel Wilson, you have to at least give it some consideration.
Come on, you got 2-1. No, they're not going to review it.
They decided against it. That's interesting. Usually those very prolonged reviews end up with a big T with 3 seconds to go, but not this time.
Yeah, it was too high for LBW. It did turn though, which is good.
I think that might have been wide.
I don't think there was any bat on that. There was an appeal, which you'd expect, really.
Expect, yes. No, nothing on Ultra Edge, so I think that was very wise. They're going to do well to maintain their reviews, I think, on a surface like this. Don't go throwing them away in the first hour. Reverse sweep time by Sean. Oh, big appeal. Actually didn't connect with it. But I got the sense there, Bear, that he was outside the line.
Yeah, I think it was probably going on to hit the stumps, but I think he was outside the line.
Yeah. End of the over. Pakistan 35 for 1, Brian.
Let's see. Mog says Perth is barely part of Australia. Messi says Perth and Brisbane are in competition for the fuck the rest of you capital of Australia. And Angelic Scudis is with us, saying Perth is the Quokka capital. Bear, the GPL is open, correct?
Yes, the GPL is open. The pot is 54 quid. England have reviewed that one.
Oh, England did review. Taking us by surprise there.
Nah, it's outside the line. I mean, the problem is with these ones, when you look at the camera angle, slightly over, slightly over
but that's clean.
Mid-wicket. So he's not hit anything.
It hasn't. It might just conceivably be clipping the outside edge of being in line, but because it wasn't given on the pitch, I don't think there's any way it's totally in line.
No, that's the thing. I mean, it's always closer than you think, isn't it? Let's have a look.
That's
just umpire's call. Going on to hit leg stump. Shame.
Wow.
Would have been out if it had been given. England keep the review, though.
I don't really blame him for not giving it, though. It did look outside the line.
Yes.
I think there was enough doubt because he was right on the front foot. So for once, we're in the Team Joel camp.
But it gets you to... It kind of proves that actually, those ones can be closer than you think, because it did look like it was well outside the line, but because it happened so quickly, you just assume it is. But gets that wrong slightly, and it's 10, a couple of centimetres further over that it hits him, and next time it'll be out.
He's a goner. Brian, anything else happening just while we wait for the next over?
We're caught up on social media, but so I figured let me give you very quickly, as mentioned, we do have 2 other tests that are happening. Give you a quick update. Australia, after bowling out South Africa earlier for 152, are 16 for 1 after Warner was gotten out first ball by Rabada, caught by Zondo. Khawaja is on 6, Labuschagne is on 10, and India, with a 254-run lead after their first innings, decided not to enforce the follow-on. 258 for 2 in their innings. Bangladesh 119 not out. Shanto on 64, Hassan on 55.
Good for them.
First ball of the over is dug in and mistimed, and Shan has been hit. He's come through for a single.
No, Azza's been hit, and he broke his finger he nearly thought he had broken his finger. Has he done it again?
He's Azza. You're absolutely right.
Oh yeah, that's hit. Isn't that the bloody hand that he injured in the first test?
He's immediately feeling it and rubbing it and rocking it.
Oh, if that's the same finger that got hit in that first test, that's going to be so fucking painful, man. I feel sorry for him.
Yes, I do. I mean, I suppose it's a 9-1 shot that it is exactly the same finger, but Sod's Law probably will be. You can see it now. This time I think it's the little finger. I can't remember what it was.
No, he's holding the other hand.
Okay.
It was right on the back of the hand as well. It wasn't actually on the finger. But, I mean, that was, 90-mile-an-hour delivery?
Yeah, it's no fun, that's for
No
sure.
fun
I mean,
at all.
technology has improved over the years, but batting gloves don't seem to have been part of it. As I was saying, actually, just while we're waiting, unless anyone's got anything that they want to get off their chest right now.
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't have much on my chest.
Everyone a little tired, I think. Just while Azza gets some treatment, it was just mentioned he was a proud owner of a triple century. I once did the tour of Lords with the kids last time I was in London. And Felicity, who's a real old school lady who took us round at the end of the tour, said, this is a question I like to ask everybody. No one ever knows the answer. There are only 4 people who have got a double century in Test cricket, and no one ever knows the answer to this. I actually did know the answer to that, but I didn't know whether I should raise my hand in the crowd and make myself look like a
Absolutely.
girly swat. In the end, I couldn't resist, so I told her the answer, and I said, "Is it?" And then I gave the 4 answers. And she said, yes, I always tell my pupils not to answer a question with a question, actually, but you did get it right, she says.
I presume that was double centuries at Lords, not double centuries in Test.
No, sorry, I should have been clearer. 2 triple centuries in Test cricket. There are only 4 people who have got 2 triple centuries.
Oh, 4 people have got 2 triple centuries. Okay.
It reminds me, Forthy, of the joke about the Texan who was at Harvard, and he's wandering around lost, and he comes across one of the professors, and he goes up to the professor and says, "Excuse me, do you know where the library is?" And the professor says, "Young man, here at Harvard, we do not begin and end our sentences with a preposition." And the Texan thinks about this for a second and says, "Excuse me, do you know where the library is, asshole?"
Love it.
So, triple centurions, 2 triple centurions, Brian Lara.
Yes.
Azhar Ali?
Yes. No, not Azhar Ali. He's only got 1. He hasn't got 1. About 10 years ago I answered this question. But there may be more than 1.
I don't think so. Pulled by... Oh, that's you, sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, you're good, just while you're thinking about that. Just Bear's hat from here.
It was just down to long leg for a single. Other people... Hashim Amla?
No, he's got 1, definitely, but not 2.
Don Bradman.
Don Bradman's definitely 1, yes. So what have you got so far? Bradman and who's the other one you got?
Bradman and Lara.
Yeah, there's a couple more. They're the harder ones. In comes Mark Wood in again. Dare say social media's already answered the question they usually have. Short and rocked onto the back foot by Azza, who seems okay as far as we can tell. And just defends that one down to short mid-on.
Len Hutton?
No, he's got 1, a 365, but he hasn't got 2. There aren't any Englishmen.
Okay, no Englishmen.
Nor any English women.
Where are they from? Can you give us clues? I want to guess.
Yeah, West Indies and India.
Okay.
Comes Mark Wood in again for his 4th ball of the over. God, I hope I've got this question right after all this. Carry on.
Chris Gale?
And, yes, Chris Gale is 1. And that just goes straight through to Ollie Pope. Big grin on Mark Wood's face, because that's really grin and bear it, really.
So I've got to find the Indian.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you let Nestor's in, please, Bear?
Okay, I can do that.
It's the voice of God, a.k.a. Messi.
Nah, he's just as old as God.
He's on speaking terms. In comes Mark Wood for the 5th ball of the over. As a slight grimace, did I imagine that on his face with his sore hand? Plays that one quite neatly. Down through the vacant 45 on the leg side region. But there is a man down there coming off the boundary. Comes through for a single. Very sedate progress from Azza so far.
Yeah, Easy Ollie on YouTube says Saywag, who was what I was thinking of.
Yeah, Mayank says that he has 2, 309 and 319.
Okay, there you go. It's either that or Tendulkar.
Yeah, Sehwag's the one that people struggle to get, actually. You don't really think of him in those terms, but he did.
Nessus? Yes, thank you, Nessus. Are you going to freeze on us? Talk doesn't like Zoom, it appears.
Comes Mark Wood. Last ball of the over. Round the wicket to Shan this time. Dug in short and quite easily pulled, but Ben Stokes with his hands on his head, he obviously felt that was closer than Shan thought. At the end of the over, Pakistan 42 for 1 at the end of the 11th, Brian.
I started laughing.
Go.
Oh, I was going to say, Jeff Perkins put up a picture of penguins playing cricket and the polar bear with the bear. You should go look at it because it does better than my description. Madan Mohan Sharma says in 1978 in the Karachi Test, Sunil Gavaskar scored centuries in both innings of Pakistan. He did to score 164 28 overs in the 4th innings. They played in baseball style. Captain Bishan Singh Bedi was most expensive, and India lost the match.
Where is that Bangladesh-India test? Is it in India or is it in Bangladesh?
It is in Bangladesh because it's part of their 50th anniversary celebrations. It's at the Chowdhury Stadium.
Ah, okay.
Which is in Chittagong.
Leach time once more, starting of his 6th over. And Azhar this time comes down the wicket, gets the pitch of the ball, rather extravagant back foot shooting out towards short leg. Smothered, no run.
Short leg, sitting mid off. Nice slip. And one of the 2 people in the stadium is behind the bowler's arm, it would appear.
Terrible crowd.
I dare say there's more people on the Zoom call than there are in the seats.
Yes, I think that is true. It's a great shame because they had a lot in on that last day of the last test, but their heart seems to have gone out of them now. They're 2-0 down. I suppose it is. It's not even a working day, is it? No. That's a little short from Leach, played off the back foot all the way to the boundary. A very nice cut. Beats Crawley for 4 of these.
That was a nice shot, just a little bit too short.
It really was, maybe 3 or 4 inches too short, but very experienced player.
Well, you know what? This pitch might break up. Every time it hits the wicket, it does seem, on the replay you see a little puff of dust.
A little puff of dust. Well, it's always encouraging, isn't it? Okay, that one's a dot ball. Just played out to the man at mid-off. Azhar still unhappy.
Josie Oak reporting to us that Labuschagne has gone for 11.
Yes! That makes me feel good.
I was going to say either that or Bear just wants some money. Australia 18 for 2, 134 runs behind, 8 overs in.
Oh, sweet. Get Piggy and the cards will start falling.
That is a very poor South African batting lineup they've put up once again, though, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, that's where their strength is lacking completely, isn't it? And they've got very decent bowling attack, but their batting is quite poor.
Yes, very decent. There aren't going to be too many draws in this series.
No.
Perfect textbook defensive from Azhar. Back down the wicket, fielded off his own bowling by Jack. I call him Jack.
We should have a switcheroo after this over. I think James is going to take over some ball by ball. Messers is going to do some socials, and Forthy is going to remain doing some summarising. I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee.
And I'm going to fuck off.
Yes, go to bed.
There's an interesting adjustment to the field. The man at first of all, the shot, which was played out to the man in the covers, straight to him, good dive, no run. The man at city mid off has gone back several strides, more or less level with the bowler now. And that's again the ball that got Fisher. Obviously Leach feels if he's going to get a wicket, it's going to be on the inside of the bat, not the outside. It's quite interesting. That's the end of the over. Pakistan 46 for 1 at the end of the 12th, and we're having our switcheroo.
Indeed. Messi is joining us back. Well, nice to say that he's got patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket splashed across his screen, just so you can remember where you need to go to get some money. He's joined by James. Morning, James. How are you?
I'm really well. How are you? I'm admiring your hat.
Well, I'm trying to keep warm in the ice cave. I'm going to hand over to you guys. I'm going to go and get some coffee. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. What do we make of it? What do we make of it so far then?
What I think is this could be this is a very flat wicket, James. I think there is going to be some very unhappy bowlers at the end of today.
I'm not. I think they ought to be, but I'm not sure I agree, because I just think Pakistan haven't got it this series. I think they've given away wickets when they shouldn't have, and I wouldn't be at all surprised to see them lose 7 or 8 wickets today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, because you're right. I think both things are true. Mark Wood, I thought after he bowled a couple of deliveries, it's a little bit like me when I go around to my father-in-law's. Like, he seemed really optimistic to start with, and then realised, it's the same old shit again. Oh God, we got another 5 days of this. But you're right. Pakistan have. This series has proved, hasn't it, that when the odds are in their favour, it doesn't necessarily go particularly well.
On the other hand, this series has proved that Messi can't predict anything. So
that's true. That is true.
that is the thing. That was pretty much the England team talk this morning. Don't tune into Messi. Whatever he says, the opposite will happen.
Although the team selection reflects exactly what I thought should happen. So
maybe you're a specialist in that regard.Maybe just not in score prediction. Stick to team prediction, not to score prediction. Well, it looks like they're having some drinks here at the moment.
Some drinks. So how are you, James? You good?
I am good. I am tired, obviously, because it is incredibly cold. But I saw a friend of mine a couple of days ago who was saying who's been going through some cancer treatment, but is coming out of the end of it. And he was saying, the thing that I realised is that it's just knocked me a little bit. Like, at the moment, I just can't get warm. He said, that bit is just because it's fucking freezing, and it just has been for about a week.
I'm just going to cheer you both up by telling you that Australia are now 27 for 3. Khawaja out for 11.
Oh, what a shame. To hear that tragic news. Who got Khawaja out?
Nortje, by the look of it. He's got 1 for 4 in his first over. So that's not bad.
Yeah.
I'll do a couple of tweets as well. Anna Forsyth has got it taped. She's been involved with sport long enough to know how it's done. She says she's in British Columbia, of course. She says, I'm having a delightful evening, drinking white wine, eating sushi, wrapping presents, watching minor league hockey, and now listening to you fine folk lined up with pictures. What a great start to my weekend. That sounds perfect, Anna. Well done. And Mayank says, great chance for a 2-day test over in Brisbane, I reckon. It could well be. This morning in the green room, Forthy started watching the South Africa-Australia game and buggered off to the garden because he thought, South Africa are fucked. And I said, it might be a 20-wicket day. And it looks like it might be too.
Yeah, going off to the gut, that you really remind when Liverpool won the Champions League, that was in 2005 or wherever it was. I remember my dad, who desperately wanted them to win at half-time, going out into the garden, having a word with himself and coming back filled with positivity. And talking of positivity, here comes Wood down the leg side, unsurprisingly.
My son has never and will never forget the time, the 2019 Stokes Headingley test, when I initially went to bed at the fall of the 8th wicket. But I will say initially, after about 20 minutes of trying to sleep, I thought, I'll just go and see what's happening. And I did see Stokes' innings. I saw it all, but he claims that I just went to bed that night, which, we're both right.
Was he watching?
Yeah, he watched the whole thing, yeah.
As Wood comes in again, this time it's pulled, and it's sort of half stopped there by Pope with his elbow. An eccentric way of fielding here, and probably a painful one as well. Maybe he can get together with Azhar Ali to talk about. Oh no, or is it on his hand? He just looked so small and pathetic there when he was hit. You just ended up feeling sorry, but he stopped the run. So maybe you should be feeling positive. I like the fact that your son just wasn't going to wake you up, though, almost as a punishment for your lightweightedness. Leave him.
Well,
he made the decision.
When Stuart Broad got 8 for 15, I forgot to come and get him out of his room for half an hour, and by that time it was too late. So I think it was revenge.
As Wood comes in again. Is that top edge down there?
I think it is.
And it's taken. It's taken by Leach. Is it down? So I don't know what happened. They seem to play too low, and Thomas Woods can't quite believe it. As jolly as ever, but a wicket all the same.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent.
That's a perfect jingle.
It was perfect, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just wrapped him on the top of the bat, somewhere near the glove, and Leach had to come in about 4 yards, judged it nicely. And two of the nicest people in the world, really, Mark Wood and Jack Leach combining there.
Yeah, and Shan Masood's sack ball, maybe more bull sack style innings comes to an end.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one, James.
It was
a dreadful shot.
It was a dreadful shot. He seemed to play under it, didn't it? Whether it got up higher, but he was playing very low, I thought.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He almost sort of, I don't know, really swiveled. It looked like a good shot in theory. It's just in practice. It was cool. Anyway, here comes the big man, Baba.
Have you any wool? No, sir. He doesn't, because he's a cricketer from Pakistan and he's a really good one. Thank you very much.
Oh dear.
Rather oddly, we're seeing a whole load of school children in school uniform, but surely it's Saturday. Perhaps they go into school on a Saturday morning in Pakistan. Perhaps someone can tell us and they just come out of school. Don't know.
Just
maybe from a boarding school.
Yes.
Yeah, school trip. So that maybe that's the deal. We can go on the weekend, but you've got to wear your school uniform. It's in the balance. I don't know which one I want to do. I'll go in the end. I mean, the crowd is ridiculously sparse, isn't it? I must admit, when I switched on this morning, I kind of thought, is this a replay? What is going on? Because there doesn't seem to be anyone there. Is it COVID? Well, it made me think that there's probably more people went to the launch of Matt Hancock's COVID diaries. I mean, it's just no one there.
I would have gone to that.
Well, particularly if you'd have done one of those I'm a Celebrity trials halfway through, just to sort of bump up the popularity.
Very good.
It's a long over.
Yeah, well, Baba is getting ready to face now. As we've seen Rayan Ahmed looking. Well, hopefully Rayan Ahmed will get on quite soon. It'd be quite nice to get him into the attack quickly, rather than leave him festering away. As Wood comes in again with this nutty boy running style, half tracker straight away. Baba just kind of hits it out onto the offside where it's half stopped.
I wonder if a younger demographic will be able to recognise the nutty boy reference.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wonder if I've gone too young. But you never can tell with these things. I think I've just got it in my mind because of listening yesterday to Grubby's podcast, Rock, which I don't know if anyone else has listened to who's listening to this, but it's very funny.
Good advert for it. Well done.
Yeah, well, no, I won't tell it because we need Grubby to tell it. There's a fantastic Sean Connery anecdote on there where a bunch of pissed up ad men on a stag do end up on the same plane as Sean Connery. As Mark Wood comes in again, you'll be surprised to know it's halfway down the pitch. Bubba just kind of pats that back to him this time. You'll be glad to know that Sean Connery, true to form, is in economy in this anecdote, of course.
He is Sean Connery, man of the people.
Was Grubby speaking from personal experience?
Well, no, so it was actually his co-host, Big Pat, was telling. I sort of feel like I want to tell the story now, but at the same time, I feel like a bad egg if I do. But essentially, the story is about the pilot getting slightly giddy about the fact that Sean Connery is on the plane and not being able to resist mentioning it quite a lot of times during the flight.
Oh dear God!
It's worth tuning in. To hear some other good anecdotes there.
This is very much in Colin Suter's hitting zone, of course. Scottish jokes.
Yeah, here comes one again. Half tracker again. Above. Pat's about pretty much a replay of the previous ball there. I sense the top half of the pitch is not going to see much company from Mark Wood in this match.
No. He's so that's the end of his fourth. I don't know how many more he's got left in him, but probably maybe one more. Messi.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Mohan Sharma, I should say, sent this tweet just before the last wicket. He says, "Today England lost the toss and Pakistan are batting with the strongest possible batting lineup. They're looking very comfortable right now."
Oh dear.
Do you think that has the toss played a significant role in England's series win? I do think winning the toss in the first test made a big difference in terms of setting the scene for what happened thereafter. And I think it took a lot of the stuffing out of Pakistan. I don't think it made a lot of difference in the second test, to be honest. I think by then Pakistan had been done over in the head. That's my view anyway.
That happens. You get the shorter. So you just get done over in your head in a 5-test series, but I suppose you've got to accelerate that psychological warfare these days.
So back to Jack Leach, coming in a little hop skip. Comes down nice and accurate, which is the first port of call with Jack Leach. I always feel he's in the right place, but he's got to feel slightly buoyed with the wicket, right?
Definitely. He's never terrible. He's just often just short enough at test level that the top players will get on top of him.
Yeah, and he draws Azhar Ali down, who actually is trying to score some runs now, having just blocked out. He's taking a leaf out of Shan Masood's book, dancing down the wicket there. Shan Masood, I don't know what had happened to him, whether he snorted a whole bag of cocaine before he came on, but he just went at it like the clappers, didn't he?
Yeah, I wouldn't know what happens when you take cocaine. So
I just based on what Forty's told me in the past. So,
as established in the last test, I've never taken a drop of cocaine.
So Leach comes in again, and no run, and sort of frogs himself down onto the floor there to, I think, dry his hands out.
Are you telling us Mad Men wasn't true then, Forty?
Well, it wasn't true in as much as it was a fictional series, but
Leach comes in again, and as tried to stretch out there, thought he might get a single that was never on at all. But Leach, we haven't seen the 4-ball yet. I'm sure Gary and David would have been delighted with the wicket that he got early on. So we shall see as this test progresses.
I think the more Gary dislikes him, the more I feel, I ought to get on Team Leach.
Yes. Leach comes in again, slightly more on the leg side now, and that affords Azhar Ali the chance for a single. He moves on to 6 from 26 deliveries. He's very much playing old school Pakistan style. But I think actually it's just as well Shan Masood went quite quickly, because it means that even though they lost 2 wickets, at least they've actually got some runs on the board at the moment.
Yeah. Yes, they got themselves into a bit of a negative spiral and got completely stuck at one point in the last test, which didn't help.
Stokes directing traffic again. His arms must be exhausted at the end of the day. As Leach prepares to come in again, England's top mouth breather. Puts it on spot, a little bit leg again. There's not one this time, but at the end of the over, Pakistan 47 for 2. Messi.
I should say hello to some friends over on YouTube. Brian, thank you, Brian. I got another package from you this morning. You're a fucking legend, I've got to say. And
so did I. Emily, thank you very much, Brian. Fantastic. Sorry, James, not you.
You're wonderful. Emily Elizabeth joins us from Chicago too. I hope you're feeling better, Emily. Emily was with us on our recording of the Bishop and the Bear on Thursday and was suffering from COVID, I think. I hope you're feeling a lot better by now. I also say hello to Easy Ollie and Adrian Bourne over there on YouTube. And we're up to date on tweets, I'm pleased to say.
This is exciting.
Is Rayan Ahmed coming on now?
Yes.
Oh, I hope so.
Excellent.
The Nottingham Noodler. No, he's not. I think they're just showing him just in the sense of please let something happen. He looks like that kid who's being waited to be called into action, doesn't he? You can see it. He's on. But apparently he's always said that he's that guy in the field who's constantly moving his shoulders around and wiggling his fingers, trying to give signals to the captain. As in comes Wood again, determination written all over his face. It's a half tracker and it's down the leg side. And England's handsomest cricketer, Ben Foakes, dives and takes it cleanly.
Yes, we just never know, do we? Will it be Borthwick or Kerrigan or Crane time, or will it be Swan or Illingworth or Underwood? You just don't know at the start of the spinner's career.
This is the exciting thing, yeah. Will he be another 1 or 2 test wonder? Their fingers crossed. Let's hope we don't see him again for 10 years. Let's do a Sean Udall. Wait until he's mid-30s.
Sean Udall got 10 Dolker out in his very brief test match career, I believe I'm right there.
As Wood comes in again, this time it's pulled by Azhar Ali in his last match, just for a single. It's Duckett, little Ben Duckett, throws it in there. Got strong on him there for a little fella. And now he's being moved around. Of course, the field constantly in motion at the moment. By the way, Forthy, I enjoyed you mentioning Felicity on the Lord's Tour because when I joined with my dad on the Lord's Tour, we encountered her.
Oh, you got Felicity too? Yeah.
She's very much of the Shires, I like to feel.
Beautifully presented, not a hair out of place.
Yeah, but I'm impressed that you got the 4 triple centuries. She didn't ask us that, I don't think.
It was one of those anecdotes where, Partridge style, I come out rather well from it without, it's a bit of Fortunately, I had the last laugh kind of thing.
Yes. As Babar pulls a half tracker from Wood to the boundary this time for one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you feel as though this might be Wood's last over. There is fuck all in any Pakistan pitch for a bowler like him, but this seems to be even more so.
The other thing is we saw. Haven't seen Robinson back on the pitch. I don't know whether everyone knows the answer.
Yes, he went off, didn't he? Yeah,
he went off, and we haven't seen him come back on again. And when you've only got basically 2 seamers plus Ben Stokes, who's 3, I suppose, then and one of them going lame on the first morning.
Wood again, halfway down the pitch again, doesn't get up as much this time. Baba surprises him a little bit there, and is patted back down the pitch. Yeah, exactly. And also the 2 that you do have remaining are firmly residents in Croc City with
Croc City,
Wood,
yes,
and Stokes.
Mark Wood can only bowl 4 or 5 overs at a time, once a session. I've got some problems here.
Can I clarify, in terms of your Lord's Triumph, Forthy, did you ever come clean with the final 2 of the 4 people who've had 2 triple centuries?
Yes, Gale and Saywag.
Yes, I thought it might be Saywag. It's tremendous. I liked your quandary though at that moment when someone asks you, "No one can ever get this." Yes. Do you destroy them by saying what you know? Better from Wood finds a little bit more in the pitch there, and Babar just moves out of the way. Yeah, when I went on holiday to Canada and we were in some ice cream shop, and they had all these different flavours, maybe 20 flavours, and they had a mystery flavour. They said no one could ever guess what this mystery flavour is, and I was thinking, wonder what that is. And my son, who was about 10 at the time, went, "Is it all the other flavours combined?" And the woman, it just looked like someone had broken into a house and smashed up her TV. It's just a horrible moment. I had to take him aside after. Yeah, in those situations, maybe just think it. This Wood comes in for the last ball in the over. Yeah, halfway down the pitch again. Babar pulls it, but it's fielded this time at mid-wicket. End of the over 52 Azhar Ali on 7, Babar on 4. Messi.
And Madam Mohan Sharma points out the good fortune we have today. 3 test matches are on, and in all 3 the visiting teams were bowling. South Africa and England have bowled a total of 23 overs so far, and they've taken 5 wickets between them, while India have bowled 30 overs without taking a single wicket. What a contract. And after all of that, I've got a big bash game tonight where I hope that the Scorchers score more than 15 runs.
That was quite funny, wasn't it? I wonder if there have ever been more than 3 test matches taking place on the same day around the world. One for the Twitterverse, maybe.
One for Felicity.
One for Felicity. I mean, she was very nice. Very nice.
Well, maybe that's... I don't know when you went, but maybe that's why she didn't ask that question when we went round, because of you. At this point in the tour, I used to ask.
Yeah.
As Leach comes in again, nice forward defensive there from Azhar Ali, who's still on 7 from 29 deliveries now.
I mean, it's not that obscure a question. I can think of far more obscure questions.
I'm sure you can.
Again,
yes.
This time Azhar Ali dances down the track, slaps it down to the boundary for one of these fellas. You've got to, if you're Azhar Ali, just for the cliche of it, you've got to be targeting century in this match.
Yeah, just this cliche, absolutely.
Yeah.
Very nice shot.
It was good enough for Sir Alistair.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steve Waugh, did he get a century in his last match?
He did, yes. Yeah.
Sydney 2003?
Yes, I think that's right.
Got to do that, but nice footwork there. He gave himself lots of space. There was half a chance for Jack Leach, but he did look like someone dying badly in Star Wars there, the way he fell over trying to take that catch. I think I got closer to it than he did. As he comes in again, number 77. This time as Ali kind of pushes out wide on the leg side for another single. He's starting to tick a little bit more now after 11 deliveries with no score at the start.
Yeah. Those super high quality elite batsmen don't worry too much if they're 3 off 15 or something, do they?
Yeah, when you've been what he's been through in his career, what's he played something like a total of 10 matches in Pakistan in his entire career?
Yeah, I think that is correct. And he's played 97, is it?
Yeah, it's absolutely astonishing, isn't it? Yeah. It tells you the potted history of recent Pakistan cricket in that.
Yeah.
But look, what the wonderful white saviours of England have turned up now to play. How nice of them to change all of that. As Leach comes in, it's whipped away on the leg side by Babar. Actually, really kind of more timing on that than we might have thought. I'm guessing you got to get a couple there. I must admit that sticks in my craw a little bit more. That narrative about England as the white saviours and how wonderful we've been. But at the end of the over 59 for 2, we'll come back to that. Messi, what's happening on social?
Mog points out, let's not forget that I was the guy who beat Ian 4 Triple Centurions 4th in a trivia game. You really are stretching that out as far as it'll go, aren't you, Mog?
In one way, according to the... Okay, let's just leave that one because there's a lot of deep line wounds lying around that one.
And our good friend Earl Chopanos has pointed out to some people that Guerrilla Cricket is the place to follow this game. And Angelic Scooters, who was also with us in the pub the other night with some very good points to make, is very jealous of Anna Forsyth sitting there in comfort in British Columbia with the hockey and the cricket on, and wrapping her presents while drinking a very nice drink.
It's jingle time.
Jingle time for a young fella.
Hey! From the original squad was to guard reenactment from dubious jingles.
Rayan Ahmed comes in for his first ever delivery in Test cricket. It's almost Yorker length here and slapped out by Azhar Ali. This is an amazing moment. The youngest ever England player. Straight away, he's got a mean googly. We know this about him. As he comes in again out the back of his hand. This time slapped away by Azhar Ali. He must be as nervous as hell.
You think so? Maybe the lack of a crowd is actually going to work in his favour for that reason.
And his first English Test cricketer born this century.
It's astonishing.
That's a good stat. Yeah.
I think there's a lovely story about him in the nets with Jimmy Anderson telling him that he wasn't born when Anderson started playing Test cricket. As Ramo comes out, it's short this time, and it's pulled away. I think that's going to be a boundary here from Azhar Ali. Yes, it is.
I mean, it is extraordinary that he's only ever played 4 first-class games, isn't it?
It is astonishing, and it's one of those that kind of like you could see it going either way. That it gives him bags of confidence and slowly kind of ekes him into the team, or it just destroys his confidence. You know, they must have seen enough that they know it's going to be the first thing. As he comes in again, better this time, more on the money, not being able to be slapped away for a boundary this time.
I must admit, it's the first time I've seen him in action, which I think probably would go for most of us. And he's not frog in a blender. He's not that.
No.
But there are. It's not a million miles away from Paul Adams.
Yeah, it's not as orthodox as you think it might be. Of course, he describes himself as a batting all-rounder. In his mind, his batting is his strong suit. But yes, there's a little bit of Paul Adams there. I see what you mean in the delivery arm.
Yeah. It's quite a low centre of the ball. Actually leaves his hand quite low down, doesn't it? It'll be interesting to get Bear on it later with his spinner's eye.
Well, his first over is finished here, 7 runs off it, so maybe not the result he was hoping for, but it's under his belt, and hopefully we'll feel a bit more relaxed now. Messi.
Mog says, as soon as I have a greater achievement in my life, I'll stop mentioning who's that weirdo, i.e. never. Madam Mohan Sharma says, yesterday Sydney was all out for 15 in the BBL against Adelaide, and Adelaide had Rashid Khan, who didn't bowl it at all. David Warner has just tweeted that this is the right way to reduce the impact of Rashid Khan.
Having a look at the list of debutants, and he's taken over from Brian Close, who played his first Test match in 1949 and played his last Test match in 1976. So just trying to work out if that happened for Ahmed when he plays last Test match. Hang on.
I think Brian Close was the only cricketer to play across 4 decades since the First World War.
That's astonishing.
Yes, it is, isn't it? So what would that be? That is 27 years. So that would be 2049 playing his last Test match.
Jack Leach comes in and proves to the youngster that he can pitch it halfway down the pitch as well, giving let's keep these youngsters in their place. Jack Leach. They showed a beautiful moment actually earlier when he received his first Test cap that they'd involved his dad in the huddle, hadn't they? Which is a lovely touch from the England team. Any dad wants to be involved. Well, oh, Dad, go away. As Leach comes in, I wonder if it felt a little bit like that. You're cramping my style. Of course, Rayan Ahmed has 2 other brothers who are in the system as well. One older one who's a batter, one younger who's an off spinner. As Leach comes again, and Baba just slaps that over his head down to the boundary for one of these.
2 + 2 is a man. 2 + 2 is a man.
That's it, Leachy. No one's going to take your place as the 4 providing bowler in the team. But look, the great thing about Rayan Ahmed's younger brother, who's the off spinner, is he is an off spinner just because they cooked up between them that we couldn't both play for the England team as leg spinners. So you be the off spinner and we can do that, which would be an amazing thing if that comes to pass. As Leach comes in again, and that's on the money this time, learning as he goes along, young Jack Leach.
Just quickly, there's an old colleague of ours, Ross Barr, who's going to come and visit me in Sydney, Tasmania, and he's also a former knows David Brooke as well, of course, of this parish. So he'll be listening to this.
As this time, Baba just strucks it out onto the lakeside for one. How is Ross? What a lovely man he is.
Yes, he's always wanted to. He's coming to his niece's wedding in Sydney, and he's going to come with me for 4 days to Tasmania. So,
fantastic!
It'll be great to catch up with him. Yes.
What are you doing over in Tasmania then?
We don't know yet. We haven't got to that bit.
This
we know we're going to Tasmania.
Spontaneity rules. The Chaos Twins.
We're due a change after this ball, by the way.
We absolutely are. As Leach comes in for the final delivery, it's patted out. It's 72 for 2, and yes, we must all change chairs now.
I'll just read the last tweet. Mog says, Paul Adams, now there's a bowling action role model.
Yeah, not a good one. Nestlers,
I'll still be here if you freeze.
Yes.
I think I've sussed it out.
What, you mean your computer shit?
No, you have to wear a hat like the bear.
Yeah.
Ah, you see?
I feel left out now.
Yours has got a proper little Russian star on it, though.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's a Clash badge.
Ah, right. Is it real fur?
No.
Ah, damn. I want a real fur hat for Christmas. I've realised that, it's the only way to keep the heating off. Is I was going to get the wife to buy me some nice sheepskin slippers and a sheepskin hat, and I could wear them indoors and keep my head. If you keep your head and your feet warm, it keeps the rest of your body warm. You see?
No, but that's not the way to go. Real fur. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say. Could you clarify that it was going to be sheepskin? I had visions of your wife hunting down some animal for you.
Yeah, well,
A South London fox.
Well, there's a lot of those. There was one sitting outside the door when I left the other day. Ryan Armour comes in for his second over. First ball is clipped up to mid-on. There's no run. Doesn't seem to get a lot of action on the ball, maybe because the wicket's as flat as a flat thing. Flicks his fingers, gets his arm over well, I think. If he can settle into a rhythm, if they'll let him settle, it could be quite interesting.
Well, they've surely got to target him here. I mean, I think.
Well, of course they will.
His reputation is that he gets more spin from his googly than from his leg spinner.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen one really turn yet, so that one was driven out to man and deep for a single.
What county is he from?
He's from Leicestershire, but he was on Knotts' books as a young lad, but then he did the thing that no one else does and went in the other direction.
That one's defended up to mid-on. There's no run. He gets it up and down pretty well. Control is the one thing that leg spinners really need, and they often don't have. There's often a half tracker in there. I prefer the fact that he's tossing it up and getting it fuller. Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding by cover.
Yep.
Ben Stokes, his skipper, lets him down as it's just patted out to him, and he lets it go through his legs. He'll get another single.
Maybe that's just meant to be a clever tactic. That'll give the batsman confidence. It's more baseball in operation.
Be interesting to see how this wicket. I mean, it does look like it's things are happening. Gets it through the air pretty well as well, I have to say.
He does. He's a quick leg spinner. Definitely. He puts a bit of a pace behind it.
Yeah, which is not a bad thing. It helps him getting up there. Next ball is just hit square. It's a bit short. Babel was back onto his stumps. That's tossed up again. Hit square once more. Who's that there? I can't see who that is. But there's someone at point who fielded it. And there's no run. And he got through that over really bloody quick, didn't he? Jesus. Only 2 runs off it. Over to you, Nestlers.
Moggs says, make sure you go to the good bits of Tasmania, the northwest. I don't know anything about Tasmania. Leah's with us. Says, good morning all. How are we? We're all cold.
Yeah. Very cold.
I just went outside. It is fucking freezing out there.
Are we minus territory at the moment?
Yeah. Well, I think we're -4. Oh no, -5. It's gone now.
Yeah, it gets colder as you get to dawn, doesn't it? I mean, it was minus.
It does. Yeah.
The car was saying -3.5 when I got in this morning.
Oh bloody hell!
Yeah.
All my pipes are frozen. My boiler's dripping because the condensation pipe is frozen outside.
Oh god. Where do you live, Nestlers?
Epping.
Epping, right. Oh my god, that sounds so bloody good. Yeah, I cycled yesterday and regretted it immediately.
I was cycling in the forest yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
And Leach comes in, defended by Azza as he takes a few steps down the track, doesn't get to the pitch of it. We've got a sitting mid off, we've got a slip, we've got an off Hayden, and we've got a short cover. a funky field. Azza's on 21 off 43, Babra's 12 off 18, and Pakistan is 74 for 2 after 19.1 overs. Leach comes in again, back foot. Ooh! Stopped on him a little bit, punched at it, Azza.
Yeah, that's incredible. What's Epping Forest like at this time of year?
It's stunning, but lethal on a bike.
Yeah, I bet it is.
You need those sort of motocross bobbly tyres. It didn't quite. It was aerial for a little while, but it didn't reach City Mid-Off. That one is driven off the back foot by Azza, but can't beat the very short City Mid-Off or off Hayden. That is Ben Stokes.
The only good thing is when I crashed the other day, it was a soft landing in the snow.
It's amazing. I mean, so
small
often.
Mercies.
It's small mercies. Leach comes in, tosses that one up, driven nicely and handsomely by Azza Ali, straight back down the ground, inside mid-on. There's no one down there. Oh, no, there is someone down there from mid-off who's come across, and he didn't hit it hard enough. Who's that down there? Is that Harry Brook down there, I think.
Who's that weirdo?
Who's that weirdo? It'll be 2 runs. Yeah, it's quite amazing because normally when it snows in England, it's like, oh, it snowed, and then you get a bit of ice for about half a day, and then it all melts. But I mean, it's like the centre of the roads. You've got the tracks down the roads, and in the middle of the road, you've still got solid ice in the middle.
No, it's incredible.
It can be, if you go off track, off piste, you can still slide around. That one is too short by Leach. Cut nicely. Won't make it to the boundary for 4, but it will be 2. There is a deep cover out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the spinners this match, isn't there? Because there seems to be I mean, I know there's been nothing for the seam bowlers, but genuinely nothing for the seam bowlers at the moment. And with Ollie Robinson off the field.
And now Ollie Robinson's back on the field.
Oh, is he back on?
Yeah,
But there's more. I just feel generally that Leach and young Rain Ahmed, it feels like there's more pressure on them this time.
Well, there is. Root will get a bowl, no doubt, as well. And they've got some lefties in there too, isn't there? And Root will have a turn against them. That's off the back foot and cut down to third man, and there's no run. I mean, England would be happy. They got 2 wickets in this first session, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I mean, they're going at nearly 4 and over, but I mean, it is a free flat pitch. You're starting to see the footmarks are starting to appear. I mean, there was one ball. I also think it's going to be very up and down. I mean, you looked at how Wood was bowling; he was banging it into the pitch, and there was one ball in one over that Babar Azam pulled from about sort of chest high. I mean, it's not getting up, and then another one banged in even shorter, and it was kind of knee high. So
well, I thought that's why Sham Masood got out. It's because he underestimated the bounce.
Yes,
didn't
he kind of got under it, didn't he?
Yeah.
And I think it's a first day pitch. As it wears on, that may be the key. Always good to win a toss on a pitch like this. Whatever happens, if it's going to remain flat, you can put scoreboard pressure on. Hopefully, if it's going to change, it's going to change for the team batting last, worst, as it were. That one is defended as Rain Ahmed starts his 3rd over. Kind of flicks it out the back of the hands with his fingers, doesn't it? They're kind of aerial-like. As he gets rid of the ball.
PJ Mead is liking his action.
Yeah, I do as well. Certainly better than Matt Parkinson's, as that one is played once again up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, it gives certainly the sense of ball control, doesn't it? That action, you kind of feel like it's quite repeatable.
Well, exactly. He gets through it.
Yeah.
That's a good ball on middle stump. It's a bit wicket to wicket, not much action on the ball as such, but hey, look, Anil Kumble got 600 test wickets with not doing much. That I think might have even been a googly, as it's worked out to mid-wicket. Look at themselves a single.
He does bowl fucking loads of googlies.
Yeah, maybe that's his stop ball. Who knows? That one's tossed out. Aerial! I thought it'd gone out towards cover, but actually it was an outside edge, and it's gone off down towards third man, and it'll be chased down by Robinson, but he's not going to get after it. And it'll be 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went for 4 runs.
And you should give us some tweets, I guess, Nestlers.
Mog says that he heard the magical Epping Forest was so cold, even the gingerbread houses and fairy circles were frozen solid.
Yeah,
it's true. I do like a gingerbread house when I'm out on my bike, but they were solid yesterday.
And it wasn't the last ball of the over. There was 2 balls left actually. So, but it's all right. You got tweeted. That's worked into leg side. And there's no run.
He's reading the tweets and keeping an eye because I knew it wasn't the last ball.
Wow.
Yeah, we just I'll get that in quick. One thing I'd say is, and this sounds slightly patronising to Rain Ahmed, but It'd be nice if someone was fielding a mid-off or mid-on just to have a word in his ear.
That one is driven straight down the ground, and it will be 4 runs. Oh well. It's going to be a tough introduction to Test cricket. I don't think he's bowled badly though. I prefer that he's bowling fuller rather than bowling half trackers that get slapped out to cow corner.
It's just if it was a young seamer, you'd have Jimmy Anderson next to him, wouldn't you? Just kind of like having a chat, calming him down. He sort of seems a bit isolated at the moment.
Yeah. He's bowling a sort of lot of cross-seam deliveries. He's not really bowling it across what you expect, really. But he gets through his action well, and he looks a pretty strong lad. Over to you, Nestlers.
Jay Grover's joined us. Says, morning all. Greetings from the posh, all things are relative, part of Sheffield. Sadly, suburbia is even colder than the city centre.
Well, yeah, that's the way it goes.
I bet it's freezing up north, isn't it?
Well, yes. It's freezing everywhere. It's going to change after tomorrow. All the kids' football has been cancelled already. It was cancelled on Wednesday, even though it's supposed to. The temperature's supposed to go up tomorrow or something. Is it tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I think so. Tomorrow it goes up, and then it just pisses it down for a week. So you have to decide: do you prefer the freezing cold or just miserable and wet?
Well, it was a glorious day yesterday. The sun was beautiful.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I've got to go to work, so I'll be cycling to the station. So fucking hell.
Yeah. Oh well. That's 2 full by Leach. Clipped out to deep mid wicket. It'll only be a single. It's Harry Brook out there, or maybe Crawley.
I think I might move to California or something.
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? Except for too many guns.
Yeah, you might run into Prince Harry.
Yeah.
But apart from that, it would be great.
Man, he's been getting a lot of opprobrium this week, hasn't he? Crikey.
He's had an easy ride, hasn't he?
Jesus Christ. The establishment are just they're hilarious. Leach as down the track comes as he doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, hits it firmly enough through the offside. It won't make it to the boundary. It's chased down by Harry Brook, and it'll be 2 runs to Azharadi. Going on nicely, Pakistan, 4.5 and over roughly, 92 for 2 off of 21 overs.
I think it's really noticeable. They've upped their scoring rate, haven't they? They've kind of, by the 3rd test, realised you've got to do something. You've got to try and make something happen. You can't just sort of sit there and wait to get out.
Yeah. That one is a decent ball by Leach. A little bit of turn off the straight, but defended by Azharadi out to the offside, and there is no run.
-6 now. I watched the Harry thing, the documentary.
Oh, what's it like? Yeah.
I just can't help thinking the whole thing's about the media. I'll break off.
Leach comes in, cut, a little bit too short, cut out to presumably a sweeper, indeed, and it'll just be the 1 run.
Yeah, the whole thing's about how the media kind of and the royal family ruin their lives and everything. And I obviously you know why they've done the Netflix thing, but you think, well, don't do a Netflix documentary if you're fucking
Well, you got to earn some cashola, haven't they? I mean,
does he? He got a massive inheritance, didn't he, from his mother and everything?
Yeah, he got quite a lot. Quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Defended back down the track. There's no one. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, the British media clearly just want to fucking slate them, and no matter what they say, there was definite racism involved in all this.
Oh God, yeah.
And they certainly don't want to admit it, and I think it's kind of fair enough they get their side of the story. They are kind of posh and very entitled anyway, as that's defended out to the leg side and there's no run, and she seems a little bit kind of California, you can imagine.
She's very she actually is. But it reminds me, to your point, Nessus, it reminds me, do you remember that old Pete and Dud sketch where Peter Cutt is playing a Greta Garbo, or she's called Bargo, and she's standing in a car being driven down the street with a loud hailer shouting at people, "Leave me alone!" It's a little bit like that.
It is a little bit like that, but I do think they're entitled to tell their point of view. I mean, if you go to somewhere, I mean, I can't do this anymore. I mean, I used to like reading The Enemy because The Enemy was quite entertaining when they were getting slaughtered. But now I can't read the Daily Mail again. I'm into one of those phases where I just can't look at their website. It's just, but I mean, they are just fucking on them all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no massive revelations in it.
Nah.
I kind of watched it and go, come on then. and nothing happens really. They're just sort of, I don't know. He seems all right. I mean, I'm not a royalist.
No, I'm a Republican. Get rid of the
Yeah.
fucking lot. Put them on the gallows, guillotines, whatever. Ryan Ahmed's going to continue over the wicket to Azhar Ali, who clips that with a lot of wrist out towards mid-on. It was well outside his off stump. Get himself a single.
But just a final point on it, because it's a pretty boring subject, I guess. The whole thing goes back to his mother.
Yes.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
very much the way. Sorry, not to close it down, but sorry, the way he keeps referencing his wife in terms of his mom, I think, says a lot about where he is psychologically.
Yeah, indeed. Good shot by Baba. It was too full by Ryan Ahmed, and he gets down and he does a little lap sweep over his shoulder down towards fine leg, and it will be 4 runs.
Well, being famous got her killed.
Yeah. Chased by the paparazzi into a tunnel in Paris, but it was a job by the Secret Service, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah.
It absolutely was. My wife's grandmother who was a fantastic woman, was convinced that Prince Philip organised the hit.
Yeah.
She was sensible in every other way, hilarious, massive cricket knowledge, but yeah, that was her one thing. Prince Philip organised it. He pulled the trigger.
Defended by Baba, trying to squeeze it past the man at back to point, can't do it, and is no run.
Was there a grassy knoll anywhere near it?
Wow.
Yeah, there could have been a concrete knoll maybe.
Yes.
Down in the tunnel with Prince Philip twitching his finger.
Yeah. That was outside off stump, and Baba just defends it out there, and there's no run. We see our first Tapal T moment of the day.
Thank God.
Oh my God, what the fuck is that?
Oh, you haven't been watching, have you? No,
these are wonderful.
These
are absolutely wonderful. These are the experiential adverts that take up a lot of Pakistan cricket watching.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, no, that's a googly, but it's too short. And Baba just rocked back, slams it out to Cow, and gets 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns, I hit the ball, 4 runs, I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
I know, I think that was just an off break, wasn't it? Actually.
Yeah, I think Ben Stokes needs to take himself to mid-off here and just be next to him.
You know what? I think Stokesy is kind of A, prepared to lose this test. B, he realises he's lost the toss. It's a pretty flat wicket, and his bowling resources are quite short unless he bowls himself. That was tossed up outside the off stump. There's no run. And unlike other captains, I think he'll let him grow into a spell. He'll let him go for a lot of runs and say, do you want to come off? And he'll say, no, I'm going to stick with you. And if you let him find a length and a line. He's only got to go through till lunch. It's only another 10 minutes. There's no point taking him off now. Just let him go.
No, I don't think we should take him off. I just think the kind of support, in the same way that they let his dad into the huddle, I just think that kind of emotional support of having a senior member of the team next to you at that point, and a kind of caring, empathetic one, is not a bad thing to have.
Well, here we go. Changing the bowling. Just coming up to lunch. England trying to maybe get a little bit of control, bring him back. A man who everyone thought was injured, but he's not.
I always wonder with Robinson if he's just actually popped off the field for a crafty fag or a slice of pie or something.
Well, yeah, you do wonder about him, but he looks a lot fitter
pie
these
and
days.
half a bitter.
Yeah, half a bitter. Absolutely, that's exactly what he's gone on
Look,
to do.
if Robinson keeps himself fit, he's got an amazing Test career ahead of him.
Oh, astonishing! Such a good bowler.
He's such a good bowler. Not the quickest, but his lines lengths are immaculate.
And his ability to learn, he's grown as a bowler on this tour. It's astonishing.
I know. Well, it's quite handy having Jimmy Anderson at the end of his career next
true.
year, isn't it? Because he's got to take over his role. I presume Stuart Broad. I mean, Anderson might get the New Zealand series off. Although, as we were talking about earlier, if he wants to get to 700, he might want to go to New Zealand because he can pick up 10 wickets there.
Yeah,
he'll only need 15 over the summer to get to 700 or 16, which he should be able to get against a bunch of Aussies in England. 5 Test series. You'd have thought. Anyway, Azhar Ali's going to face up. Ollie Robinson is coming in. First ball is straight on the money, and he jabs at it. There's a on Hayden, There's aerial halfway there, and dropped into the pitch, and there's no run.
Bloody hell. But it's -10 where Leia is, and it's forecast next week is +8.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to be +12 in the middle of next week in London.
Climate catastrophe, huh?
Yeah, indeed.
-10. I always wonder with minuses that if you get after like -5, does it all just feel fucking cold?
Yeah. Well, no, weirdly, I'm going to tell you this one. Ollie Robinson defended out on the offside. I went to Finland snowboarding in March years ago, and it was -30 at night. But because it's so dry, it almost doesn't feel as cold as when it's kind of wet and windy in England, and you get that wind chill factor because it was very still.
Yeah. Okay.
And we went
out.
out.
What was Finland like?
It was amazing. I saw the Northern Lights. We went out. We went out one night about 10, 11 o'clock, just lay in the snow in -30 and watched the Northern Lights for half an hour. It was pretty cool. Snowboarding wasn't the greatest, but I'd never snowboarded before, so it's probably cool. Oh, driven out, full shot by Azaradi. Gets the outside edge and gets 4 runs for us. It scoots off down to a vacant third man.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
And I've never been snowboarding again, and now I'm my 50th. I don't know if my knees can handle it, but it was one of the best holidays I ever had, and I lost about a stone in a week.
Wow, that's it. To lose a stone on holiday. I think
you're exactly
1% of people who've done that.
What were you doing? Just snowboarding?
Just snowboarding. But the thing is, you've got a lot of clothes on, and it's cold, so your body's trying to keep you warm, so you use a lot of energy doing that, and then you're using a lot of energy actually trying to snowboard as well when you're not very good. Robinson in, bowls short, and Azza pulls, doesn't know what to do with it, sort of turns his back on it, lets it hit him. Has a smile about it, can't have been particularly pleasant. He's 39 of 60 and there's no run.
Well, that was the that we've mentioned him a few times this morning because of Brian Armour. That was sort of like the Brian Close school of playing a half bouncer.
Well, it didn't get up, didn't it? I think he didn't know how high it was going to get. I love it. Cameraman's in a suit with a tie. Now, you wouldn't find that in England.
That is how you do it.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You need your combat shorts, as that's defended out to the offside, and there's no run, and a t-shirt.
He's not just in a suit, though. He looks like he's a regimental major with his blazer. He looks absolutely
immaculate.
Perfection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Immaculate.
Do you think it's someone we don't know who's actually just taken over for?
I think it could be. I think that's exactly what it is. One of the commentators is having a go.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, he's got a Pakistani badge on his blazer.
Yeah, I'd say he's one of the commentary team who's having a few shits and giggles during the match.
Last ball of Robinson's. Very far. Now he appeals. Now, obviously, Ollie Robinson thinks that maybe hit his boot before it hit his bat.
Well, if it did, he's out.
If he did, it's out. Exactly. Now that might be worth. If you honestly think that, it's a no ball, so it doesn't matter. No. Forget that one.
Just to make our minds up for us. There you go.
Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line of the propel.
We're going to have a look. Yeah, he's quite a way over
massive
the line.
no ball.
Yeah. The thing is, I do want to see whether it hit his foot first. Let's have a look. No.
No, he played
it was off the middle of the bat. So
he sort of nutmegged himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think that might have been the confusion.
Well, can he get the wicket off the extra ball?
Yeah. Good delivery, though. Bloody good delivery.
Yeah. His average this year is something like 16 and a half.
It's just so, and his overall average is it under 20?
I think it's not. Well, it's sort of hovering around. Depends on the day. It got down to 19.81 or something in the last test, and probably just edged up again by the end of the test. But yeah, Ollie Robinson in, angling into the pads of Azarani, clips it to mid wicket. There's no run. That's the end of the over. We've got 6 minutes till lunch. Give us a tweet or two.
Hombre Nuevo's with us. Says, good morning, wonderful Guerrilla Cricket. Imagine the mud bath and the carnage the kids' football would be if it was on there. Yeah, brilliant. Messages says, amazingly, the Met Office shows Sheffield as 2 degrees warmer than Sydenham and 5 degrees warmer than Epping. Come to Sheffield for the warmth. Isn't a slogan I'd ever considered.
No.
Mark Zip's with us, our vinyl man. It says, greetings from Connecticut, not the shores of the Red Sea. For your correspondent in the 6th over, you can follow audio commentary on Guerrilla Cricket, jingles, interaction, knowledge, occasional spicy language, i.e. not TMS, and fun. So he's good. He's done an advert for us. Stephen Metherell doesn't like the Royal Family. He says, they're all fucking ridiculous. Talk about cricket.
Yeah, they all are fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous fucking institution and we should be a republic. But, you know... it's going to take a lot of people to decide
that. Too soon, Lair. What do champagne and English princesses have in common?
Don't know.
They both come in wooden boxes from France.
Oh, boom. That's harsh. I don't know if it's too soon. That was 20 odd years ago. Too short by Rayan. And pulled out to Cow Corner. And it'll be 4 runs. Yeah, that night... I've probably said this before, but that night me and a mate were running a what would now be called a kind of rave thing on a party boat next to Chelsea Bridge, and we'd all taken too many, pills and whatever else goes on in those days. As that's defended back down the track, there's no run, and we all came back spammed at 5 in the morning. You can imagine, totally off your tits, and then you turn on the telly and it's just Diana had died. We were sat there glued to the telly for about 2 hours, going, "Oh, fucking unbelievable."
Yeah, incredible.
Left alone outside the off stump, decent ball. I like the fact that he gets
where's
up
the pizza?
No, it wasn't that kind of. There wasn't that kind of drugs. It was the other kind. Make you not.
I thought you were about to say me and a couple of mates were on scooters in Paris.
No, chasing them down. A little bit too short. Cut out to deep point, and there is no run.
It's noticeable, isn't it, that Stokes did get hold of him before the start of this over and have a good chat with him, because he's going for 8 and over at the moment.
Yeah, he is. But again, I think they had Zahid Mahmood, who was going at 8 and over in the first test, and he's 33 and an experienced leg spinner in Pakistan.
Yeah,
it's not easy to bowl. You think it'd be a spinner's paradise, but it really isn't. That's cut out towards point, and there's no run, and his wickets are just fucking flat.
Yeah, but that message, it has to be coming through, and I'm sure will be coming through. Just keep going.
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Just keep going.
I think so. We got bowlers at the other end. Eventually, someone will make a mistake. You're batting at a guy who's got 7,500 test runs. You're bowling at, as that's worked into the leg side, and there's no run. And one of the best current, up and coming batsmen, stroke captain of Pakistan. Who also has a test average of 47, and he's at home, so don't sweat it. Work yourself into a spell, and he'll get more overs, and I think he's it's been all right. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of action on the ball, but the wicket's flat, and even if he was getting loads of action, would it actually turn? I don't know. Leach is getting the odd one to turn, but maybe he's just concentrating on getting it up there at the moment.
Yeah, I think so.
Ross McDee's with us. Says, even from Korea, Gorillas.
Evening.
On the weather topic, once spent a week in northern Sweden making high altitude physics observations. One night the Celsius and Fahrenheit gauges matched. Cold of the dead. Amazing time though. And saw the aurora.
Is that what is that temperature? Is that defended and there is no run? It's about minus 20 something or other, isn't it?
Jesus.
Where they match.
I was in Washington one winter, and they said with the wind chill at one point it was minus 20 odd.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's the wind chill that when you get. I mean, this is it.
Wind
That's what I was
chill,
saying.
killer, yeah.
That's what I was saying about Finland. It was quite still. So even though it was bitchingly cold, it's a really dry cold. It's when you get a wet, cold northerly wind, and it's
bitter.
Exactly, it is bitter. Oh, now is that out? There's an appeal for a caught behind.
Well, England seemed determined on that. Robinson and Folkes.
Well, Folkes says he caught it. It's definitely looked like some glove on it. It was down the leg side. So another attempted strangle. It's Azhar Ali. He's gone to pull it, pull it round the corner. It's clearly some glove on it. It did seem to carry to me.
It looked like it carried.
He certainly got down. He caught it. It's a question of whether it came off the gloves or the arm, I guess. Jesus, who's the fat fucker as the umpire? It looks like he's pregnant.
Capital D.
Well, the umpires are given a soft signal as not out, but It is blind Joel Wilson, so
that means it's definitely out.
Yeah, it probably does. So we're going to have a decision pending. I don't know if it's a review by England or it's just an umpire's checking it.
It didn't look like they were reviewing it.
Definitely glove.
Definitely glove.
And it's gone off the picture, so we can't see whether it's carried. It looks like he's definitely got his hand underneath that, unless it's bounced. Definitely glove.
That's a glove.
Definitely glove. You could see that because it sort of popped a bit. And now we just need to see whether it's carried.
Is it wrong because it's Ben Folkes? I'm just presuming it did carry and he did catch it cleanly.
Well, there's another one. I mean, the thing about the South Shaquille one in the last test was it was always going down. I don't know. You can't see from behind.
We can't really see. We need to see it from the front.
You need to see it from the front. Here we go. Does he get down? Yeah, he gets his
That's
gloves
out.
underneath
That's
it.
out.
That's
I'd say
out.
that's certainly out. Certainly
He's
out.
got his hands underneath the ball. He scooped it off the ground. I don't think there's any doubt about that. That's definitely out.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
He's got his hands together.
Really good angle.
I mean, the thing about the Pope one as well is
Hang on.
What?
Hang on. Does it bounce?
No, it doesn't. It goes straight into the gloves. That's definitely out, and his gloves are definitely underneath it. If this gets given knockout,
I think it's second finger on the left hand. It's second finger in from the.
Look, just before. Watch.
No.
Bounce.
No, that bounced off his finger.
Under at that point. Yeah,
that's bouncing off his finger that's underneath. That's got to be given out. That's clearly out.
They'll be very unfortunate if they don't
See,
get
blind
it.
Joel Wilson gets it wrong again. Decision pending.
It's clearer than the Pope one in the last match. 100% clearer.
Well, I think that's going to be given out. We're saying decision pending on there. Decision pending, and it is out. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, very much so. You know, Joel Wilson, if he gets it wrong, whatever he says, you know it's the opposite. And we have to say goodbye to Azza Ali. Goes for 45.
The crowd says you.
Lots of encouraging of Varane Ahmed as they go off the field. No one cares that he's gone for 45. England, 3 wickets for 117. It's quite an exciting first session. 117
I think
runs.
they've got to be happy
3
with that,
wickets.
right?
Yeah, they have, I think. Only 25 overs bowled in it. But hey, partly because there was a wicket off the last one. A couple of decisions that take time. Azza Ali will be upset. The last ever test, gets a 45. Good innings off 68 deliveries. Pretty quick. But yet again, a strangle down the leg side. Seems to be one of the ways that the pace bowlers can get it out. It's clearly out. You see the Pope one in the last innings. South Shaquille got it on the glove. And much like that, it was going down. And the thing about it was that Pope came from above, didn't he? He kind of went down on the ball and kind of crocodiled it. Whereas there, Folkes did the classic keeping, got his hands low under the ball, and it got bounced off his gloves up into his palm. That's definitely out. Baba remains 30 not out of 31 deliveries going into lunch. Pakistan 117 for 4. Shafiq was out for 8. LBW Leach. Sharm was caught by Leach down at long leg, I suppose, by Wood. Shah Masood getting underneath one. Got it maybe a little high or maybe a little low. The pitch has been a bit up and down. Was caught down at long leg, and Azaradi has gone there just before lunch, caught by Folkes down the leg side. For Robinson, who gets his first wicket of the game. I think England will be reasonably happy with that, Ben.
Yeah, I think that, and also I think that's set up a really good test match, hasn't it? You know, over 100 runs, 3 wickets in the first session. You know, on a pitch that doesn't look like it's doing much at all. I think that's sort of the perfect setup for the rest of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you want a couple of tweets before we disappear? Mog says maybe Harry and Meghan can take over the monarchy. They already act like they know everything. Ross McD tells us that centigrade and Fahrenheit gauges match at -40, and there was a certain amount of breeze as we were either high altitude too. Beautiful, but not an experience I'd like to repeat.
Yeah.
No. That said, I'd love to go to Antarctica.
Yeah, it'd be one place I'd quite like to go. That'd be quite cool, wouldn't it?
Very cool. And on that bombshell.
It's time for lunch. And because Dave was banging on about it so much, he wanted to hear Who's That Weirdo. We're going to play Who's That Weirdo. Episode 4, which was the Bumble episode, which was quite, it was fun. And we're going to give you that for lunch, and we will see you shortly after. I will be back straight after lunch. I'm on a lot today. Annie's going to join me after lunch. She's decided, some of these people get extra hours in bed. And Messers, of course, is in Perth. It's daylight over there, so it's fine. So we will show you in about 35 minutes. And until then, enjoy Bumble on Who's That Weirdo. See you in a bit. Bye.
See you in a bit.
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Neil Tinner, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock, Shannon Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Gorilla Cricket and the 4th episode of our big fat pod quiz. Who's that weirdo? It's a test of skill, knowledge and overactive imaginations, separating the live cricketers from the dead cricketers and those who aren't cricketers at all but sound like they might be. I'm Gorilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson, and today's edition could be our most competitive yet. We welcome back, after her dismantling of Grubby 78 in their meeting 2 weeks ago, everyone's favourite county cricket matterer and natterer, it's Annie Jave!
Yay!
Hello! Tell us that you've got a new edition out, haven't you?
I've got a new edition out, edition number 13, which is unlucky for some, and it's a new look magazine. I've got some youth to design it for me. A youth.
Have you seen it, Bumble? Oh, I've given it away. I was going to say, she's got it picked out today because she's up against cricket royalty. The man who's probably the most famous voice in the business, the man who's been player, coach, manager, umpire, eventually commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, it's only Bumble himself. Hello, Bumble. Welcome to Gorilla.
Yeah, I should never have done this in the first place. As soon as I knew it was Annie Chafe that I'm up against, I know that I'm going to get the silver medal here. It's
now listen to Bumble. Surely, when you were manager and a coach of the England team, you didn't go into the dressing room and say, "Look, we're going to come second here." I need more positivity from you.
I'm a realist. I know exactly where I stand here. I will be doing my best, as they always say.
Right.
You're setting me up for a fall, Bumble, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's reverse psychology, isn't it?
Reverse psychology. How can I compete? When I'll play the game.
She is remarkable. She is in so many ways. Anyway, what do you think, Bumble? What's your thoughts on the Test match and what's been going on in Pakistan? I did see that you've been a little bit under the weather, but did you manage to get to see much of the Test?
No, I don't have Sky now.
Why would that be?
Yeah, well, I've been obviously I follow it, and I listen to Aggers a little bit, and Simon Mann, and it's quite remarkable. And the latest stuff that's come out from our captain, he said he might even declare before they've had a bat.
He might. I'm a bit worried that the fog is going to be so bad that he'll declare and no one will know.
We were up there. I've been to Multan, and I know that it can get foggy, and so they will lose some time.
Yeah, in the mornings and the evenings it looks like the first hour is going to be a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Oh well, that's good. Maybe I can stay in bed.
Yeah, stay in bed a little bit longer. That would that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What do you make, Bumble, of Joe Root batting left-handed? I mean, that's stealing your thunder a little bit, isn't it?
Well,
he's quite good at that.
This morning I've seen Jimmy Anderson bowling left-handed.
Really?
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson has bowled very acceptable left-arm spin this morning.
Wow. Do you think he's been taught by Jofra Archer? Because I remember seeing Jofra Archer was doing a bit of left-arm spin a couple of years ago as well. He might be less injury-prone if he bowled that as well.
The way I think that Jimmy has sort of kicked it on to Jofra.
Right. Oh, really? Okay. So Jimmy was he was the man who came up with the left-arm spin, and he's coaching Jofra in the subtle arts. You were a left-arm spinner, weren't you? So I mean, you might have some input there.
Yeah, and I perfected that. You know how they call them the shooter and the zooter and the this and the that. I had the gazonner.
Gazonner?
The gazonner, it's the one that goes on and doesn't spin.
Oh yes, the gazonner with the arm, that one.
That's the one. That's the only ball. I didn't bowl anything else, just the gazonner.
Not the gazunda, which is something else.
Goes underneath. Burrows under the pitch.
I don't think you can go under the stumps.
Anyway, moving on, I should sort of introduce the other member of the team that's here today, and that is, of course, Tony Bishop.
Hello.
He's alongside me. He's going to be giving us all sorts of info. He's the Osman to my Armstrong. He's the yin to my yang, and he's my driver to the studio.
Not as
and here he is.
Or as interesting.
Anyway, and he's not as interesting as any of them. Anyway, I will give everyone out there a quick read through of the rules because I forget them halfway through anyway. So don't worry about it. If you get things wrong, we'll just laugh about it, and no one will be any the better. We'll claim that it was meant. Basically, contestants toss to start with and can elect a battlefield. Then the host, that's me, gives contestant A a name and a nationality, and contestant A has to decide whether they are a live cricketer, a dead cricketer, or not a cricketer at all. In which case, they have to say, "Who's that weirdo?" They get it right, and it is a live or dead cricketer. Contestant A then has to guess their current age or age at death for a bonus point, which they get if they are within 3 years. If they get it on the nose, they get 4 bonus points. If contestant A is wrong, the question is passed over to their opponent, who goes through the same process. If it is a weirdo, i.e. not a cricketer, age is not required, but you can take a wild guess at the source of their notoriety. It could be a musician, a poet, a businessman, businesswoman, weird record breaker, comedian, politician, etc., etc. So I'm going to toss, and I'm going to let our guest, special guest of the day, Bumble, shout. I'm going to throw it up into the studio air. I'm going to drop it completely, and you can say heads or tails.
Heads.
Heads. It's tails, would you believe? Honestly. So Annie.
Always go tails, Bumble. Come on.
Yeah, I should have done.
I always picked heads. I always called heads when I was captain. Yeah.
Well, there you go. It's tails. So Annie, you can just choose whether to bat or bowl.
I'm going to go bowl.
You're going to bowl. So the first named person is going to go to you, Bumble. Are you ready? Are you steeled for it?
Yeah.
It's like Jeff Thompson just coming up and going wang. Terry Burrows, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Terry Burrows.
Terry Burrows, who's that weirdo?
You know him, don't you? You're absolutely right. You've got points already. Oh, damn it.
Oh, no.
Clever for us. Is Bumble. And you can have another guess for a bonus point. What does he do, Terry Burrows?
Was he No, I'm going to say a crown green bowler.
Oh, it's a good guess. But I'm not going to give you an extra point because it's not. He's actually the fastest window cleaner at the National Championships in Blackpool in 2009. Tell us a little bit more, Tony, about Terry Burrows.
Well, yes, I've been at great pains to make a few notes about him. He is, as you rightly say, the fastest window cleaner. He won in Blackpool 2009. Held in Blackpool, of course, to commemorate the 80th anniversary of George Formby's When I'm Cleaning Windows. It takes Terry, known as Terry Turbo Burrows, less than 10 seconds to clean more than 6,000 square inches of glass. Wow. He's a martial arts specialist. He's in the Guinness Book of Records. He's also been a karate and a boxer, specialist and a boxer, which he attributes his speed to. He's been on a show with Usain Bolt, where he once said a couple of years ago on a television show, I met the fastest man and I'm the fastest hands. We could rob a bank together. Hey. Interesting thought. He's still going strong. He's 66 years old. He's from Romford. You can check out his website, which is www.fastestwindowcleaner.com. And he issues you a challenge. Can you beat me? Come and have a go if you're squeegee enough.
Does he do it well, though? I mean, I could clean a window that quickly.
Could you?
Well, surely anyone could.
I think we're going to
but just wipe across it.
Coordination, due to his martial arts skills, is what he attributes his speed to.
Well, there you go. Bumble is in the lead. He's 2-0 up. We move to Annie for the second name. Now, this is an interesting one. Oh, sorry. Go on, Bumble.
If he's from Blackpool, I know Blackpool, you need to be a boxer and a karate expert.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't tell you that when they go there on Strictly, do they? They make out it's a really lovely place. But
well, it's marvellous for everybody that lives in Blackpool.
Absolutely. He says, yes, disappearing off the
screen. But he won it in Blackpool.
But there you go. So
he's an Essex lad.
He's obviously going to be a bit violent. Okay, Annie, moving on. Your first name today is Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia. Is he a live cricketer, a dead cricketer? Who's that weirdo? Hendrik Witbooi of Namibia.
It's a good name, isn't it?
It's a great name. It's a fabulous name.
I'm going to go for who's that weirdo.
Oh, Oh, you've done it again! I can't believe it. It's an amazing start to this week's competition. He is a weirdo. He's not really a weirdo. He's a very admirable character. Do you want to guess what he might do?
He works in social services.
Well, in a sense, I suppose that's right, isn't it, Tony? Going back a bit.
Oh, I'll let you make the decision on that one. It's on the very edges of acceptability.
Okay. Will you tell us what
DRS Eden would be twitching and not too sure about that.
Tell us all about Hendrik.
You'd have to review that one, Joel. Right. He is, as you rightly say, Namibian. He was the first African political activist to take up arms against German imperialists. His face is on banknotes in Namibia. He was born in Pella, Northern Cape, died near Belgrass in 1905, killed in battle indeed with the Germans. He was the chief of the Khoisan people, a sub-tribe of the Khohoi, and he led the people, the Nama people, during the revolts against German colonial rule. His diary and complete correspondence has survived and become known as the Hendrik Witbooi Papers, and it's stored in the National Archives of Namibia.
Yeah, I knew that.
You knew. I knew. I mean, I'm sorry. It was just the way it fell, wasn't it, Bumble? You would have got that without any problems.
Oh, nailed it.
Nailed it completely. Well, we're going to come back to you for number 3. It's all going incredibly smoothly this week, which is unusual. Anyway, how about this one? Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo?
Say it again.
Gogumal Kissenchand. I mean, I hope I've got the pronunciation right, but I could be mistaken. Gogumal Kissenchand, India. Dead cricketer, live cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
He's a dead cricketer.
You're absolutely right. You're storming away with this, Bumble. What on earth is going on? I can only imagine you've actually played against him. Do you want to tell how old he was when he died? Have another guess for a bonus point.
He was 58.
No, I'm afraid you're well off the mark there. He was 72 when he died in 1997. Tell us all about Gogumal Kissenchand, Tony.
Well, he was a diminutive right-hand bat from Karachi in Sindh, and he died in Baroda in Gujarat. His chief claim to fame, however, he had a very modest record in just 5 test matches for India, 4 of them against Australia, and he only averaged 9. However, despite that modest record, his chief claim to fame in international cricket is that he is the bowler of whom Don Bradman got the all-important single to reach his 100th first-class 100 in 1947. 48.
That's a great claim to fame. Are you sure, Bum, that you perhaps didn't play against him in a warm-up game in India? I think you probably did.
I just had the name somewhere, and I thought, well, he's not recent, so I think he's dead, sadly.
Sadly, he's dead, yeah. He's 25 years dead this year, I'm afraid to say. Any more about Gogumal, or is that more or less?
That's pretty much it. He averaged 9 in his 5 tests, 4 against Australia. He got 44 in Sydney. That did help India on their way to the draw. It's the only draw they got in that series. They lost all the rest.
Okay, so we move back to Annie. Now, Emma Slater, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Emma Slater, England.
Emma Slater, that's a really nondescript name, you know, it could be anything anyway. I'm going to say, who's that weirdo?
You're absolutely right. Oh my goodness me, this is incredible stuff from you two. Absolutely brilliant. Emma Slater is indeed.
You haven't given me a chance.
Well, I'm going to ask you who you think Emma might be. What did she do? What is her claim to fame?
I think she's a piano teacher.
Piano teacher? Well, that's plucked out of obscurity. I think that's a pretty good guess. No, she's not actually a piano teacher. She is the 2-time world gravy wrestling champion. Sure,
of course.
Knew that. I'd find that hard to believe. Tony, tell us a little bit more about Emma Slater.
Well, yeah, didn't quite strike the wrong chord with that one, Annie. I'm afraid. The competition, she's won it since 2007. The World Gravy Wrestling Championships have been held in the village of Stacksteads at the Rosenfold Carvery. She has indeed won it twice in a series of knockout rounds. Men take on men, women take on women, wrestling for 2 grueling minutes in a thickly padded pool filled with cold gravy.
I want to see
The
it.
judges pick a winner. Judges pick a winner for each bout. Their decision is based, of course, on wrestling ability, but more importantly, the quality of their fancy dress and the outrageousness of their antics. Winners are anointed, of course, by having a bucket of gravy poured over their heads. And now our Emma is from Oldham.
Yeah.
Ice Station Zebra. 36 now she is. She won the competition last against Roxy Afzal, who competes under the name of the Oxo Fox.
I'm surprised, Bumble, you haven't been asked to do the judging for that, seeing as it's in that neck of the woods. Have you never been asked to do the World Gravy Wrestling Championships?
I've been in the pub. I know the.
Oh, you know the
Well,
pub? There you go.
It must be. I'll tell you what. It must be serious stuff, because in the most recent event, Sky Penty, aka Rhonda Gravy, she won it despite having dislocated her arm in a fierce bout against the Oxo Fox. And the referee, who I think is also the landlord of the pub, a chap called Stephen Claxton, had to put her arm back in place, and she carried on and went on to win.
Oh my good. I prefer to eat gravy personally, although probably not after someone's been wrestling in it.
I'll give you a quiz question.
Go on then. Yeah, go on. Quiz within a quiz.
This is Stacksteads. Okay.
Yeah.
Which Lancashire bat opened the batting with Everton Weeks and went on to become England manager and came from Stacksteads?
Ooh, a Lancastrian.
Ooh, I'll put that over to you because you're a lot older than me, Tony.
Well, thank you for that.
3 or 4 years older than me.
Lancashire, do you know what? I don't know. If we're talking about that age group, Worrell Weeks, Walcott, etc. Don't know.
I don't know the answer.
You've got me.
Tell us. You can have to tell us.
Who was it?
Bob Bennett.
Bob Bennett. Oh, okay.
Right. Okay. I was. We talked about Bob Barber last week, weren't we? In something or other.
No, we were likening him to Liam Livingstone.
That's right. That's right. Bob Barber, indeed. Right. So the scores on the doors at the moment are Bumble 4, Annie 4. It couldn't be tighter. It's almost as exciting as our Melbourne standoff last week. But we move on, and we move on now to Bumble, and we ask him, Brett Geeves, Australia, live cricketer, dead cricketer, who's that really? Brett Geeves.
G-E-V-E-S.
E-E-V-E-S.
Jeeves.
Or Jeeves even, yeah, it could be Jeeves, couldn't it?
Yeah, Jeevo. Yeah, Jeevo.
Oh, you remember Jeevo? Oh, Jeevo. Good man.
He is a present cricketer.
You're absolutely unbelievable, Bumble. What is that? Are you sure you haven't got someone prodding you from behind a couple of times? I know, man, you might like that.
I think that's a different show entirely.
There's no stopping him at the moment. Brett Geeves is indeed a live cricketer. Do you want to guess about how old he might be at this particular stage? Bonus points? Oh, I didn't see that. I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear.
22.
No, you're nowhere near, I'm afraid to say. He's about twice that age. Well, nearly. He's actually 40. What do we know about Brett Geeves, Tony?
What do we know about Brett Geeves? Well, he's from Claremont in Tasmania. His nickname is Banger, a bit like Marcus Trescothick, isn't it, Annie? Wasn't he called
Yeah, he's Banger.
Banger, indeed. He's played for Australia, Tasmania, and a couple of games, indeed, for Delhi Daredevils latterly. Right-arm fast medium bowler, right-handed batsman, briefly part of Australia's short-form setup. A back injury, sadly, at 29, forced him into retirement. In his 2 ODIs against Bangkok and South Africa, Bangladesh and South Africa, Bangladesh, South Africa, 2008-2009, took 3 wickets at 26. Had a best bowling of 2 for 11 versus Bangladesh and Darwin. And his only T20 international took 2 for 35 against South Africa at the Wanderers. He got Herschel Gibbs and A.B. de Villiers, though, quite cheaply, but Australia still lost.
Good names to get, eh?
Yeah,
good.
There you go.
Okay, so Bumble moves into a 6-4 lead with just one more name before we take a break. And we're at the break. What we have, Bumble, you may know about this, is we have social justice warrior stroke right-arm seam bowler Chris Woke, who writes a regular column for us. He's going to be talking about things that have been upsetting him this week. So we'll have a little break. It doesn't mean you actually get a break. It's just like we do it and then we fill it in if you get my meaning. Anyway, moving on to Annie, and she's going to look to draw level. How about this one, Annie? Arthur Fielder, England. Live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo? Arthur Fielder.
Well, he's been made to sound like a cricketer because of Fielder. He's made to sound old because of Arthur.
Exactly.
So he's either an old cricketer, or I think he's who's that weirdo?
No, you're wrong. You fall behind. Into the interval we go with Bumble in the lead. He is not a weirdo.
You can throw it to Bumble now.
Yes, I've got to pass it across.
No, don't give it to him.
Dead cricketer or live cricketer? That's all that's left for a bonus point.
Dear Arthur is a dead cricketer.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So another point to Bumble. He goes to 7-4 in the league. He's a dead cricketer. He died. What age did he die at?
He died at 74.
Oh, I'm going to give you 3 more points. My goodness me, you are running away. Sorry, 2 more points. Running away with this because you're very close. He was 72 when he died in 1949. Tony, before we go to Chris White, tell us more about Arthur Fielder.
Well, yeah, it is a wonderful piece of nominative determinism. You're absolutely right. He was a fast bowler for Kent and England before the First World War. Was born in Tunbridge in 1877, the year, of course, of the first ever Test. He was the first player to get 10 first-class wickets in an innings, which he got in the Gentlemen Players match at Lord's, took all 10. The feat it was accomplished in 1906, although the gentleman won the game despite that. In his first-class matches that season, he took 186 wickets at 20 apiece and did much towards enabling Kent for the first time to carry off the championship. He had 2 tours of Australia for England under Bellum Warner in 1907 and then Arthur Jones. And he did pretty well on that second tour. 6 for 82 and 3 for 88 at the SCG, 2 for 77 and 1 for 74 at the MCG, 4 for 80 at Adelaide, 4 for 54 and 4 for 91 at the MCG again. In all, he got Victor Trumper and Monty Noble 3 times each in that series, although Australia still won it.
Monty Noble,
3-1.
Trumper, legendary names.
And Bumble knew him, obviously.
Bumble, he's you can't put Arthur Fielder past Bumble. I was glad that you got that one, Annie, because I think he would have socked that up. As it is, we go into the break as Chris Woke comes out of the pub in Solihull to say a few words, and with the score at 8-4, Bumble is leading. We shall now hear from Chris Woke. Just a little theme tune before we go there.
Craig Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Until 2, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Glenn Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Sorry I'm late. Yeah, a bloody train strike. Those red union layabout benefit fraud bastards. Right, when does this stuff get switched up? What? They're rolling? Don't you dare broadcast any of that shit. I've a reputation to uphold.
Holding seam up and knocking prejudice down. The phone went the other day. It was the editor of the Smaximum. You filed your copy yet, Wokey? Typical oppressive capitalist. Not even a polite hello to soften the blow of the latest unreasonable request. Unfortunately, Smack's Ed is just the tip of the iceberg. It's a well-known fact that social justice correspondents are scandalously overworked these days. Look at me. In the last fortnight, I've been expected to deliver not only an entire piece on the Interplanetary Solar System Cup, but also an audio recording outlining my forced inclusion programme. It might not seem this way, people, but every single word is an excruciating drain on the resource bank of my genius. What's more, all these different formats make it doubly exhausting. My woke load is simply unmanageable. One of the specky grey bearded dinosaurs at Gorilla was depressingly unsympathetic. In my day, cricket writers would regularly knock out 1,000-word articles every day at week and still have the strength for a couple of features at weekends. You didn't see those lads rushing off to matron with a sore wrist. Lads? Matron? This is the everyday sexism we've come to expect from this mob, sadly. Well, this wage slave has had enough. It's time to make a stand. From now on, I shall be operating a one-day woke. This means that within any given 14-day period, I shall insist on 13 days of rest, all expenses paid trip to the spa at Leamington, and 3 meals per day at Birmingham's organic food village, Leaky Blinders. That will leave me fully fit and firing for 1 day a fortnight to craft world-class content for you, the deserving cricketing public. Boston, eh? This sort of action is the only way to get employers to sit up and take notice. If they do not heed our message, they risk burning people out. And that will only add to the climate change emergency we're all facing. Remember, as England's men found out under Mike Atherton, one out, all out. Until next woke, comrades, ta-ra, me ducks!
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Daniel Titto, Neil McKenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Leverock, Shane Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Thanks very much, Chris Woke. He's always got his finger on the pulse, and I think you should all follow him. He's also available to be read in our weekly news and views letter, The Smaximum, which is available to Patreons, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket, if you'd like to support the Gorilla Cricket does. We are back, and Bumble is 8-4 in the league. It's going better than you can imagine, isn't it, Bumble?
Delirious, are you?
You've moved rooms, by the way. You look like you've moved rooms, have you?
Yeah, no, I've just moved the hands. This time we're going to sleep, so I'm holding it very primitive. It's an iPhone which I'm holding in the left hand.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's a very good picture on an iPhone, I have to say. It's absolutely brilliant. Although I probably shouldn't. No, other sort of phones are available, I should say that, shouldn't I? Really? Right, moving on. It's Bumble's turn, and the first after the interval is the great name of Ronald Saggers, Australia. Dead cricketer, live cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Ronald Saggers.
Who's the weirdo?
No, you're wrong. Chance for Annie to come back into the game. Dead cricketer or live cricketer? Annie?
Live cricketer.
No bonus point for you, I'm afraid to say. You're all totally wrong. He's a dead cricketer. Everyone knows Ronald Saggers is dead. What's the matter with you two? I can't even pass it over for anyone to have a guess how old.
Yeah, he can only just have died, surely.
Well, it depends it depends whether you think 1987 is fairly recent. I'd like to think that, but unfortunately it isn't. Ronald Saggers is a dead Australian cricketer. He died aged 69 in 1987, and Tony's got more information about him.
I may be, what's his name? Richard Osman, but I don't think Alexander Armstrong ever punches the air with quite such glee and delight at guests getting things wrong. But there we go. He is indeed, sadly, alas, a dead cricketer. He died at the age of 69 in 1987. Did Ronald Saggers. He was born in Sydenham.
What, Sydenham?
Sydenham, New South Wales.
Not
Sydenham, New South Wales.
We are, of course.
Though he died in Sydney, he is no relation to Martin Saggers. Played for Australia and New South Wales as a wicketkeeper and batsman. Quite tall for a wicketkeeper he was. Very useful right-handed bat. He scored 1,888 runs with an average of 23.89. His one century being his 104 not out against Essex in 1948, when the Australians put on 721 in one day.
So was that 1948?
Yes, in 19.
That was the Invincibles, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
That was the Invincibles.
6 tests in all. He averaged 10 and a high score of 14, which he got versus South Africa in Johannesburg. And Australia, which was in 1949, and Australia won that by an innings. He was understudy a lot to Don Talon, somewhat restricted his opportunities, as Bumble will no doubt.
You know a bit about Don Talon?
Yeah, I'm Don Talon on the centenary test, so that'll be what, 1976. Australia. Don Talon, he had a brother as well. There were two of them. Talon.
Hey, are you having me on there? You're talking about Birds of Prey now, aren't you?
No, he was a real character as well. I mean, proper Australian larrikin character, Don Talon. And he had his brother. We'll have to look it up.
We'll have to look it up. We'll do that at the end of the show. Moving on then, unfortunately for Annie, she failed to take advantage of Bumble's failure in that particular instance. We move on and we say to Annie, Rafiqul Alam, Bangladesh. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Rafiqul Alam. Have you got all your county cricket matters above your head?
I have.
Alphabetical order.
Yeah. No, they're in. Well, they're in issue order.
They all start with C, don't they?
They all start with C.
There's a lot of C's.
Yes, there are indeed. Rafiqul Alam.
Right, well, we haven't had one of these for a while, so I'm going to go, who's that weirdo?
Absolutely wrong.
I just haven't got it this time.
No, well, to be honest, Grubby was just terrible. It wasn't that you were that great. Rafiqul Alam, live cricketer or dead cricketer, Bumble?
He's very much alive.
He is, you're absolutely right. And how old do you think he is?
He is 27.
No, he's nowhere near 27. He is alive, but he's actually 65. Rafiqul Alam of Bangladesh. The way you said with such confidence, I thought you actually knew him and you'd played against him for a moment.
Oh, that's Alam.
Oh, that's Alam. It's so easy to get your Alams mixed up, isn't it? It really is. Tell us more about the live cricketer, Rafiqul Alam, Tony.
Rafiqul Alam, yes. He's 65, as you rightly say. He was born in 1957 in Dhaka. He's a right-hand bat. He's also been a match referee and a national selector for Bangladesh, renowned for his aggressive batting and all-round qualities. He first played for them in 1980. He represented them in 2 ODIs versus Pakistan and Sri Lanka in 1986. In the first versus Pakistan, he made 14 or 43 balls. Was caught Ramiz Raja, bowled Wasim Akram. There's another actor. There you go. In the second versus Sri Lanka in Kandy, he only made 10 off 20 balls. Bangladesh lost both games. Salaman of Lancashire, of course, got him out.
There you go. Rafiqul Alam, a Bangladeshi live cricketer, aged 65. Moving back to Bumble, we only have 4 names to go. It's really hotting up. Bumble has 8. Annie has 4.
He had 8 before.
I know, but he didn't get the last one right.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, that's why I didn't give him any extra points.
Oh, okay.
I was going to, but you know. Now this is an interesting one. Anakali Akasha of Sri Lanka. Anakali Akasha, Sri Lanka.
Who's that weirdo?
Oh, you're just instinctive. You're just purely instinctive. It's that speed with which you played Lillian Thompson. You're absolutely right. She is a weirdo. She's a she as well. And what do you think? What do you think she does? What do you think she does? Or did? It is
Sri Lanka.
Anakali Akasha. Anakali Akasha.
I think she's a musician.
Ooh, you're quite close, but not close enough for a bonus point, because that would just be cruel.
Half a point, how generous are you feeling?
Half a point, well, I want to keep...
No, he's winning too much.
He's winning by too many.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go do away with the extra point there. Anakali Akasha is an actress and former Miss Sri Lanka, is that right?
That is absolutely right. She's born in 1987. She is that. Film actress, model, singer. Did you say singer, Dave?
You did say singer. Oh, I'm going to give him
in that case, have you a full point.
You can have a point. Yeah.
TV host and politician. She was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2000.
Give her a point. Him a point. She does so many things. She could have named anything.
Well, it doesn't say sort of plumber, electrician, general handy person here. But, no, you're right.
She might even be a cricketer on the sly.
She could have been, yeah. But she was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2004, represented Sri Lanka at Miss World in 2004 beauty pageant. She's also worked as a brand ambassador and fundraiser. She's got her own YouTube channel if you want to go and check her out.
Okay.
It's Anakali Live. You can find her on YouTube.
She's not a window cleaner.
She's not a window cleaner.
Window cleaner.
Although you might want to clean your windows to have a look out and see what she's up to.
She probably wrestles with gravy though.
She probably does. Oh my goodness!
Give them a chance.
Everyone does that sort of thing. It's like bog snorkeling, isn't it? Right, moving on. We have 3 names remaining. The first one for Annie. You're gonna have to get some bonus.
I'm gonna have to get it.
You're really gonna have to go here, Annie. Gajanand Singh, United States. Live cricketer, dead cricketer.
Ooh.
Gajanan Singh. Oh, well.
Stop it.
He's teasing you now. He's teasing you.
Live cricketer.
Yes, you're right.
Yes.
I think he's done himself down there, Bumble. I think he's given that away a little bit. Gajanan Singh, US, is a live cricketer. And what age do you think Gajanan Singh might currently be, Annie?
31.
Oh, you're so close. I'm going to give you an extra point because it makes it more fun. They're actually 35, and that's only. And we always say if you're 3 away, we give you a point. But you did 4 away. We're going to be kind to you because that's the way we are. That's the way we roll here on Gorilla Cricket. Gajanan Singh is indeed a live cricketer, age 35. Tell us what you know about him, Tony.
Well, he's from Berbice in Guyana. He's a left-hand bat, left-arm medium bowler. He plays, as you rightly said, for the USA, but he's played for Guyana, Amazon Warriors, and did play for the West Indies under-19s as well. He hasn't really made much of an impression in first-class cricket. He averages 25 in just 10 matches that he played. But his most valuable performance came against in the presumably the CPR. Against Trinidad and Trinbago Knight Riders when he made a quick fire, I'll get it out in a minute, quick fire 39 to steer his team to a decent score of 159.
There you go, Gajanan Singh. That's all you need to know about Gajanan Singh. He might make a comeback, and of course there's going to be Major League Cricket, isn't there, in the US fairly soon, so we'll see how whether he gets a gig in that. Back to Bumble, who's trying all the mind tricks that he knows, that are honed after years and years in the top echelons of the game. I'm going to turn to you, Bumble, with you leading 11-7, the final round of names. Glennis Page, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, who's that with?
Can I just before we do that, can I just go through the rules again? You say right at the beginning, but if you get the age and you're within 3...
Yeah.
You did. I thought you did. Yeah.
So I've actually sort of stretched those rules, because there is a term and condition that...
I love Bumble clarifying the rules there, Bear.
Yes, well, certainly. We're back. I put that on especially for you, Dave.
Cheers, Bear.
You're not supposed to be on, though.
What?
As far as I know.
Well, the rotor says I'm on ball by ball now. Robinson's coming in, and he bowls to whoever the left-hander is. I've just got up, and it turns out on the onside. Messers, you've been watching all day. Who's the left-hander? Oh, it's Shaquille. Sorry.
There you go.
There was a wicket just before lunch. I know that much.
Yes. Indeed, there was. I think Pakistan have been very lax in terms of giving away their wickets, to be honest. Hello, Annie.
Annie.
Hello, Dave.
Hello.
Annie, we've coincided.
Yeah, and I've only just crawled out of bed, so I just did see the highlights. So yeah, but that's as good as it gets. So apologies if I'm a bit slow.
Well, let me fill everyone. It's 117 for 3, Pakistan, and Bear will tell us who won the toss. Robinson bowls, or maybe Messers will. That's tucked out by Baba Azam, who's on 30, goes to 31 now, down to long leg. Toss won by Pakistan. You'd have done the same, Messers? Batted first?
Absolutely. On any pitch in Pakistan ever, I think I would have batted first.
Right.
That was a no ball.
A no ball. Robbo overstepping net, so 120 for 3.
I'm sorry, Smokey, you were over the line at the foul.
Yep, umpire gets that absolutely right. And I suppose the main one of the main talking points I'll come on to in a moment, are England here? Does Bazball mean winning a series 3-0? Are they going to be letting their foot off the gas? Robinson bowls and Shaquille is forwards offensive. What do we think in the McCullum Stokes era? Is there such a thing as a dead rubber?
No, they're here for entertainment. That's what they're here for. So I think they won't make it into a dead rubber. They'll make it into an entertaining game.
I'd like to know from the Gorilla Cricket founder, producer, raconteur, whether he's on England to win at 13-8 or not.
Not yet, no.
Not yet. Right. Robinson bowls, that one's paid out to leg stump, and there's no run. Bear keeps his powder dry until he is certain that he swoops to conquer.
Well, as I was saying before lunch, I think Pakistan are going on the head. I think England have got them.
Well, that's why I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Messers.
I can't see England losing this one. I really can't.
Yeah,
Pakistan shouldn't have lost a wicket at all before lunch, to be honest.
So they brought in Shah Masood.
Here's Robinson to Shaquille, defensive, no run.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. And how did he do? Not very well, I'm guessing. I'm just having a look.
He made 30 off 37, and he looked quite good for a while, but he just got out to a dreadful shot, and you can say the same of Azhar Ali. He should never have even gone for that shot. He got caught by folks.
But Azhar Ali's mindset is probably a bit shot at the moment, isn't it? If he's leaving cricket.
Well, it didn't affect Alistair Cook.
That's true.
Mind you, his mindset's set for life, I suspect.
120 for 3. So let's go through the scorecard. Abdullah Shafiq was LBW to Leach, 8. Though I noticed he has gone for 5 and over, Annie. Shan Masood caught Leach, bowled Wood 30. Azhar Ali was the man out just before, as we said. Caught Folkes, bowled Robinson 45. That leaves Babar Azam on 31 and Shaquille on 1. England giving a debut to Rehan Ahmed. How was that, Messrs? What did you think of his debut?
He tossed it up, but I didn't think he bowled particularly well. I don't want to be hard on him because it's tough, but he's only played 4 first-class games before this. So what do you expect?
It must be nerves, for goodness sake. He's very young, so let's give him a chance.
Yeah.
No, it's well, I suppose it's just one of those selections with an eye to the future. But it does seem, what has he done in under-19 cricket and stuff and second 11 cricket to warrant it? I wonder. It's Jack Leach, and we're going to give Bear the opportunity to exercise his index finger.
Here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach.
Defensively played out there by Bob. I like a bit of Chris Rea, especially Mogg's impersonation of it. No, who is that? Is that Jeff Perkins or Mogg on the production there? Down to the right hand side.
I think you're wrong on both counts. I think that's Richard Peel.
Oh, thank you
I think
very
it
much.
is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was wondering what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent Chris Rea impersonation. I mean, that's no run off the first two balls. 120 for 3. If you're waking up, which is more than Annie and I have quite done yet. They won't wake up in the same place, obviously. Annie's in deepest Devon. That's out to. Are you in deepest Devon?
I'm in deepest Devon, and it's still bloody cold.
Yes, and I'm on. And I'm in another county. Unfortunately, 3 minor. I'm on the 3 counties border, but sadly 3 minor counties. Here's Leach bowls, and that's played out to the vacant mid-wicket area for a single to Bubba, who goes on to 32. Shaquille on 1. Yeah, I can only dredge up for you, Messrs. Oxfordshire, Wiltshire, and Berkshire.
Nice
all beautiful counties.
Yeah, I like
especially Wiltshire. I love Wiltshire. Just to
You
cheer you all up
contributed diddly
too.
squat to English cricket.
Yeah, true. Just to cheer you all up, Stephen Smith's recently been bowled by Nortje for 36.
Oh, get in there.
Excellent.
Get in there. Yes, the first day. I'm going to go to Messrs in a moment for a full recap on that, how the first day is going in that series. Coming one after the other. Australia, South Africa, the first day of the series today, being played at Messrs.
At Brisbane.
At Brisbane.
Have we talked about Sydney Thunder's 15 all out?
A bit, yeah. That was fairly dramatic, wasn't it?
That was incredible. That was.
And Boland has just got out for 1, so Australia are 5 for 1 for 145 for 5. Boland was in as night watchman.
Excellent, even better. Didn't
go well.
Didn't read the job description, obviously. Here's Leach, and that's short. That's Leach's 4-ball and over, but this time it's just tucked round for a single.
Can I just say,
by
Leach had,
Shaquille.
it looks like Leach had another shout, didn't he? That was umpire's call. So let's not be too harsh on him here, David.
Yeah. It was just umpire's call. I don't think any of us would have given it out on first.
All right.
Leach bowls, and that's tickled down the corner nicely by Shaquille, and he's going to get another single. No, do you know, I came on this morning and I've got a big notice in front of me, because I knew I was on with you, saying don't be too harsh on Leach. That's my instruction.
Well, you failed on that already, haven't you?
Well, by reporting the bowling figures, yes. At the end of this over, he's 1 for 52 off 12, 1 for 53 off 12.
Yeah, let's look at Barber instead. Isn't he doing well?
But he is.
32 off 36.
What's the social media universe got for us, Messers?
Well, the only person who's actually awake after lunch so far is Leah, who says, I hope England get all that winning in the subcontinent out of their system now before the tour of India. When are they touring India?
I'm not sure, actually. I haven't looked.
Right, nor am I.
No.
Just to fill you in on the situation at the Gabba, which is a really, really green-looking pitch. South Africa were all out for 152. Stark took 3, Lyon took 4. And in reply, Australia have just gone to stumps at 145 for 5. And the pitch has still got a bit of life in it, but it'll get better as time goes on.
Well, we look on enviously on this flat track as Robinson bowls to Shaquille. 15 wickets in the day, Messers. So, what looking at the South African performance, say compared to West Indies in the first Test, well, West Indies would have exceeded those figures twice, despite the bearing the opprobrium of the Australian media after their second Test. How would you compare the South African performance to the West Indies?
Well, it was a much livelier wicket than either Perth or Adelaide was. And Bavuma and Verena both batted pretty well, actually. Bavuma got 38 and Verena got 64. But apart from that, only Rabada and Irvi got double figures. They got 10. So it was a tough wicket, but there were also some not very good shots played on it. Better than West Indies, I'd say, and their bowling attack is way better than the West Indies, I've got to say. But that's not hard.
Well, as selected, and they've just got to remind you that West Indies beat England less than a year ago. That's driven up to the offside. There's no run. No, but Kemar Roach's injury, I think, slightly less effective in Australia, but he is a class bowler and has been written off so many times, been written off again. Robinson bowls, Shaquille plays that one down, and there's no run. You also had injuries to Jaden Seals, who was unable to play in the second Test match. Obviously, the finger has to be pointed at the chairman of selectors, Desmond Haynes, a man who I've encountered a few times and thought that he was unsuited for office, other than just a symbolic or ceremonial office. And he's picked a strange team with inexperience of and I thought that Anderson Phillip did okay as the third seamer, but they were struck down by injuries. Robinson bowls and Shaquille covers up and plays defensively. They flew over, which all we thought was madness. It took only a squad of 15, I think, there, and they flew over Marquino Midley from Jamaica, to play in a Test match less than 2 days after he'd landed. And the thing is, there hadn't been much first-class cricket in West Indies. COVID has ravaged the domestic schedule, so you got guys turning up who just weren't match fit. And Mindley pulled a hamstring in his second over.
They need a baseball replacement, don't they?
Speaking of being unfit, they needed
round the corner, and that is going to be the first boundary of the afternoon session to Shaquille.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It really is niche and she.
Can I just say, David, before in between your West Indies chat, England are not touring India next year, so I'm not quite sure. I only looked next year. It's South Africa and New Zealand.
Yes, talk us through the India schedule. Robinson bowls, and that's well pitched up. That's driven nicely through the covers. Is this going to be the second boundary in a row? Bear, you thought you were in for a quiet session. Here we go again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, this is about as rare as hen's teeth. Robinson being hit for 2 fours. Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Hit for 2 fours in succession. Yeah, well, talk us through England's 2023 schedule, Annie.
Yeah, okay, so January we've got 2 one-day internationals in South Africa. And then we've got another one in February and New Zealand Test match series.
Hold on, we don't play any test matches against South Africa.
No.
We go there and we play
Just
a meaningless
3 one-days.
bilateral
Yeah.
ODI series. Oh, good. That
Yeah.
worked so well in Australia when we tried that.
Yeah.
You know, ODI series without test match context is meaningless, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
Isn't it? You need the whole thing together. Here's huge bowls, and that's flicked away nicely, wristily by Baba Azam. There's a man back at long on. It is debutant Rehan, and there's 1 run.
And then in February we've got just a two-match test series against New Zealand, which I always feel really sad that they don't manage more than 2 tests. Nothing
That
in
is
March.
poor. That is
Yeah.
poor. A series against the current Test match championship holders, I believe. Only 2 tests.
Yeah. Nothing
We
in
had to
March.
fit in the 3 ODIs against South Africa.
That's right, absolutely.
Has to take priority.
Nothing
Hopefully,
in-
the new regime at the ECB will sort this out. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing in March, April and May. June we've got England-Ireland test, 1. And then, of course, we have the Ashes, the finishing in time for the 100 in August. Then we have T20 England-New Zealand in August. And then we have lots of T20s in September against New Zealand and England, and then
And some ODIs, I think.
and ODIs.
Yes.
Yeah, 3 ODIs, 4 ODIs against New Zealand,
And then
3 ODIs
Leach
against
bowls
Ireland,
and,
and then the World Cup's after that, isn't it?
Quickly run single by Shaquille, a 132 for 3.
Yeah, it must be the World Cup because there's nothing seen there. So yeah.
Oh, another World Cup. Excellent.
Well, you're the holders. You should be looking forward to defending the trophy.
As a West Indies supporter, I'm pretty neutral on that. 4 goes Baba, and there's no one. Just want them to qualify, you know. That would be nice. And a lot of inquests going on about that performance in Australia.
Yeah.
You know, there was one very poor innings from West Indies, and I'd say the bowling was pretty toothless.
Yeah, the first test was
First test was okay.
Yeah.
Here's Leach, he bowls, and that's played out. It was the middle order that was selected that was the problem, you know, Brooks and Blackwood. And of course, Bonner was injured, got concussed on the first day of his tour. And there was a real lack of
But
thought on
Brathwaite and Chandrapal were good.
They were excellent as the opening partnership that's going to be there for a while. That's defensive by Bubba, and of course the Roston Chase as the frontline spinner. Okay, he took an 8 for against England once,
Yes.
but he's not the frontline spinner. And to go to
He got
Australia
man of the
without
match
one-
for that game, didn't he, David? We were there.
and that's down the wicket. Bubba launches, happens to be Leach bowling. Don't read anything into that. Launches him over mid off. He got slightly too far under that, and perhaps some people might have got a hand to that. But Robbo sort of almost escorted it down to long off. Not a boundary. They've taken 2. Down the wicket he came and just got a bit up and under on that, and it went over Robinson's head. To be fair to him, Leach has 2 hands on his head, as if to say that you should have taken that catch. That's the end of the over, and 134 for 3 of Pakistan.
Okay, well, we still have a very quiet time over on Twitter.
I'm not surprised. Sensible people are in bed.
Over on YouTube, Jamison Armstrong James Armstrong is with us. Says, morning grillers, decent start this. I'm off for a Christmas do in Luxembourg tonight, so please adjust your enthusiasm and jingles accordingly for the Sunday morning commentary. This is another flattish pitch in Pakistan. They've been mixing powdered plastic into the soil. Well, they've been doing that for many years, I think. And, you know, given the...
Not for the last 17, they haven't.
Well, no, but even Dubai wasn't particularly exciting.
They've had 17 years to prepare a good one, David.
Well, this is true. Yeah, this is true. Robertson over the wicket to Shaquille, who leans back and plays a pleasant shot down to long leg for a single. Now, I was listening in bed this morning to the Guerrilla Cricket coverage. I learned two things about Bear, which were interesting. First one, that sheepskin hat and gloves are on his Christmas list. Come on, guys, we can do that. Come on, Patreon subscribers. Bear wants sheepskin gloves and a sheepskin hat for Christmas. Not much to ask. And the second
and socks
and
as
slippers.
well, I think he's
and
saying.
slippers.
Sheepskin slippers and a sheepskin hat is what I want.
Slippers and a hat. And the second thing is his lad's football's already been cancelled on Sunday, which means I might see you at Guerrilla Towers on Sunday morning, Bear. And Robinson plays. There's always room for you in the schedule. The Wranglers told me that. That's obvious from anyone who's looked at the rotor. Out to the offside, and there's no run.
I doubt I'm going to do the 4 o'clock shift, but I might turn up a bit later.
Good man. We could have an early morning.
Beer.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say, Bear. I've got a gig to play straight after the session tomorrow at my aunt's old people's home, her retirement village in
Are you
Beckenham.
doing Christmas carols?
No, because she's Jewish, so there'll be an absence of Christmas carols. Although she's only one of 3 Jewish residents in the care home, of the retirement village. So I might throw in some non-Christmassy Christmas songs like Winter Wonderland, Sleigh Bells Ringing. Just no mention of the Messiah, who, as we know, hasn't yet come.
No, of course not.
Well, the word is that Jesus has asked if he can move his birthday away from Christmas because it's a thick road.
135 for 3 as Robbo comes into bowl. And that's played stroked beautifully by I'm not going to get any runs for it though, because Ben Stokes ever lively there at extra cover, and there's no run. 135 for 3, Pakistan winning the toss. First day from Karachi, known as the Fortress. Big shout out to Greeno, who's been in touch with me, ex-Palmers player from down in Brighton, who did play for the Brighton College First 11 on tour of Pakistan in 1996. And said that he really got the treatment, but I have to say that on that tour, Matt Pryor, who was also on the tour, got a double century in that match. Robinson over the wicket to Shaquille, who plays that out. There's 2 men coming in now in the field. There's a short mid on on Hayden and short mid wicket. I understand that. We had a little exchange on a rival social media platform, WhatsApp, and because I know we're only Elon Musk supporters here, so we're purely Twitter. That Matt Pryor is one of the best wicketkeeper batsmen ever to play for England, and Greeno didn't dispute that, but he said it was a shame he's such a CUNT.
Not very fond of him then.
Well, I really like the guy. I had the pleasure of meeting him, and I really like him, and he's full defensive goes Baba, and that's the end of the over. 135 for 3, and let's get the Twitterati of Gorilla out of bed. No, you can stay in bed. Give us a tweet. Just tell us.
Well, Mike Miharwood is doing just that. He says, seeing as nobody's tweeting, I'll say hello. Just watch all the tests from the Gabba and have you on the radio en route to the pubs. Cricketers' Arms in Surrey Hills, maybe. That sounds like a good day, Mike.
That does sound like a good day.
And there's a BBL match coming up in half an hour or something that he can watch that as well. Chris the Choir says, good morning, Messi, Annie, David and Bear. Able to tweet now the cat has moved off my back. you wanted the Messiah? Will I do? Yes, of course you will. Because after all, it is also Christ he choir. And Jay Grover says, most of the famous secular US Christmas songs were written by Jews. There you go.
Thank you, Jay. Will you look at your messages on Facebook, please? Messenger. Thank you.
Oh, little admonishment there from Annie. She may only have been up for 10 minutes, but she's handing it out already.
I've just been looking at the Future Tours programme too, and I can tell you that England are playing 5 tests in India in January and February 2024. That's when the next go.
I thought it must be them.
That is something to look
forward to. And of course,
to.
5 tests for India, but 2 for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Shaquille
Money.
plays a perfect forward defensive shot there. Just admiring the way he got forward and committed to that
It's a
forward
very,
defensive shot.
very nice couple of players, these two.
And Shaquille just again, a nice little flick of the wrist, turns what would have been a dot ball for most batsmen into a very, very nice single. They want to run there. Did they take two? They took two, did they?
They did. They took two, and
They took two.
They were a bit slow about it.
Yes, but it was a nice little flicker, sort of almost Graham Thorpe style flick. Of course, this is the scene of that famous Test match where Steve Buckner challenged the Pakistan delaying tactics and said, "We're going to finish this match even if it's in darkness." How I can remember that. Does anyone else remember that game? Thorpe hitting the winning runs. Leach bowls, and that's covered up by Baba. This is a good over from Leach. He's 1 for 57 off 14. I'm saying nothing.
It's okay. I'm not a massive fan of Leach. I just no. He's not like my hero.
I'm going to throw another name into the equation in a moment. That's played out into the offside. And the forgotten man of English cricket, Dom Bess, who had a pretty decent season last year. Surely it would have been better to carry him in this team than an 18-year-old debutant who hasn't really played enough first-class cricket. I mean, you've got, especially he's been picked as a bowling all-rounder, which is never a good reason, as someone said on the Guerrilla Cricket WhatsApp group, to pick someone.
He's
I think a
been
ninja.
doing really well at Leicestershire. It's a really interesting pick, I think. Let's give him a chance.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Dom Bess has, England really screwed him up a little bit when he played.
Well, that's just.
That's because he was shit.
The offside. I knew I would get Goad Bear interaction. I knew you wouldn't be able to. Any mention of Dom Bess, you fall into my honey trap, Bear. That was just there for you. See whether you
Dom Bess was,
I wanted to see your self-restraint. It doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't. Not when it comes to Dom Bess.
He was a good bat.
He was reasonable, but he was pretty poor. I don't think England destroyed him. I think, if he gets it back, but, he was young as well. I mean, he was 23, 22.
No, I don't think England destroyed him, but they didn't help he was doing pretty well, and then he came back and was in the second team at Somerset, and that's why we went off to Yorkshire.
And do you think he's done well for himself at Yorkshire? I suppose he hasn't really
not too
ripped up
bad.
any trees, as they say. Robinson, new over, bowls, and that's pushed out by Shaquille, and there's no run. So Messers is waiting for your messages on Twitter.
They're
guys.
coming.
They're coming now. Yeah, don't let Messers down.
People are waking up now.
Yeah, exactly. They're waking up.
Tom Parfrement says, a couple of Brits loving the commentary on our way to the ski slopes in Switzerland, you lucky devils. Leave Jack Leacher alone, he says. Hashtag
Thank you, Tom.
Stop the leech abuse. And Dave Wood says, bloody hell, am I having to wibble on Twitter just to fill? Thanks, David.
Yes, please.
Nice to meet Dave, actually, at the Patreon thing.
Oh, Jesus. Adam Lyth has just been given out for 4 off 1 delivery in the BBL. There you go.
That's stroked out by the offside, and there's no run.
It's Perth Scorchers.
Oh, of course, that would be yours. I'm Adelaide.
The Strikers, of course, because of Dizzy. Well, they did all right yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, I did actually message him, and I said, what happened? And he sent me a shrug.
Messers, 51,000 people watched the first 2 days of the Test match, Australia-West Indies. The day-night Test match seemed like a great success. That's the highest attendance over the first 2 days.
When you say watch,
okay,
they
were
paid to go.
They were in the ground, but the crowds at the Big Bash have been very small. I'd like to get your comments on that. It's driven by Barbara. There's no run there. Robinson bowling nice line to Barbara Azam. Looks like he's getting a bit impatient. Just your comment, Messers, on the Big Bash generally. It's obviously failing to bring in the crowds. Is it because?
Well, I think what it's done. The Cricket Australia completely misread it. It was really good when it started with Channel 10 covering it, and they screwed Channel 7 really and Foxtel to get as much money as they could for the second series.
What surprise!
It extended it so long.
Lovely
that it
drive
goes on
drive
forever.
from Baba. Sorry to cut across you there. Messrs. It was a beautiful shot. They say you can judge a cricketer by their on drive. That was beautiful from Babar Azam all the way to the boundary.
1, 2, 3, go!
Well, we're in for a treat if Babar continues in this mode.
Stay there, Babar.
Let's salute one of the finest batsmen to grace the game, and he's 36. He goes on to 40, I think now. He's on 40. Babar Azam, the man from Lahore in Punjab, only 28 years old. Babar Azam. That's played out to the onside, and there's no run. He's only 28. Yeah. And
carry on, Mercy. I want to know more.
So, if you look at the leagues around the world, leave aside the IPL, which is its own entity. All the other leagues run between 28 and 32 days. They have generally 6 teams, except the 100 who has 8, and they play about 33 or 34 matches. The Big Bash
The
has
Blast
8
has
teams.
more than that.
Well, the Blast. I'm leaving the Blast out deliberately.
Okay.
The Big Bash goes on for 53 days and has 61 matches.
Whoa.
And sorry.
That's the end of the over. Robinson 1 for 31, Pakistan 1 for 1 for 3. You're listening to the inimitable Messrs. Giving his thoughts on the cash cow, the bubble that's burst.
Well,
the Big Bash.
we're due a change, Pence.
Well, I'll just finish those comments if I can. The only way in which they're going to get the crowds back in is to keep people's concentration on the game and get big players in, because basically mediocre players are coming in now because it goes for so long. They need to go back to a 4-week competition and probably only 6 franchises, but they're stuffed by their own contract at the moment.
Well,
voiced by their own petard.
I'm off the mic. Yeah, I'm going to pass over to the man we've been waiting for, Ian Forth, joining us from Australia as well. Bear fans will be relieved to know he's going to be unrestrained now. He has a formal role in this next commentary session, and I'll see you. I'll see you in an hour.
I'm coffeeed
and
up.
The next tweet is for wrong. Yes,
and
right,
me.
Great to be amongst you. What am I saying? Amongst you. Yes, that's what I'm saying. With Annie and with Bear. In comes Jack Lee, drops it short, but gets away with it to Shaquille, who's 12 off 19. Just pushing it through a little fast. Yeah, hello Annie, lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you, and Bear in his hat.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to keep warm. It's my feet that are cold, man. I put them on the radiator and burnt them.
You need those slippers, don't you?
I do need those slippers. Come on, patrons. I need my sheepskin slippers.
Dot ball speed at the point. Is anything there? Yes,
I need
not
Bear.
a cat in the hat. Bear in the hat. A bear in the hat, not a cat in the hat.
And I need
Leach.
Bear to be nice about Leach.
I love Leach. He's English. He's
I
the
love
English
Leach.
Nathan
I know.
Lyon. I keep telling you this, Annie.
I know.
You're with Team Leach here, Annie. We're all pro.
I know,
Leach.
absolutely. So it's good after David.
Well, David and Gary have got a very different point of view on that. That's lovely forward defensive, textbook forward defensive. Leach now coming round the wicket. That was a dot ball. Fourth ball the over to Shaquille. Tries an extravagant sweep and completely fails to connect. Just goes straight through to Pope.
Well, they're not going to go upstairs to even look at that. It was a good take by Folks, wasn't it? Took the bails very quickly, very nicely.
I think 1 second I said Pope. I just got muscle memory. It's
nice to see Folks back there.
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yes, I can't see that he got anywhere near that, but you never know.
He didn't drag his foot at all, did he? So no, it doesn't. No, it's
really didn't get anywhere near it. And his foot was anchored. Not much going for either, or whatever they were appealing for.
Yeah, I like Folks appealing while looking at his foot that was over the line.
Yeah.
do you find Folks appealing, Annie? Leach around the wickets. And rocks onto the back foot this time, Shaquille, but it's too full to be able to do anything more than divert it to mid-on. Leach with a cheery smile and a laugh. He plays cricket in an earnest manner, but he's a good-humoured fellow, I would say.
I'd say for Leach, you think subcontinent going to get lots of turn. It's going to be really helpful for spinners. These wickets have been completely unhelpful for spinners. He got 4 wickets in the first innings in the last game. He got a really important wicket. He got the final LBW in the Rawalpindi win. When the lights were fading, they couldn't bowl anyone anymore. He got a hold of the new ball, got one to skid on, got that LBW at the end.
Good on him. Last ball of the over, just strays onto the leg side. Again, gets away with it. Just defensive shot from Shaquille at the end of that dot ball, the end of that over. 141 free at the end of the 33rd.
And then in the last test, you got Imam right at the end of day 4, when Imam and Shaquille were going along really, really nicely, and it was really important that England tried to get another wicket before the close of play because they wanted a new man in the morning, and he got that wicket right at the end of the day. You know, he hasn't got a hatful of wickets, but he got some very important ones, and he's bowled okay. You know, I mean, these wickets are hard. I mean, you look at, apart from the new kid in the last game, I mean, they're Zahid Mahmood has been going at sort of 6, 8 and over, and he's homegrown leg spinner in Pakistan. It's clearly not that easy for spinners over there. He's not done too bad a job.
Indeed.
We've got Wood coming on.
We have. Maybe we haven't got time for tweets, but maybe we have.
I'll do a quick Farong. Greetings from Mirpur for hopefully only a few more days. Plenty of Test cricket today, which is good. And of course, the Championship football resumes for Bish and Forthy.
Yes, well, the Bish has gone to Huddersfield today.
Still no positive news from headquarters or local authorities as to how much tea money they want.
Mark Wood again, start of his 6th over, is coming over the wicket to Baba. Not a short pitch ball, so not a double bluff, but a bluff, so to speak. And that's just played out onto the leg side for a single.
Yeah, let's give him a jingle.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. What?
Yeah, I thought Farong would have left the country by now. I was hoping you were going to say you were somewhere else. I did get a messenger on Facebook, actually, from a very nice man, which I thought I'd bring into the thing.
Yeah.
Dilbert Rhinos Kupo says, thank you, listening in Thailand, Phuket. Our pleasure, Dilbert. We like to get messages from all over the world, from strange places.
Thailand's nice, yeah.
Yes, indeed we do. I've just been watching one of those documentaries about getting the football team out of the Thai caves 2 or 3 years ago. Fascinating story.
That was another thing where Elon fucked up, wasn't it? Started calling the guy a pedo, didn't he? Fucking, he's an arsehole,
yes, he
man.
did. Yes. That's a absurd thing to do.
He needs to go to prison.
A strange man. Yes.
Anyway, a very strange man.
He is a very strange man with a massive ego.
Indeed. Has 3 documentaries on the Thai Boys Cave Rescue. The one I saw I thoroughly enjoyed. Wood in again, not dug into the ribs on this occasion, so not a double bluff but a bluff, but Shaquille equal to it. Defensive shot out onto the leg side dot ball.
We've got Leah complaining to Messi that the IPL has 10 teams, and Messi replying, I wasn't comparing the BBL to the IPL, which is quite literally a league of its own.
Yeah, very much.
Except it wants to be a league for every country.
Yes. In fact, it wants to take every country over.
Yeah.
It does indeed. Wood in again, round the wicket to Shaquille. Just opens the face of the batter touch and glides it down to 3rd man, where I think that's Duckett down there. Does a nice bit of fielding. They just come through for. They come back for 2.
Just one.
Just one. I think it was just
These 2 are the glue that have kept Pakistan in it the whole series, haven't they? Really, got to try and get
pretty
through
much.
these
really good, isn't he?
Rizwan's not had an innings yet though, so you've got to be wary of him.
Yeah, they're mixing up the lineup a bit, aren't they?
Yeah. They just don't go very deep.
They've got a decent batting. They've got a decent bowling and batting lineup. Pakistan.
They really have. They're a decent team. Really decent.
They're a perfectly decent team. You fancy them, more so than, for example, the South African batting lineup, which is, apart from Elgar, pretty bloody hopeless over in Australia.
Yeah.
In comes Wood again for the fourth ball of the over. Goes a little wider on the crease, and a lovely, elegant shot. I guess it was, you could say if you're being cruel, it was a leg stump half volley and it got what it deserved, but nonetheless, it was lovely to see Babo just flick it nonchalantly off his toes, albeit just for a single.
They're trying to get a bit reverse here, aren't they? That's why they're going full.
Good point. Although they are keeping the legs slip in, but I suppose that's just, for the odd ball in which he does dig it in. Reverse. It makes sense. It's a very dry pitch. Yeah. It's a very dry outfield. You would expect it around about now to reverse. Very dry pitch, but not. So we'll see whether it takes spin as the match goes on. Wood round the wickets to Shaquille this time. Defensive shot. Wood does his own fielding.
Well, I mean, all the match reports I read said that it would take spin, but and it said it would spin from day one, but it certainly hasn't really done much today.
No, I was hearing, I think it was Wazim Akram just a bit earlier saying he hasn't really seen a Karachi pitch like this. I'm not quite sure what he meant by that. It is dry, but it's not. Well, it hasn't taken spin yet. Wood in again round the wicket. This one is dug in, but really almost tennis ball bounce there, just floats over Shaquille's shoulder. That's the end of the over, the end of the 34th. Pakistan 144 for 3 at the end of it, Annie.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say something. Moggs, I don't think is listening, but Mog, you said that folks wouldn't ever play cricket again, test match cricket again. Can I just say you were wrong? Chris the Choir says, I don't suppose there will be time for Mog's excellent T20 jingle that goes on and on and on and on and on. Well, it's not T20, Chris.
Exactly. Maybe we'll play it when the IPL comes along.
Yeah, and Kate Holdsworth says, good morning all, long time. Hope you're all well. Listening to you whilst on my morning walk. Clue, not Amsterdam. Oh no, she's got a beautiful picture. Beautiful sunny beach.
Ooh.
With nobody on it.
Where are you, Kate? It's nice to hear your voice.
Very nice. Hello, Kate. And it looks glorious wherever you are. It's got mountains at the back, so I'm not very good at working out where places are. So.
Oh, the other thing I was going to say about having a go at New Zealand, I don't know if you know about this, but I mean, I read an article 2 or 3 years ago about New Zealand cricket after this.
We're just going for a ball because Leach starts a new over, and that one is full, but forward shot just squeezed out to point, no run.
And essentially, New Zealand cricket lose money on test matches, and so their ideal series now, they've decided basically the makeup of their series whenever people go out there after this.
Leach in again, getting through his over fast, strays onto leg stump, nice shot, but there's a sweeper out on the boundary on the leg side. That's Ahmed. They just come through for one.
They kind of have a formula where they basically just do 2 test matches, and then usually they make up the series with 2 or 3 ODIs and then 5 T20s, and that's how they make their money.
What a shame!
It is a shame.
Because change their style of test match play.
Well, yeah, go baseball. Try and entice him back to his homeland. Can't have him. We've got him.
Apart from England, India and Australia, it's a portent of the way test matches might be shaping up as time goes on, of course. That's pushed a little wider to Shaquille that time. Leach does his own bowling, trotting over to the
I don't know.
offside.
I mean, the West Indies series when England went out to the West Indies, and mind you, I suppose when we went out to the West Indies, everyone was complaining over there that basically the crowds were English.
Yes, but that's basically
went very nicely wide of the man at square leg, and it's gone down for 4 of these by Shaquille.
You were saying, Annie?
Well, it's just basically they do such good deals for you can get really good deals for West Indies if you're English, and I know my brother got an incredible deal when he went over there, and they don't have it.
That's just played off the back foot, although it was a full ball, so Leach has got his hands on his head. He was interested for a moment, just played down through the gully region for a single by Shaquille. He moves to 18.
And of course, everybody wants to go to the Caribbean because it's
Yeah.
a beautiful place to go
It is,
to.
exactly.
But the locals are generally really interested in Test cricket and so bloody knowledgeable as well.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, forward defensive from Baba. Leach ends up, he's fairly expensive, he's 1 for 64 off 16. It'd be nice if he could put a bit of an economy on it. The end of the 35th, Pakistan 150 for 3.
Plus, they really need people to come over and spend a fortune over there.
Yeah, true.
It's I know
small
it's
island economies are not easy to run.
No,
right.
Absolutely. Now I haven't got any more tweets. I've just got more pictures of Kate Holdsworth because.
Have we got to guess where she is though? She hasn't told us where she is.
She hasn't told us where she is. No. But it's making me want to go there, wherever it is.
Well, funnily enough,
2-day holiday last year. I haven't had a holiday for 3 years now.
No. I was supposed to go on holiday this year and had to cancel it. So.
Couldn't afford.
Well, I'm making a journey over to you in sort of June time. So I'm
Are you coming over for the Ashes? You're going to come into the studio?
Well, I'm hoping to be able to come into the
excellent!
studio.
We're going to meet you in person.
Indeed, that would be fantastic. In comes Wood again, start of his 7th over. Full. And look, Colin Suter says potentially me too. I can meet Colin in person.
We're going to have everyone over in England in June. That's lovely. And I might come to this studio in June as well.
Nice. Excellent. It'd be good to have a lot of people in for a change.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yes. Really good. I mean, obviously we don't want to go back though to the way things were. It's fantastic having people on Zoom all over the world.
It's brilliant.
Oh yeah, totally. It's nice. It's nice to have a good mix, obviously.
It's nice to have a good mix, absolutely. Wood in again. This is Fuller. As per Bear's comment, they probably are looking for reverse, but to be honest, that's a dot ball. No real sign of it yet. That looks pretty straight to me.
Of course, if you come to the studio, it's obligatory. You have to get pissed by lunchtime.
Well, I think that
of course,
there you are.
Of course, it's not. Even I don't get pissed by lunchtime anymore. I've had to cut back.
I've got a Patreon subscriber friend who might pop in with me, who I'll be staying with, Adrian Gardner.
Fine, all good.
I've told him to bring some booze if he comes. He can't just turn up. in comes Mark Wood. That's a very straight defensive bat from Shakir. These are two excellent technical players.
They really are, aren't they?
And when the wicket's offering you bugger all, it's quite hard to shift them. You've got to make them make a mistake. Or bowl a wonder ball.
Proper test match players, these two.
Yeah.
Shaquille's had a good series, maybe not a great series because he hasn't scored a ton. He's got 350s and he's looked very much.
He's played really important innings.
Yeah.
As he got 94 last time out. Memory.
He was the one with a dodgy catch down the leg side, wasn't he?
He was. Who knows how important that might have been? Could be have everything to play for here as it is. England 2-0 up in the series. This is effectively a dead rubber, but you don't really get dead rubbers with baseball. That's a dot ball and short pitch ball from Wood.
I don't think you get particularly dead rubbers with Test cricket. I think
you do in 5. I mean, someone like when we are on the Ashes and we're getting battered in the last test.
Oh well,
we're 4-0 down.
Obviously.
I mean, that is a proper dead rubber. And you just want it to be over, but in a 3-test series, there's still its pride still kicks in. But as you say, I'm interested to see how baseball goes in India because I think they'll do a lot better playing baseball than just sitting there frightened of the spinners. I'm sure we'll get out and we'll get low scores, but I think at least we'll go down fighting rather than 60 all out. We'll be 120 all out, which might be competitive.
Mark Wood in for his 5th ball of the over. There's a slip and a leg slip and a short leg, so that's a dot ball defended off the back foot by Shaquille. One would have imagined under Root's captaincy that there wouldn't be any close fielders at all, really, by this stage. So there is a contrast there. I mean, Joe Root's a fantastic batsman, but I think with the benefit of hindsight, not the best captain in the world.
No.
He wasn't particularly inventive, or
No,
it didn't
he
seem...
was very safe. But
Yeah.
I mean, you do have to say there's 2 years of COVID, and we said this
Yeah,
last time.
yeah,
I mean, England played more
absolutely.
tests than anyone else.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That's short pitch ball, and Shaquille quite easily ducks underneath it, taken around by his ankles by folks, which tells you something about the speed of the pitch. The end of the 36th over, 154-3 Pakistan.
And I have tweets. Mayank says, here's a tweet. Kate Holdsworth says she's in Cape Town. Cheaper than paying for heating in Europe.
Well, probably. Very much
I might
so.
come for an Ashes Day in the studio too, she said.
Wow, excellent.
Wow.
Back to the old school.
That'd be good.
Dave Wood said, let's all go to the studio. If the entire listenership showed up, you wouldn't actually need to broadcast. We could just watch the game and drink.
I don't think we'd all fit in.
Ravina says, did someone say piss by lunchtime? And he's put vodka man.
Yes,
vodka.
Vodka Man. Yes, we all remember that, Ravi. That was a very memorable day.
Colin Suter says, you don't get dead rubbers when you're winning, but you do when you're getting hammered. I think,
there's something in that. Jack Leach in for his 17th over. It's going to be have his work cut out for him, but he's going to have a lot of work to do. Dot ball first up to Baba.
Needs one to misbehave on that line. Spit and turn and catch the edge.
Yep. Do you think that's his most likely form of dismissal? We'll just have a look at that one, which is the classic leg spinner's delivery. Or do you think the one that got Shafiq earlier?
I think the one that got Shafiq earlier is more likely, actually.
Yes,
you know, with the ball not really doing much, it's trying to beat the inside edge and just about getting it in line.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tall order, because it's also just got to have a compliant umpire, and it probably is anything clip, but it's still out.
And a slight mistake by the batsman, and on a slow wicket, these two are looking supremely comfortable.
Well, we saw a bit of turn there. I mean, it's slow turn though, than conventional turn, but it is turn nonetheless. Stokes, there's a played down by Shaquille. Stokes got some more. He's very proactive in the field. That's one other thing we can say about Stokes.
It's very pointy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very pointy, very pointy. Putting a man out at deep square leg, I think. There's a man at leg gully.
And we're all wondering when he's going to bother to bowl himself. I mean, he didn't bowl himself in the entire last test. It's quite weird.
Yes, it is strange. I don't know whether he's...
He obviously thinks he's the last resort.
Well, I mean, the old cliche is true, isn't it? Captains either overbowl themselves or much more often underbowl themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I thought that was just village cricket.
Yeah, Leach, last ball of the over, and that's really turned a great deal. Played out to the man there at short mid wicket. End of the 37th, Pakistan 151 for 3.
Messi Jez says vodka man is the standard by which all gorillas' drinking speed is judged.
Wow.
Although it is better when they manage to stay awake. Did he fall asleep?
Yeah, he basically he came in, and we all thought he was drinking water, but it was actually like a quarter or half bottle of vodka, which he managed to knock off in about 15-20 minutes. And he came on here slurred and slumped in a seat for about 15 minutes, then sort of made his excuses and left, fell asleep on a couch for about 2 hours, got up with a hangover and walked out of the house. It was a classic.
There you go.
Right, okay, we're back to Mark Wood. He's coming in for the start of his 8th over. Digs it in. Doesn't really get up. He gets up to about hip high, but pretty slow bounce to Baba, who sees it all the way and just defends it out on the onside dot ball.
I love the Tapal tea moment.
Lovely, aren't they?
I love the woman in the back who's got every time they go to her, she has to be pouring a cup of tea, and then she has to dip the. It's like that's your move. But it looks like the kettle doesn't have any water, and the cup doesn't have any water in it either.
Well, what is the incentive for members of the crowd to go and sit and drink the tea in front of the camera?
Get on the camera, come on.
Yeah, exactly. So get your face on telly.
Baba plays that one down to long leg, where Jack Leach feels they come through for a single. I haven't seen anyone misbehave or do anything foolish when they've actually been.
I know. Very boring.
Because they've had members of the Barmy Army there. You would have thought if anyone was going to misbehave.
What I love is the way that David Gower describes them, because they obviously have the read-throughs that they have to do when they go over there. And he's so sarcastic about it. It's especially the Sensodyne one. He's like, oh my god.
Sensodyne. Imagine in the boardroom at Sensodyne. Yes, we will sponsor the test matches. Why?
Oh, great.
in comes Mark Wood, and that one's pitched well up, as it were. You can say that about a bobble. Not dug in short. Played out on the offside dot ball.
Just trying to think, what's Pakistan's bowling attack for this test then? I can't remember who's in. I presume Abra Ahmed's in. I better have a look at the team.
Well, I should bloody well hope so.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
After last time, gosh.
I mean, I did read out the teams at the beginning, but
yeah. Stokes seems to sort of get more Superman-like with his shirts every match. That is a terrifically clingy fit. That
Superman, he has to wear his pants over his trousers, doesn't he?
He really should. He would have been justified several times in the past by his performances. That's a dot ball played out to point by Shaquille. He remains on 18. Baba's on 45. Score on 150.
They've only got 4 frontline bowlers. They've got Agar Salman. You can really call him a frontline bowler. He can bowl. You've got Fahim Ashraf, Mohammed Wasim, Nawam Ali and Abra Ahmed. So they've gone with only...
They've got injury, haven't they?
Nazim's injured, yeah. So is Abra... I don't know what Nawam Ali bowls. The other two are pace bowlers, aren't they? I presume he's a spinner of some description.
In comes Wood, digs it in, but it doesn't get above hip high, and it's quite easy, relatively easy for Shaquille just to direct that down to Ahmed at long leg, comes through for a single.
No, he's a left armer, and Mohammed Wasim is obviously right arm fast medium. So they've got 2 pacers and 2 spinners. Presumably the spinners are going to bowl a lot. So I mean, presumably they prepared the wicket that it will spin.
Yeah, you'd think
obviously
so,
you're going to get the best batting conditions on day one, you'd have thought. England desperately working that ball.
Yeah, it didn't really work out that way, funnily enough, in the last test. It got flattered. Don't know about this one. Wood in again, last ball of the over the wicket. Ooh, and Baba does play that down on his toes. Had to keep a wary eye to make sure it didn't roll back onto his stumps, which it did not. 153 for 3 at the end of the 38th, Danny.
The light roller says he's heading off to the pub to watch some of the cricket. Thank you for entertaining me whilst doing the chores. I shall hopefully be in England for the Ashes, but nowhere near the Tower. Oh, that's a shame. Mike says I'll be in England for the Ashes as well. Let's all just come over and watch cricket.
Well, more the merrier, man. You know, everyone's if you're over here, and especially if you're from a foreign country and you're coming over here and you want to come in and say hello to us, if you're a regular listener, we're more than happy to accommodate, man. We're like that. We're not like the BBC, wouldn't you know? This is Gorilla. Everyone's welcome, man.
Yeah, exactly. That's the difference. Welcome. Okay, so Leach starting again. There's a single out to, I think that's Ben Duckett, who throws it in a rather odd manner, as if he's hurling a caber. But anyway.
Is that how you hurl a caber? Is it?
I don't know really.
No, you run up double-handed.
Shot put. Not a caber. I meant a shot put. Not
shot
a caber.
put. Okay. I think Mayank's been in before, hasn't he? I'm pretty certain. He's travelled around.
Everybody's allowed to come, but you've got to bring alcohol, apparently.
Yes, exactly. You have to bring alcohol.
Yeah, but not vodka, because that's a bad idea by the side of it.
Beer's always welcome. Wine does get drunk the more people are in here, but I'm a massive wine drinker, especially in the summer when it's
We had some bubbly when I was there. That was quite nice.
We've still got 2 bottles of bubbly that we won.
Oh, excellent! I'll be there.
That we won a quiz.
Leach pitches that one on leg stump, but not a problem for Baba. He can trust that it's not going to turn at right angles, manages to smother the spin with a nice forward defensive, no run. Okay, so Leach just drops that a little short, the wide of the wicket, very nicely played by Baba. And that's fielded by the man in the deep. Couldn't quite see who that was for a moment, so they just come through for a single.
At the end of this over, we're going to have a switcheroo again. Colin Sutu is going to be on. Been slating everyone who's English in the World Cup on WhatsApp. I like that styling. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Being a Scotsman.
Yeah, that's he's entitled to so to
Absolutely,
do.
absolutely.
And that's played out very nicely by Shaquille to just wide of the man at mid wicket. Ben Duckett does the fielding and come through for a single. Shaquille moves to 21 off 44. Baba is 46 off 68, so a good healthy strike rate. They're going along at about nearly 4 runs and over, around about 4 runs and over. So, and that's played very nicely by Baba, wide of the man, straight down to Jax, who's fielding at mid on.
I wonder how Jax feels. You know, been left out of this side.
6 wickets.
Well, yeah. I mean, Gary was like, let him bowl. He was a bit loopy.
Not a regular bowler.
No.
That's the last ball of the over, played defensively out by Shaquille. He's still on 21 at the end of the 39th. Jack Leach is 1 for 69 off his 18. Baba on 47, Shaquille on 21. Pakistan are 156 for 3, and that is time for us to switch round.
Indeed, Colin's going to take over your ball by ball. David is back, and Messi.
Oh no, I'm off.
Yeah, and Messi is going to do your messages, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Bear.
Thank you, Bear.
Greetings, everyone.
We should be on a drinks break now, I suspect. Hello, Colin. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm pleased to see you describe your captaincy as very much like a dictatorship. Must be fun playing with you.
I think it's more aghast when my teammates are looking at me going, laughing away, thinking, "Oh yeah, good joke." No, I'm serious. I'm way to open bowling. I'm batting. And as they look at you with disgust. Anyway, how are we doing for tweets, Messi?
Dave Wood says 2 times I've made it onto the telly while in the crowd. The first time I pulled a sickie from work, which was difficult to explain. The second time a friend outed himself as a smoker to his parents. Yeah, I'm surprised he was allowed to smoke at the cricket, to be honest. I just tweeted, just to keep you up to date, the BBL, Perth Scorchers are playing against the Sydney Sixers at the Perth Stadium. They've made more than 15, but they're 50 for 5 after 7.5 overs. I don't know what's going on in the BBL. And Mike says he's been into Gorilla Tires twice, but that was 4 or 5 years ago. More than happy to also join in virtually soon. Me and Brian Barish can do a Philly takeover on air. It's great. We had people from 5 continents in the Bear and the Bishop, the Bishop and the Bear pub on Thursday night when we recorded the most recent podcast for Patreons, and it was great fun. And it's just great to catch up with people who we normally only see via Twitter. Actually, to see their faces or at least hear their voices in the case of the more modest ones. So yeah, it's people say a lot about Twitter being a nasty place, but when it comes to Gorilla Cricket, it's been a wonderful place for me, and I just love the fact that we have such a positive interaction on social media because gorillas are such nice people.
Yeah, Twitter is just what it is for a tool. If there's nasty and horrible people on there, you just ignore them or block them.
Exactly. David, so what's your prognosis?
Well, I believe in putting my money where my mouth is. In fact, my money's gone down. Unusually, my money's gone down before I've opened my mouth on this occasion. Having watched the last half hour, I've just taken 5-1 against the draw, which I think is I wouldn't bet against Ben Stokes drawing any match, but if I was going to this could be it, because it does seem the most benign of all the three pitches that we've seen in this series. When you see Mark Wood charging in and the ball doesn't get up above knee height, then and there's no discernible turn. Obviously, it means that even without a lot of turn, Bra was able to run through the England team. So it does depend on whether England will put up, whether they'll care about the draw, whether they'll go all out, even for victory. I mean, I noticed Ben Folkes has come back into the team today. Two changes in the England team. Folkes in, and this man is about to come on. So that Rehan Ahmed, which suggests that maybe Ben Folkes, he's a blocker, and if necessary, could stay there for a while. I don't know. I just thought 5-1 was way over the top, and I can always lay that off later on, Colin. It's a technical term.
Yeah.
Are you a punter, Colin?
Yeah, I've been known to bet.
What do you think about that 5-1 the draw?
Well, if I'm looking at the pitch, and especially the first test, you could have played in that pitch for about 40 days, and you wouldn't have seen anything discernible in the pitch. This has only gone through 39 overs, and there's starting to be some noticeable actual roughage from where the bowlers are coming through. So now if we could be a bit more crafty, be a bit more intelligent about lines where we're bowling, or England are bowling, then you've got more of an opportunity. Get Leach on from the other, coming round the wicket, see what he can do with some foot marks for a little bit, just to give him some questions, not just do the same.
I suppose, absolutely.
As Ria Ahmed comes into bowl and it's wide of the off stump, cut away to deep point for just a quick one single.
Yeah, I suppose speaking as a punter now, that 5-1 I think represents the highest price for a draw we're going to see in this test match. Hence, one can always adjust one's position. Colin, I know I speak punter to punter here. One can adjust one's position, lay it off as the game goes on, because England are 2-1 and Pakistan 5-4 favourites, or 4-5 favourites. Yeah.
2-1 is very generous around England, in my view.
But,
especially from the first two tests and their methodology of playing now. As Rian Ahmed looks like he's heard of what I've been talking about and decided to come round the wicket straight away.
I should add, Messrs, that I'm already, heavily invested in England at the 2-1 that was available before the match. In fact, the best I could get was 7-4, 13-8. So 2-1 represents the biggest price England have been so far in this match. But it's going to drift further, especially if these two really dig in. We've seen before that once Shaquille and Baba are out, there's not that much left in the on the bench.
As Rian Ahmed comes in again, very full, blocked, and comes in for the third time, very full again, blocked down the wicket.
Yeah, sorry if you're a football fan listening to this, I might have confused you there. I meant in the hut, not on the bench.
Well, sorry, I think you overlooked Rizwan in that.
Well, Ahmed and floated up, and it's been driven through covers, and probably coming back for at least two.
If I can come back to you on that, Messrs, and I'm happy to be proved wrong on this, but Rizwan, has two modes of playing. He's essentially white ball, has earned his spurs on the white ball. He's either blocks or attacks. As we saw, he was shotless for the first 27 balls in the last test. And then he goes on the attack. It's not necessarily a formula that leads to large amount of test match runs. And I'm going to check the stats now to see whether I'm talking bollocks or not.
So he made 100
coming in, and another floated ball just blocked into the covers for no run. On go, Messi.
So Rizwan made 104 not out against Australia in the fourth innings here in the last test match, and that was off 177 deliveries. So I think he can block it out on this pitch.
Rian Ahmed finishing the over, another very full ball around the wicket, blocked into the covers. 160 for 3 after 40 overs. Messi,
Well, I was just about to chip in there, Messi. Sorry, just to conclude that. My point was not that he can't block. He can. He's either he's either one of these players with two gears, blocks or attacks. But his Test match average of 39.6 would probably contradict what I'm saying. So forget what I've said. I'm not betting for Rizwan anyway. Messi, back to you. Sorry.
Diana Patterson says some of us Twitterati are not nice people, especially face to face. Well, I refuse to believe that of you, Diana.
Sounds
of all
threatening.
people. And Nestle says, a warning, if you do come over and go to Gorilla Towers, they will get you on air, get you to clean the toilet, ply with you with alcohol and donuts, and then your life will be taken over by having to commentate over Zoom. It's a
Sounds
cult.
bliss.
It is. It's a great cult, right?
As Jack Leach continues on, floating kind of roughly on the offside, and it's just been cut to deep point and Ben Duckett, and they've gone through for a sultry single. Yeah, just hearing all that, that's a perfect ideal, isn't it? Coming up and getting fed full of drink and donuts and watching cricket with other people. Sounds like a perfect
I
day.
remember. It's funny, as that came through, Kiwi Kelly tweeted something not on our timeline, but she sent a whole lot of donuts to us during the World Cup in 2019 that kept us excessively fed.
Jack Leach full on a straight line, and it just blocked down to the
Those Hanukkah I wonder if those were Hanukkah donuts, and there's a little known tradition of Hanukkah, which is the first day tomorrow, is that you get donuts.
Hanukkah donuts.
Hanukkah donuts, yeah, absolutely, yeah. They're the nice jammy ones, not the one, not those weird ones.
American ones.
Yeah, not the American.
As Leach comes in again, very full and blocked straight back to the bowler. No run.
These were the round donuts with holes in the middle, but they were actually delicious.
Any jam?
There were a lot of them. There were one lot with jam in them. I think there were a whole variety of them. You had to get in before Hendo.
Leach coming in, and it's blocked down into the leg side with a quick flick.
Guys, I know this is pretty safe because Hendo's going to be asleep. You won't listen to this time. Has he put on weight after 2 years sitting in that armchair?
Well, he says he has, but I actually don't think he has. Not
I think we all
Bear
have.
says he has, because I noticed on when I was looking at his, he did put up that on WhatsApp. He put up photo of his in younger days, in the cricket team, but I noticed he on the recent Gorilla broadcast, he was showing 2 or 3 chins, which I hadn't noticed before.
Nothing wrong with multiple chins.
Leach in. 5th ball being blocked back to the bowler, and the 6th ball coming in. It's being flicked, but not very hard, not very far, straight to the leg side fielder in short, and it's for no runs.
I was listening to some. I missed Colin. Sorry, you were chatting, you guys, or before about something happening at Gorilla Towers, a festive drink or something. It's not tomorrow morning, by any chance, is it?
No, it's summertime next year.
Oh, summertime.
It's quite a few of us.
No, because I'm excited.
That we were going to go.
Yeah, it's my first visit to Gorilla Towers tomorrow, and I'm really hoping that I can listen to some Doobie Brothers with Bear in the morning.
Well, yeah, if you get Bear there in the morning, you'll be doing well, because he likes his Sundays break.
Well, I know, but that's because of his lad, very talented footballer. But the game's already been cancelled. It was cancelled back on Wednesday, even though as Bear said earlier, the temperature in the UK is forecast to rise to 14 degrees tomorrow. It seems like too early a cancellation, but I'm going to take advantage of that and just sort of encourage Bear to come down. A, it'd be good to see him, and B, it would be good to listen to some Doobie Brothers.
And Riyad Ahmed continuing in from the other side. First ball blocked back to him, and over the wicket again for his second ball, blocked back to him again, with no discernible turn so far. As we see pictures of a comparison of his stock delivery and his googly, which I can't pick, to be honest. But I don't know if anyone knew. Riyad Ahmed balls a full toss delivery, and it's been hit down to mid-on, nearly getting past him, but putting in the dive to block it enough. As Babar complains that he's not managed to get past him, but hitting his first milestone.
Dave Wood asked a very important question.
Stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
25th half century for Baba Azam, and who's to say that he won't go on to score a century? I certainly think that he's worth an investment on the over market at the moment. Can I see a thumbs up from Bear on that? Are you on Baba over?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not
Rian Ahmed.
Tends like to bet on individuals.
Rian Ahmed coming round the wicket, and it's been driven out into point, but not going for any runs. And again, coming round the wicket, this time beats the edge as Folks whips off the bails very quickly, but no interest in an actual appeal. Is that a Pakistan cap we've got on there, David, as well?
It is. I'm just trying to even things out a bit. We don't have
That's what
Pakistani
I'm
commentator. Oh, right, okay.
Not as a Pakistan. Oh, and there's an appeal as Rian Ahmed comes round the wicket, and it's hit something, definitely hit pad, and it's spooned up in the air.
Could this
and
be his
short
first
leg
Test
is
match
dived
cricket?
in.
Ooh, good
rather
catch.
swift catch from short leg.
The England
Full
team are
stretch, one arm.
celebrating. It looks like we've seen Rihan Ahmed's first Test match wicket, the youngest player ever to play for England, and this will be the youngest player to take a wicket for England. But that's
certainly
Joe
Shaquille.
Wilson. Joe Wilson's having a chat. Colin, what's that about?
Certainly Shaquille has not moved. He didn't look like he's very interested. As I said, the umpires are and they've given a soft single as out, which this is going to complicate things.
Well, it's Joe Wilson, so he's obviously not out, isn't he? You know.
I don't think there's any doubt he caught it. The question is whether he hit it.
Yeah. As we go to the replay. Oh, it's hard to tell from my feed.
He smashed it. He smashed it, guys. He smashed that. Now we're looking at the replay of
yes,
it's a catch.
Yes.
It's up.
Yes.
Well done, Rihan. You're out, mate.
One arm diving.
Well done, Rihan Ahmed. His first wicket for England, and fantastic to see. Getting the congratulations.
All the high fives are coming through.
Is he the first ever player? Is he the first ever player to have his father in the huddle? Yes, that's his dad in the crowd there. That was a lovely touch, I thought, for the England team to invite Rihan Ahmed's father, his mentor, into the huddle for his presentation of his cap. Messers, were you watching? Do you know who presented the cap to Rihan?
Yeah, NASA did.
Right. Okay.
Potentially Stuart Broad, you would think. Maybe he might have his dad just by.
Yeah, I doubt very much to be the first because, it's more and more an inclusive thing. So.
A father?
Yeah, I would imagine so. His father looked young enough to be playing Test cricket himself, actually.
Do we know is he of any kind of cricket in stock?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Now, just on Twitter, in response to Nestle's revelation that guerrilla cricket is in fact a cult, Dave Wood says, "Well, who is the David Koresh of Guerrilla Towers?" And to which Nestler said, "Hendo." And of course, when it comes to charismatic leader, you cannot get more charismatic than Hendo. So clearly, that's correct. And in the discussion around donuts, I have I've sent a photo of some of the donuts we received during the 2019 World Cup from Kiwi Kali, with Hendo eating one of them and showing them off, which really is Hendo in his element. Nice memories that. And that's up to date on Twitter.
Makes a nice change for Leicestershire supporters to see a player playing for England who's come from another county, because he played his youth cricket for Notts and moved to Leicester. Normally it's a one-way ticket. Just going back to Baba Azam, there's some attractive odds there, if I can signpost that to you and any listeners who want to make some money. Bear in mind that investments can go down as well as up. But Baba Azam to score a century is available at a very attractive price. So anyway, I'll push back to you, Colin. Sorry about that.
Jack Leach comes in for his first ball, and it's Baba knocking it into the leg side for just a 1 run.
Just on the
we get our new batsman coming in. Is this guy?
He's not hit a bolt, he can hit the ball. Really quite far if the bowling's up far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is, because he's Mohammed Rizwan.
As we get Mohammed Rizwan partnering with Babar Azam. I don't think I've seen this very often. Have you guys?
Well, not in Test cricket. Obviously, we saw it. I see what you mean. Sorry, Colin. I'm very poor at detecting irony at this hour.
As the premier Pakistan partnership comes in now with Mohammed Rizwan. I did find it quite interesting how we talked about Rizwan being, either a blocker or a attacking batsman. But if we look at his strike rates, it's quite less than anyone currently in the fastball kind of remit right now. So it's kind of looking a bit tame compared to most of the batsmen in a minute.
Yeah, he does take a while to get going, and there's no problem with that in Test match cricket. He's got all the time in the world when England bat at the pace they do. Pakistan shouldn't be in any hurry at all. But that's terrific news.
Comes in over the wicket, and it's just forward defensive straight to short cover for no run.
Colin, just to come back on Rehan Ahmed, you asked about whether he was from cricketing stock. His father, Naeem Ahmed, was a fast bowling all-rounder. Didn't play for Pakistan, was born in Pakistan, but played his cricket over here. And of course, Ahmed, was picked by the Southern Brave in the 16.4 last year. He was named in England's team for the 2022 ICC Under-19 cricket team. Made his List A debut only in 2021 for Leicestershire in the Royal London, but he did play before he was even picked for Leicestershire. He played in the county select 11 against India during their tour of England. So, he's obviously being groomed for stardom, and youngest ever wicket taker for England, youngest ever debutant for England at 18 years, 125 days.
And Jack Leach comes in for his second ball. It's blocked back to him. His third ball over the wicket, blocked back to him again. And I say third ball because Leach did the disgusting thing of any spin bowler, which is give up a front foot no ball. This was hard to believe.
I'm going to resist the temptation to pile into Jack, because I've got a note that says don't be too harsh on Jack, and I know Bear put up a good defence. Could put up a good defence of him early on. But
Jack Leach over the wicket, slightly shorter of length, but not by much, more than a good length, and back-footed blocked, as Rizwan makes it look harder than it actually was by his back-footed stance, just standing there.
What do you think that wicket will do for Rehan Ahmed? Because he's going to feel like he really belongs now. He's come in and taken a really good wicket there.
Well, it was quite. They were showing the differences of the first two balls being slightly flighted and off googly, and then all of a sudden bringing in the more leg break to take the inside edge rather than the outside edge. So he looked like he had a bit of craft beside him. As Jack Leach comes in for the fifth ball, very full, and it's easily blocked.
Yeah, no, he's got the talent, Colin. It's a question of whether that will give him the confidence. If only we had our spin bowling consultant on the microphone who would come in and say, how much impact does an early wicket have? Is confidence as important for a slow bowler as a batsman and quickie?
In this circumstance, it has to be.
Leach comes in, and it's very wide of the off stump, but slapped through leg side for one of these.
In answer to your question, Dave, getting a wicket is always a good thing for a bowler. It helps you settle into your line and rhythm, and you feel like you're on top of the game.
Quite a lot of good togetherness from the England team. They were very, very quick to praise Rehan Ahmed for that wicket and get around him. So I think he'd be taking a lot of confidence and a lot of emotion from
it. Without naming names, Dave, or looking at your notes, I've moved him up to England's #1 spinner. Chris Sequire says 100 on debut for Zakir as Bangladesh reached 207 for 3. I didn't know you could watch it on Facebook. There you go. There's a hint for anybody who wants to see Bangladesh India.
Rian Ahmed continues on, but over the wicket, and it's a quite full delivery, and it's been came through and slapped through mid on and mid wicket for 2 runs for Baba. As Rian Ahmed comes in again over the wicket, and it's forward defensive, just very easily taken down. As Baba indicates a slightly flighted fingers routine there.
To me, we should judge Rehan on how he bowls now, because he's got the wicket. It feels like he belongs now. We're going to see him. Oh, that's a bit of a pie.
Yeah, it's Rian Ahmed. It's short, wide, and it's just been howked, as we would call it, through mid wicket and mid on for one of these.
That was a David pie.
I think most of us would have put that one away. No, but I mean, I was going to say we'll judge him on this. So, yeah, it may have to take a bit longer. But it's Test cricket. It's a leveler. You know, there's ups and there's downs. Can he come back from that? I think he can.
That ball kind of looked very much like, I'm going to really rip into this one, and it just pulled it down, as you always do. As he comes through for his 4th ball, off break on the leg break on the offside, straight through the keeper, no run. 5th one, another leg break, backwards defended to the slip fielder who comes through, no run again. But he's looking very confident. He's looking like he knows what he wants now, gonna come through, but maybe a bit on length, needs a bit more questioning, as this one is very full and knocked through to mid off for no run.
Dave was just, I hope Ahmed doesn't crumble under the pressure of the inevitable comparisons with Ian Salisbury. That's cruel.
That's an interesting statistic for you. Salisbury has the lowest percentage of any player, or the highest one, the lowest percentage in terms of playing in a winning England team. He has the lowest percentage of any any spin bowler who's played for England. Hardly ever played in a winning England team. When you bring Salisbury in, you lose.
How many tests did he play?
Oh, God, Bess.
I'll have to tell you that in a moment.
As we've seen some highlights of the Babar Azam show, looking very good for his 57 not out after 81 balls. Jack Leach is going to continue on bowling over the wicket, and it's straight down the stumps corridor, where he just blocked back to the bowler for no run. I think Jack Leach needs to change this up a bit. It seems like every delivery is near the same here, unless he's going for a rather long setup.
He played 15. He played 15 Test matches, Messers.
Oh, right. Well, that's a lot to manage to lose almost all of them.
Jack Leach again, same stock delivery, same block, straight back to short cover for no run.
He took 20 wickets in those 15 matches. Sadly, he conceded 1,539 runs, giving him a Test match average of 76.95.
Oh, God.
Jack Leach in stock delivery again, and this time it's poor defensive to the
he played he played 4 ODIs. That didn't go so well. Went for an economy rate of 5.7. In those days, that's a lot.
Yeah, that does say something of that time. Jack Leach over the wicket, and this time he's gone for a attempt sweep, and he's got it all the way beyond the deep square fielder for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Jack Leach. It's every balls I've seen so far of Jack Leach is the same ball.
You're not going to get me on that. This is going to be a It's going to be a monologue, Colin, because I can't. I'm on a gagging order, Leach gagging order. I don't like to offend mine host.
I've only just came on, and that's all I've seen so far is Jack Leach stock delivery, line and length on the off stump. It's a slightly more leg side, but the same stock kind of ish delivery and block down to short leg for no run.
How's the appeal going for changing the subject? How's the appeal going for Bears pipe and slippers? Sheepskin hat and sheepskin slippers. Any contributions yet from the Twitterati?
No, apparently not.
All Bear wants for Christmas.
As I quickly nip in, as Jack Leach bowls one slightly shorter, and it's whipped through mid-wicket for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
That concludes that over. Will they go back to David Bishop here?
Well, just on the subject of Ian Salisbury message, just before you come in there, the Quick Info blurbs are always very neutral, but you don't get criticism in Quick Info when they do their profiles. But they couldn't resist this about Salisbury. He gets plenty of turn, but his line of attack just outside off stump is unthreatening, and his only variation, the googly, is telegraphed by a higher arm action.
Dear.
Messi, do you have any quick tweets?
Well, over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk says, "Congratulations on your first Test wicket, young man."
Yeah.
And that young man is in again over the wicket, and it's quite full and very blocked out into short cover for no run.
He looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's looking fairly good. As this one's quite full, whipped to mid-on and scampered through for a quick single.
He's solidly built. Looks like he can score some useful lower order runs. Of course, Salisbury was known to score some useful lower order runs, and he did actually in those 15 Test matches score 150.
As Pakistan is at the 183 for 4.
As Samit Patel will tell you, being solidly built is not necessarily a disadvantage.
Yeah, let's not get out of that.
Well, let's not go on to the omission of Raheem Cornwall.
Rian Ahmed bowls short and wide, and this time it's Rizwan who sweeps it to backward square leg and gets through for 2.
In fact,
for 2 runs.
Even Raheem's closest friends and admirers would not describe him as solidly built, because there is a few Dunlop tyres around the old midriff area. But the idea that he should be left out of this West Indies team that is led by a coach until recently, Phil Simmons, and a bowling coach, Roddy Estwick, with the largest beer bellies you've ever seen from any coaching team on an elite cricket team.
He is quite a unit. He looks like someone who belongs as a prop forward.
Well, it's hypocrisy on the grounds of Simmons and Estwick to leave out a bowler on the grounds of size when they too are carrying excess. And Raheem Cornwall is a fine player. He would have been great in Australia because he's got that arm ball and he turns it, and he's very effective and also a very effective late middle order batsman.
You should be selected regardless of size.
Double standards have long been as part of first elections. You know that well.
As we wait for the next ball. Rian Ahmed, and this time it's very full, and it's been swept to deep fine leg for 1 run.
I'd have been interested if I was Rehan Ahmed. I'd have been interested by that shot there from Bob, because he took that. He was sweeping off middle stump and just pushed that one through a bit quicker.
I don't know why he came back over the wicket. He looked like he was getting some bit of movement on the going round the wicket. This time, fairly fullish, not much movement, and forward defensive to into the short fielders for no run. You was about to say that, David? You forgot.
I made my. I believe I'm old-fashioned at summariser. I make my point and get off, Mike.
Yeah,
quickly
and
as
it
possible.
looks like we're due a change anyway, as Pakistan go for 187 for 4. Vietnam's last bowl's very full, googly. It's been flicked over onto the leg side for 1 run.
Indeed. It is time for a change. I'm being joined by Nestlers and Fulfy. And two
tweets from Mog for you, Nestlers.
Thank you.
A couple of things. The setup to get Salge Kill was actually quite good. Are you joining us, Fulfy? Are you there? He's not even on the bloody...
Where's Fulfy?
He's saying he's getting connection issues.
Okay. Well...
What was he in for?
He was in for summarising. Anyone wants to stay on out of you three, that's cool. You stay
I'll
on?
may as well stay on.
Okay, when he arrives, we'll let him in. The setup that Salge Kill got, Salge Kill was out with, was pretty good. He bowled a googly that nipped past his outside edge, and then he bowled a standard leg break, which actually did. I mean, there is a little bit of rough outside the off stump for the left-handers that nipped back in, caught the inside edge, and he was caught back pad. So that was a pretty good setup. The reason he's not going around the wicket to the right-handers, though, Colin, is because there's a shit line, and there's not enough. There's not enough rough outside the leg stump of the yet to be bowling over the wicket, around the wicket as a right arm leg break bowler to a right hander, I would suggest. But hey, it's a good wicket to get. He's been difficult to dislodge the whole series of Salge Kill, so getting him early is quite handy. Get through here, and there's a possibility that you could get them out for a reasonable score, that we can Bazball tomorrow and be in the lead.
That's not looking promising. Ben Duckett going off after doing that.
Yeah, he was feeling his ankle a bit, wasn't he? Maybe he's just turned it a bit. It'll probably be all right with a bit of strapping, and should be okay. Didn't look too serious, but they do like to get them strapped up early. We're having a change in the bowling. Leachy's going to get a break, and this man's coming on.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Well, Root's bowling around the wicket. Obviously, he's a right-hander, so it makes a little bit of difference. He can turn it into the pads and brings LBW possibly into the equation. Well, there's not a lot of turn. He bowls flat and round arm. First ball was just defended by Baba, and there's no run. The spinners are getting a fair bit of tap today, no matter what. That one worked into the pads and it's clipped out the deep mid wicket, and he'll get himself a single. Not a lot of help for the bowlers, let's be honest. It's a day one pitch, and
that's 40 on now.
It is 40 on now. I just got my watch buzzed at me and said, I'm in the waiting room. So when he arrives, he can switch in from mute. Yeah, it's a pretty fucking flat pitch, but again, you're right. I mean, there is, you can see up the side of the pitch with Hooter and running. There's some disturbance of the surface, which you certainly didn't get in Rawalpindi, and he's kind of got in the last game, but then it seemed to clear up as the game went on. Weirdly, it didn't get any worse. All right, 40.
Yes, hello there. Some issues.
Internet issues. It's all right.
Yeah.
Have you got a hot water bowl there as well? Nestlers. Properly wrapped up. You look like you got a hot water bottle on. That one's defended back down the track, and there's no run.
It's a scarf thing.
You got a scarf. Don't have the heating on down in F1.
Can you guess the film it's from?
I can't. It's gone all out of focus. It's a red something on it. That's too short by Rooty, and it gets pulled down to long leg. It'll be a single.
Do we have any more of it, Nestlers? Spider-Man.
No, it's a very famous film.
Oh, is it The Shining?
Yep.
Okay.
It's the carpet from The Shining.
The carpet. Now Jack Nicholson's tie in The Shining, the knitted tie that reflects the carpet. It's got the same design.
There you go. Clipped into the leg side again. Last ball of the over for a single. So you learn lots of things on Gorilla.
Hello, Fulfy, by the way.
That ends the over.
Hello, Ness. It's lovely to see you.
I have been enjoying the festive 40.
Ah, right, okay. Yeah,
very good. Yeah,
Might
lots of tunes that I didn't know.
See, the sun comes out in Australia. 40 has a little sort of glow about him. He's wearing a t-shirt. He looks a lot healthier already after a couple of weeks of sun after the World Cup, you know.
Maybe he's pregnant.
Ah, maybe. Over to you, Nessus.
Yeah.
Right, we've got Mog who says, as I live in a nation that was made on the sheep's back or something, I can arrange for an actual sheep to be sent over to the bear.
I don't want a sheep, 'cause that means I'll have to kill it, gut it and prepare it.
Nah, keep it as pet. He also says, Rakeem Cornwall will tell you a fun tale about being a giant fat bastard, so would Dwayne Leverock.
Yeah, that's defending the offside. There's no one. In defence of Phil Simmons and whoever else Dave was going on about, they're fat now and they're probably in their 50s.
Yeah, but they're not playing.
Yeah, exactly. They were. I mean, Phil Simmons was, quite a physical specimen, as Annie pointed out. He wasn't fat when he was in the hot tub with her. As that's on the back foot, forced out through the offside by Baba, who'll get himself a single. And there's no run.
A lot of coaches in professional sport aren't as good as the people they're coaching, and never. Some of the best coaches hardly didn't even play professionally.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, sometimes there's an inverse correlation. Jose Mourinho, Arsene Wenger.
Yep. Gareth Southgate.
Well,
Gareth Southgate's played a surprising number of matches for England. You just forget about him.
Yeah, he did. He was a right defender. That's swept down to long leg and there's no one. But I mean, this is it. When he got picked as England manager, though, everyone thought, oh, for fuck's sake, Gareth Southgate. I mean, he'd been at Middlesbrough and fucked it up. He went somewhere else and fucked it up. He didn't seem like a very particularly good manager, but it's worked for him astonishingly well in the England side.
Yeah, he's not. Oh, come back to that.
The googly. That's defended by Baba, and there's no run.
He's not great tactically, but turns out that may not be the most important thing. He's got a good sidekick who used to be at Chelsea who sorts that out for him. It's actually forging a team bond, which he's been brilliant at.
He has indeed, as that is wide of the off stump by Ran Ahmed, and it's just driven out square to man deep on the cover boundary. It'll be a single. Very much so, isn't it? I mean, they always say in tournaments, you don't have time to work with a side. You've got to get the team spirit up, because they're all. I mean, we've got a pretty good side, and they're pretty young. I mean, there's potential there. Another sweep down to long leg, and he'll get himself another single to end the over. Rizwan, and he'll keep the strike. Over to you, Nessus. Nessus even.
Tony Bishop's tweeted in. He says, breakfast overlooking the surprisingly pleasant Leeds Canal. Yeah, I've been there, Tony. It is nice. And the reassuring tones of the Hofbear, me and Ian Forth.
Well, thanks, Tone. It's good to know that you're going to see Watford at fucking Huddersfield. Is that a waste of time, isn't it?
Jay Grover says, fourthly, the tie doesn't match the carpet, it matches the maze.
It does as well. Yeah, Jay Grover, as ever, is correct. Well, no, yes, it does. Yeah, he's right. Of course he's right. Of course he's right.
And Mog says, well, maybe part of him was fat when he was in the spa with Annie.
Into the leg side. It's clipped by Rizwan out to the man in the deep. It'll be a single Harry Brook out there.
It's quite a good question as to, maybe we shouldn't do this because it's fat shaming, but who became the most overweight after they stopped playing? I mean,
Neville Southall.
Oh God, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, he did become a bit of a bull. Well, middle-age spread and all that happens to the worst of us. That's worked into the leg side by Baba. He get himself a
bit more than middle-age spread with Big Nev.
I met him in Bluewater and I was pissed as a fart when I met him. And I sort of harassed him.
I saw Katie Price in Bluewater.
Oh God.
Yeah, exactly. Defended back down the track and there's no run. It was a hideous sight. She's like a poison dwarf with enormous tits and too much makeup.
And big lips.
Yeah,
Enough of Ben Duckett.
Yeah.
Mike Gatting. Ian Healy, he really went off the rails. He enjoyed his retirement very thoroughly.
Yeah, Gatting turned into a bull.
No, absolutely, yeah.
You want to puncture him, didn't you?
Yeah, he's fucking enormously round. He is. Jesus Christ. I mean, he wasn't a slim player particularly, but he certainly ballooned out. Down leg side, Root carrying on to Rizwan. He fired that in a little bit, and Rizwan couldn't beat the man on the 45. there'll be a dot ball. There haven't been a lot of dot balls. I've been working the singles like it's an ODI. Rizwan's 19 off 22. Baba's 64 off 93. 196 for 4. England done well to get 4 wickets, to be fair, I reckon, on this track. That one's fired across Rizwan. He tries to cut it, gets a toe end into the ground. And Crawley's at slip, picks it up, and there's no run.
Mog says Greg Ritchie, fat of gut.
Yeah.
Bat
Enormous.
of fucking head.
Greg Ritchie, was he the one who came to Words and Wickets? Or was that someone else? Down the track comes Rizwan, gets underneath it. Is there anyone out there? There's no one out there. Oh, there is someone out there. Fucking fantastic catch. Harry Brooks has caught that. No, it's Stokesy. That is an absolutely fantastic. I thought he was in no man's land. Rizwan has given his wicket away. I don't know what sort of shot he played. Rooty's got a wicket. I'd love to see that on a replay. I thought he got not enough of it, but I just thought no one was out there. And suddenly Stokes appeared at the bottom of the picture. And of course, he's looking at the toe end of his bat. It was a filthy full toss, was it not? Let's have a look here. It was. He made it into a full toss. He completely toe ended it. It dipped on him at the last minute. His head shook away. He obviously knew that Stokes was down there. I didn't. Stokes runs around, catches it on the run. Nice height, head height. Really good catch on the run. And England doing really well here, considering they have had to bowl on day one. They've rather done okay.
I think Stokes was laughing because he knew it was a shit ball.
Well, it was a shit ball. Shit takes wickets. In fact, there's a jingle for that one. I just have to find one. Here we go.
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
And that was almost entirely what the jingle said there. Slow full toss, shit gets wickets. Nice.
Well, Pakistan have somehow managed to lose 5 wickets on this docile track, which
well, exactly.
augurs very well for England's response.
Well, it does, doesn't it? 500 by tea tomorrow, it'll be good. All over on day 3.
Yeah. Assuming that something will happen to the wicket over time, it looks like it'll crumble a touch.
Well, yeah, and they will need to, make runs in the first innings, one feels, don't they? Well, Salmon's in. They've got a couple of half-decent all-rounders coming in now, haven't they? You've got Aga Salmon followed by...
Wouldn't it be nice if Aga Salmon could be given just a game or two, and after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew? Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Yes, it would be nice.
I wasn't sure where he was intending to play that shot. It seemed to end up almost exactly where the shot, merited, in the sense that I don't think he miscued it.
No, he did. He got it. He got it right off the toe end. If he'd got it off the middle, I think he was planning to put it in the stands.
Right.
But clearly, he got it wrong. And shit gets
shit
wickets.
Ball, shit shot, good catch.
Exactly.
Sophie KL says Farouk Engineer looks like someone who has thoroughly enjoyed the fine things in life.
Farouk Engineer is a big fat fucker.
But had one of the great names in sport.
Yes.
Yes, he is enormous.
Yeah, he is enormous. He's like Gatting, he's a bull. And he looks like he enjoys food. I think they were talking to him at a test match and he couldn't get round the ground in lunchtime in time, unless they got him a cart or something. Well, here we go, new batsman, and we have a change in the bowling. Going back to the bombardment, as Baba faces up the first ball from this man returning.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
If we could just get Baba out and open up both ends.
Yeah.
Try and get him out for 250. I mean, considering you've been stuck in at 196 of 5 on a flat deck.
Yeah.
Is a pretty good thing. Imagine if England, I mean, I'm not going to say, I'm not going to preempt it because we could still lose this from here, but if England won 3-0 away in Pakistan, having only ever won 2 tests there in 50 years, it could be quite amazing, wouldn't it? That's defended up to mid on, and there's no one. I mean, the fact that we've won 2 tests in 2, and are going to win the series anyway is quite amazing. But if they could finish it off with another win here,
I stand to be corrected, but I don't think Pakistan have ever lost more than 2 tests in a series at home before.
Wow.
And this is a 3-test series.
Yeah.
In series, as it were.
There really is nobody there, is there?
no, it's a bit of a shame, really. You'd have thought there'd be more people.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, it's the capital city. Oh, no, it's not the capital city. We worked that out. But it's one of the biggest cities.
Yeah, it's traditionally the capital. You think of Karachi as the capital.
Yeah, you think of it as the biggest city, don't you? That
Yeah.
and Lahore. Woody in, trying to get that reverse swing working. Doesn't seem to be going, but stopped by Robinson at mid-off. I expect they got a single there. Not entirely sure, because we watched Robinson fall over whilst fielding the ball. The little bat by Baba has not disappeared, so I'm assuming he's still on strike. Long way to go down for Robinson. And indeed, it doesn't look like they did get a single. Wood, on the other hand, has been pretty miserly. 1 for 17, he's in his 9th over.
Yeah, it's terrific performance. He's probably bowled more overs than he thought he would as well.
Yeah, well, he's in again. Bowls that short and just about gets over the top of Baba's gloves. Bounces before it gets to Wokes. It was 142 clicks, so nearly 90 miles an hour. This pitch is not conducive. Oh, look, there's a go. Sensitized, sensitivity-free moment. They all look really happy drinking their cold drinks.
Do they get paid for this?
No, of course not. They get to get on telly.
Really? I mean, maybe some Sensodyne toothpaste?
Maybe a tube of free toothpaste.
Yeah.
A little giveaway.
Sorry, you can probably hear Toby in the background who's doing his nuts.
Oh, is he? Is he hungry? Needs feeding.
Well, he has been fed, but he's forgotten.
Oh, right. Woody is clipped up to mid-on by Baba, and there ain't no run.
That's what Hendo does, isn't it?
Yeah, demands food.
And then forgets.
And salts.
Going to try moving room, but that led to connectivity issues last time. Fingers crossed.
Look at this. We're getting a walkthrough of.
It's not that exciting. It really isn't.
It's like one of those TV shows. And this room.
Behind the keyhole.
Yeah, behind the keyhole.
What was his name?
No idea.
Oh. He was involved heavily in the New York punk scene in the late 70s.
Really?
Which when I found out, I was really shocked about. Yeah, what was his name? And he does pasta sauce, doesn't he?
Lloyd Grossman.
Lloyd Grossman.
Was he heavily involved in the punk scene in New York?
Yeah.
As a promoter, I don't remember him being in any bands.
No, I presume not in any bands. That's nicely clipped. A down leg side from Woody, 2 full. Clipped sweetly by Babazam to the square leg boundary. He gets himself one of these.
2 + 2 is a member.
Presumably England just want to bowl at the person at the other end, and Babazam doesn't look like he's going to, unless he gets himself out, no one's going to be able to get him out.
Yeah, Lloyd Grossman, more of a punter than any involvement in that sort of aspect, but he was, I think sort of saw the first ever Ramones gig and things like that, and the bands all knew him.
CBGBs.
Yeah.
Terrible voice, really annoying voice, Lloyd Grossman.
Let's see what's behind this keyboard.
Exactly. Successful line.
Good pasta sauce though.
No, I disagree.
Yeah.
No.
I like it.
Any pasta sauce that comes in a jar is non-usable to me. You gotta make your own fucking pasta sauce. It's really easy to make pasta sauce.
Yeah, but I can't be bothered.
Yeah, well, it's only fucking tomatoes, garlic and onion for crying out now, and a bit of basil.
Yeah, I know, but I'd rather just pour it in and just go.
Well, Ryan Ahmed is going to continue at the other end, taking over from Ruti. His first ball is Salmon. He's bowling to, clips in to the leg side. And there's no run.
I think Hendo doesn't make his own pasta sauce.
Hendo, he doesn't make anything. That's clipped up to mid-on. He gets himself off the mark. Does Salmon?
Mr. Suter says Pakistan's slightly upping the run rate this test.
Well, yeah. I mean, they're going at about 4 and over. I mean, a lot of innings have gone at late threes. Even Pakistan, when they're not playing baseball. England have obviously gone along at 6s and 7s in the first test, slightly less in the last test. There's a chance here. Ran Ahmed, leg spin. You always fancy that towards with the tail enders. And all those. He's not a big spinner of the ball, and I don't know if it's just the wicket or it's just he doesn't put so much action on the ball. I do like his control and length. I think it's quite good. He doesn't drop the ball too short too often. I prefer someone who over pitches than under pitches. Defended by Baba.
In fact, his control is more notable than his spin, which probably for the test standard cricket is probably preferable.
Yeah, I agree. I think you can probably work on the amount of action you can put on the ball. And you get helpful wickets, it'll be different. I imagine in India on Turners it'll be enough. As that one is just defending the offside and there's no run.
That they used to say a spinner isn't really ready for test cricket until he's 30.
Yeah, especially leg spinners, didn't they? That's cut out to the point boundary and there's no run. You get experience by getting yourself in there, and if you're the kind of person who's got that attitude, it's only going to add to your thirst, isn't it? You're going to want to improve yourself and kick on. Over to you, Nestless.
If you want to get into some peak Gary, I listened to his podcast the other day. He does a football podcast.
Nessun
Dorma with 2 of his other co-podcasters, and they were the discussion. The topic was Maradona being the greatest footballer of all time, and Gary was waxing lyrical about how he bends space unlike any other person.
Gary.
It's brilliant. I was loving it. It was very funny. I don't think Maradona's the best footballer of all time. Anyway, but
he's up there.
Yeah, he's up there, but I don't think he was the best footballer.
Well, who's yours then? Pele?
I think Pele. Yeah,
I think Pele's probably the best. That's defended it into the offside and there's no one. Maradona's up there. I think Maradona's better than Messi, and I think he's better than Ronaldo.
Is he better than
Messi? If you have a look at Messi's highlights reel, my God, some of the goals he scored over the years, absolutely incredible. But there's a guy called Alfredo Di Stefano who everyone who saw him said he was the best player. There's no footage of him.
Was he in the 50s Real Madrid team?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, Puskás as well.
The Galloping Major, absolutely.
Galloping Major, love it.
Live, the best footballer I've ever seen live. Absolutely no contest. Thierry Henry.
Well, that's because you're an Arsenal supporter. John Barnes.
Yeah, but he was fucking unbelievable.
John Barnes was my favourite. That's why I started supporting Liverpool. Woody over the wicket to Salman, who just defends down to Ran Ahmed, who's an on Hayden, and there's no run. I mean, everyone was saying Messi the other day was amazing. He fucking just walks around in the midfield and does, a couple of little touches every once in a while, and everyone goes, "Oh, he's amazing." It's like, yeah,
he's 35, 36.
Yeah, but he is 35.
You called him a dawdler, didn't you?
Yeah, dawdle. He just dawdles around, waiting for the ball to be hit at him.
Lionel Messi just dawdles around.
I mean,
Collins suggested Johan Cruyff, which is he's always up there. He's always up there.
Oh, now that one did tail in a little bit to Salman. Bit of a reverse swing for Woody finally. Defended by Salman, out to cover though, and there's no run.
Greatest player that never played in a World Cup.
George Best, George Weah.
George Best, I think.
And for the future, Haaland, possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah. Well, of course, the Premier League starts again. Boxing Day, doesn't it?
Is it?
Straight back in. And weirdly, I was reading an article before the thing about what would be the best preparation for teams to come back, for players to come back and be in good shape to start the Premier League again on Boxing Day, as that's defended nearly yorked by Wood. It's a decent ball, 90 mile an hour. And he got his back down on it pretty well there, Salman. And weirdly, Jonathan Wilson in The Guardian said that probably the best thing that could happen for players to be on song and in peak condition to come back to play in the Premier League on Boxing Day was if they got knocked out in the quarterfinals. they'd have played enough games, got far enough in the competition to still be in form, but they've had a decent rest before they got to play again. And what happened? They got knocked out in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Well, Arsenal have been in Dubai.
Nice.
Mind you, Jonathan Wilson did predict a final between Brazil and Germany, I think.
Did he?
He certainly predicted Germany. He may have predicted.
Died in the pitch by Wood. 148.9 kilometres an hour, which is about 92 miles an hour. And it barely got through to folks.
They've got 3 on Hayden's now.
Yeah. This might be the lot. They might get one more over. It depends whether the clock clicks over that minutes before this ball is delivered. England might want to go off and have a bit of tea. 51.5 overs bowled, so we've only got through 26 overs a session. Every ball's been over 143 kilometres an hour. That one's defended down to rear nine.
Hey!
Woody falls over, as is his want.
Of course.
That does end the over, and it says 9:39 on my clock. Are they going to get another over in?
It's 8:30, yes, 8:39. Surely I suppose they want another over.
They want another over, whether they get it or not. I'm never sure whether... Well, no, they're going to get one. Joel Wilson wanted to go off and have some tea.
Yeah. But I think they have the 20 minutes anyway now, don't they?
Yeah.
From when they come off.
Yeah, they have 20 minutes anyway from when they come off, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's changed recently, relatively recently.
So we see a Woody falling over. Yeah, I saw the first game that France played and I thought, fuck it, that's why I put money on France after the first game I saw. They just look really, really good. And I do think they'll do Argentina tomorrow. That's clipped into the leg side, mid-on, there's no run. I mean, funnily enough, we were having this discussion when England were on the WhatsApp group, when England were playing France, about, and the last two, in the semi-final of the last World Cup and the final of the Euros, France did what England did. They scored too early. If you score too early, it's very easy to sit too deep, and then it's very difficult to get yourself going forward again.
It's a mistake to score too early.
I think so as well, and I felt that in the Euro final. I thought, fuck, we scored in 5 minutes, and we're just going to sit back here, and Italy are going to get back in the game, and they're a good side. You can't do that against good sides. It was much better to go behind because we were actually attacking for the whole game.
Yes, I agree with all of that.
Swept by Salmon, no run.
And just to be clear, I think Messi was sort of talking about Francophobia, and I think Colin would probably agree with it. It's not Francophobia. I think the only thing some of us were saying is it would be nice if this was a more interesting, brilliant team. That's all. They do just enough.
Oh, now that's a decent ball with a round arm. It beats the outside edge of Salmon's bat. Folks again does the, I'm a good keeper thing and takes the bails anyway in one swift movement. Well, I don't think his back foot left the crease. Moved along the crease, but I think his toe was always behind it. We're not even going to look, so clearly it was.
It's a good ball.
It was a good ball. Just enough.
Yeah.
To beat that outside edge.
Just enough, like France,
Yeah. Well, this is it. I think, they'll show up against Argentina. And they are fucking slick.
Personally, I hope Argentina win, but I know you don't necessarily agree with that bit.
No, I don't. I'm not a massive Argentina fan. I can see, they've got some pretty players, but I just think, when you consider the misses that they've got as well for France, as that one's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. And the team they can still put out, there may not be a massive amount of strength on the bench. If they can, it might be helpful for Argentina to take it into extra time. But if it's in normal time, that's a cracking delivery from Rowan Arm. He's beating the outside edge again of Salmon's bat, enjoying bowling at a tail ender. Can not, probably not going to try and swipe him all over the pitch. Can try and hit a length on the line. That did move just enough.
Yeah, it's beautiful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great delivery. Last ball of the afternoon session is a googly. Comes into Salmon, defends it back down the track. There is no run. That will be T. It is indeed. And good session for England. 3 wickets or 2? And they got because there were 3. It was the last ball before lunch, wasn't it? So only a couple of wickets, but a couple of needed wickets. Pakistan,
Yeah.
you know, they're 200 on the board, but 5 wickets down, long tail. You know, Baba's the man here. Get through Baba, you think they might collapse in a heap. If he stays there, you can still see him getting 300, 350 potentially, with Salman Agha and Fahim Ashraf as company. They're both capable batsmen. Not a lot left after that, really.
Indeed. Any last tweets, Nestor?
Yes. Where are we? Colin says that he was about to unmute himself to do a Lloyd Grossman style who'd play on a pitch like this. Messi says his highlights reel is completely unbeatable. I bet it is. And Mog says, come on you flogs, everyone knows the best soccer player ever is Sam Kerr. To which Jay says Sean Gota.
Sean Gota.
Colin also says only the Bear would call a player renowned for beating several players with dribbling pace as a dawdler. Mayank says if Haaland doesn't bring Norway into the next World Cup, I'll be very sad as a Norwegian myself. That said, as a Man United fan, I wouldn't mind if he pulls a hamstring or something on a regular basis and misses the majority of the next couple of seasons. Yeah, I agree with that last bit. Dave Wood says the greatest player never to play at a World Cup. Yeah, Alfredo Di Stefano. Yeah. Messi Jez, the Bear would have scored for England against France.
No.
Fact.
No, Messi, I'm not going to claim that one. I'll claim that I could bowl in the IPL. I'll put up a few limericks that I found on that OpenAI about me playing in the IPL. But no, I don't think I could play football for England and score a goal.
Be a bit difficult, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
All that running.
Unless I was basically about a foot from the goal line and someone crossed it and it hit me and went in the goal, that'd be a different thing. But actually trying to score one, no, not going to happen. Is that it on the tweets?
Yep, we're done.
Let's. Is there anything left in this? Who's that weirdo? How long have we got left? 12 minutes. 12 minutes, and we've already got 15. So I'm going to take it back to 15 minutes, and hopefully 16 and a half, 17 minutes. We're going to hear the end of Who's That Weirdo, and we'll see you in a bit.
See ya.
Oh, okay.
I was going to, but you know. Now this is an interesting one. Anakali Akasha of Sri Lanka. Anakali Akasha, Sri Lanka.
Who's that weirdo?
Oh, you're just instinctive. You're just purely instinctive. It's that speed with which you played Lillian Thompson. You're absolutely right. She is a weirdo. She's a she as well. And what do you think? What do you think she does? What do you think she does? Or did? It is
Sri Lanka.
Anakali Akasha. Anakali Akasha.
I think she's a musician.
Ooh, you're quite close, but not close enough for a bonus point, because that would just be cruel.
Half a point, how generous are you feeling?
Half a point, well, I want to keep...
No, he's winning too much.
He's winning by 2
No,
now.
yeah.
I think I'm going to go do away with the extra point there. Anakali Akasha is an actress and former Miss Sri Lanka, is that right?
That is absolutely right. She's born in 1987. She is that film actress, model, singer. Did you say singer, though?
You did say singer. Oh, I'm going to give
in that case, have your full point.
You have a point, yeah.
TV host and politician. She was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2000.
Give her a point. Him a point. She does so many things. She could have named anything.
Well, it doesn't say sort of plumber, electrician, general handy person here. But, you know,
she might even be a cricketer on the sly.
She could have been, yeah. But she was crowned Miss Sri Lanka in 2004, represented Sri Lanka at Miss World in 2004 beauty pageant. She's also worked as a brand ambassador and fundraiser. She's got her own YouTube channel if you want to go and check her out.
Okay.
It's Anakali Live. You can find her on YouTube.
She's not a window cleaner.
She's not a window cleaner.
Window cleaner.
Although you might want to clean your windows to have a look out and see what she's up to.
She probably wrestles with gravy though.
She probably does. Oh my
goodness!
Goodness.
Give them a chance.
Everyone does that sort of thing. It's like bog snorkeling, isn't it? Right, moving on. We have 3 names remaining. The first one for Annie. You're gonna have to get some both.
You're gonna have to get it.
You're really gonna have to go here, Annie. Gajanand Singh, United States. Live cricketer, dead cricketer.
Ooh.
Gajanand Singh. Oh well.
Stop it.
He's teasing you now. He's teasing.
Live cricketer.
Yes, you're right. Yes. I think he's done himself down there, Bumble. I think he's given that away a little bit. Gajanand Singh, US, is a live cricketer. And what age do you think Gajanand Singh might currently be, Annie?
31.
Oh, you're so close. I'm going to give you an extra point because it makes it more fun. They're actually 35, and that's only. We always say if you're 3 away, we give you a point. But you did 4 away. We're going to be kind to you because that's the way we are. That's the way we roll here on Gorilla Cricket. Gajanand Singh is indeed a live cricketer at age 35. Tell us what you know about him, Tony.
Well, he's from Berbice in Guyana. He's a left-hand bat, left-arm medium bowler. He plays, as you rightly said, for the USA, but he's played for Guyana, Amazon Warriors, and did play for the West Indies under-19s as well. He hasn't really made much of an impression in first-class cricket. He averages 25 in just 10 matches that he played. But his his most valuable performance came against in the presumably the CPR. Against Trinidad and Trinbago Knight Riders when he made a quick fire, I'll get it out in a minute, quick fire 39 to steer his team to a decent score of 159.
There you go, Gajanand Singh. That's all you need to know about Gajanand Singh. He might make a comeback, and of course there's going to be Major League Cricket, isn't there, in the US fairly soon, so we'll see how whether he gets a gig in that. Back to Bumble, who's trying all the mind tricks that he knows, that are honed after years and years in the top echelons of the game. I'm going to turn to you, Bumble, with you leading 11-7, the final round of names. Glennis Page, New Zealand. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, who's that weirdo?
Can I just before we do that, can I just go through the rules again? You say right at the beginning that if you get the age and you're within 3... You did. I thought you did. Yeah.
So I've actually sort of stretched those rules because there is a term and condition that says the host is allowed to update during the match, basically.
Bit of VAT. Just put a bit.
VAT on the
VAR. Not VAR.
Fold again.
Gajanand Singh, that was. So Glennis Page, New Zealand, live cricketer, dead cricketer. Who's that weirdo?
Glennis Page, just a nice name, Glennis Page.
A lovely name, it really is.
I know the New Zealand cricketers. I've met quite a number of retired cricketers.
What's his tense? I'm almost dropping dead with excitement. Go on.
Who's weirdo?
You're wrong. You threw it into your head, but you didn't get the right answer from deep in the brain. Glennis Page, is she a dead cricketer or a live cricketer? Annie, this is important. A bonus point for you on the line. Dead cricketer or live cricketer? Oh, Glennis Page, New Zealand.
Glennis, Bumble knows some of the old
some Glennis
ones.
You know some Glennises.
But maybe not a really old one. I don't know how far back, but I'm going to go for dead.
You're absolutely right. You've got a bonus point. Well done, Annie. You're coming up on the stand side. She died, I can tell you, a while ago. And for an extra bonus point, how old do you think she was when she died?
It was really sad. She was only 49.
I think I said she was only 14 for a moment. Which would have been really tragic. She wasn't only 49. She was 72 when she...
well, it was still really sad.
Yeah, it was really sad.
Yeah.
She got this mortal coil in 2012. And Tony's got some news and information about her.
Well, I can tell you, she was born in 1940 in Auckland. She played for Auckland women and New Zealand women. Very useful slow left armour. Played just 2 ODIs. She made her debut against Trinidad and Tobago women in the 1973 Women's World Cup, which of course was played in the UK. That game was played in Clarence Park in St Albans.
Really?
Which, as Bumble I'm sure will immediately tell you, is where St Albans City in the National League South play. Because I've been and watched Watford there many times in pre-season friendlies. And it was also New Zealand, that first game was also New Zealand women's inaugural ODI. She made 5 with the bat, but took a very impressive 6 for 20. Wow. Rolling the Trinidad and Tobago women for just 61 all out to win handsomely. They all went off. They won the cup that year, of course, the World Cup, under the captaincy of Enid Bakewell. They got a century, but it was the captaincy of Rachel Hayhoe Flint. They won the cup, I think, at Edgbaston. They all went off to meet Edward Heath, the Prime Minister.
Oh dear.
She still does, Glennis, she still holds the best bowling figures by a player on debut in a women's ODI, and is the only bowler to take a 6-wicket haul on a women's ODI debut.
There you go, Glennis Page. She's very much not a weirdo. She's a dead cricketer. And that makes for a fascinating final name that we are going to give to Annie. Now, let me look at the scores. Bumble has 8, 9, 10, 11 points. Annie, reigning champ, has 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 points. So not only are you going to need to get this right, Annie, you're going to need to get some subsidiaries right as well. So this is absolutely crucial for you.
And if I do, it'll be a tie.
And if you do it, because super over. We'll have to find another name. I don't think we've made contingency plans for that.
I have got a couple of spare names.
I've got a couple of spare names, so it goes that far. Oh, I almost feel like trying to fix it for that, but I won't. Anyway, the final name of today's Who's That Weirdo is Warwick Turner, Australia. Live cricketer, dead cricketer, or who's that weirdo? Warwick Turner.
Definitely, who's that weirdo?
You're absolutely right. You've got 2 points. Oh my God! You're within 1 point of Bumble. Poor old Bumble can't believe it. His head is in his hands, because all you need to do now is tell us what you think Warwick Turner of Australia does. Now think deeply about the kind of mischievous things we get up to here on Who's That Weirdo. You're going to have to sort of run it through.
So it's going to be something really obscure, basically.
Possibly comment. I couldn't possibly comment. I can hear the sledging from Bumble at this point. Trying to mess with your mind.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think? What do you think Warwick Turner did or does?
Pornography.
Well, in a sense, pornography, because he's involved with food porn. Food porn, because he is. I don't know whether. Actually, I should send this over to Bumble, shouldn't I? Because you've got that wrong. Bumble, do you want to have a guess about who Warwick Turner is?
He's in food.
Yeah, good. Well, good, very good. You're absolutely right. How far in food is he?
He's a very famous restaurateur.
Oh, if only he were. I'm afraid you don't get an extra point for that. It means you're going to probably come out on top. We're going to have to add it up in a minute. But Tony, tell us what Warwick Turner did or done.
I absolutely can tell you that. His main claim to fame was achieved in 2011 when he captured the World Black Pudding Championship title in Ramsbottom in Lancashire. He was, however, the second ever Australian winner. Jim Riley had been the first in 2001. Around 700 contestants compete to dislodge the highest number of Yorkshire puddings from a specially designed plinth on a 20-foot ledge by throwing 3 black puddings, and those are in fact supplied by Chadwick's of Bury.
That's right.
I'm sorry, it does sound like...
Do you know Chadwick's of Bury? You know Chadwick's of Bury?
Yeah, definitely. Bury is one of the best markets in the world.
It is.
Oh, right. Excellent.
Yeah.
The ultimate Lancashire delicacy, Chadwick's original black puddings, is a Bury institution, opened in 1929 and now run by Mary and Tony in Bury Market. There's good local knowledge, Bundle.
Cannot beat a black pudding. Absolutely magnificent.
No, they are all handmade, of course. Seasoning, according to either Mary or Tony, is the key, but the recipe is a closely guarded secret. For the best results, you either briefly boil, then split open and cover with mustard, or pan fry, preferably in bacon fat.
Do you make your own black puddings, Bumble?
No, I get them. Sometimes I get Chadwick's, but everybody around here would be selling very black puddings. It is fantastic. I mean, you can't beat a black pudding. It's fitness food. It's health food.
Do you think that was why England took their own chef out to Pakistan to ensure that they had black puddings on the menu?
Black puddings out, they'd have been all right.
I think they'd have done. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe I was going to say that was what made them sick the day before. Maybe that's what sort of compelled them to victory, I suppose.
I'll tell you what, I'd really like to go to this competition one year.
Go on then. Tell us more.
Competitors have 3 turns in an attempt to knock down as many Yorkshire puddings as possible. They're arranged in a pile of a dozen, and they have to throw underarm from a purpose-built stand called an ocky. The competition dates back to the 1980s, and clearly it celebrates Rose's rivalry between Yorkshire and Lancashire. Warwick Turner himself comes from Australia's Gold Coast. He dislodged 8 Yorkshire puddings from that ledge.
Black puddings, you know.
And one, yes, what did I call them?
Yorkshire puddings. Get your puddings right.
No, I was. You throw the Yorkshire puddings, or the other way around. No, you show the black puddings to dislodge the Yorkshire puddings.
Oh,
anyway, he won 100 quid for his trouble. There were windy conditions and showers, which rather hampered his throwing. But nonetheless, he definitely achieved it. More than 1,000 spectators supported the event, including an appearance by the Hairy Bikers, Dave Myers and Stephen King, who also took part and were in with a decent chance of winning it at one point. The latest event, I can tell you, was won in 2021 by Andrew Ferrier. Sadly, though, I don't know anything about him.
Well, there you go. If you want to know any more about Andrew Ferrier, Black Pudding Champion, World Black Pudding Champion 2021, you'll have to go to Google yourself and find out.
I think I should get a point, because it was fairly pornographic.
Yeah, well, it was, wasn't it? It was kind of food porn. If I give you a point, I'm going to have to go and do an...
No, it's okay.
I'm not.
You gave me a point extra anyway. So.
You've had your chance. You've been dethroned as Queen of Who's That Weirdo, I'm afraid. And the new champion of Who's That Weirdo is none other than the voice of cricket himself, Bumble. How do you feel about it? How do you feel about Bumble? I mean, you didn't expect it, but you must be delighted.
It's emotional. I mean, I've never. Let me gather myself just for a second. But more importantly, I'm absolutely thrilled to have won. And do I book my own flight, or do you book it?
Well,
so I take it it's a fortnight in Barbados.
Yeah,
we could have a word with Gladstone.
We'll give you a discount. Cool. We'll mention them. We'll see if Gladstone will get you on a flight. Barbados.
Black Opal. If Gladstone's involved with Black Opal, isn't it?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
That's right. And Jamie Smith is his oppo. Yeah, looking forward to it. I'll probably want to stay at Westmoreland if you can get me in at Westmoreland, or at the other one where it's a very nice golf course.
Is that the West Coast or the South Coast? Which do you prefer?
It's called the Platinum Course. At Sandhill.
I do apologise.
For a fortnight, I'll pick my dates. Let me pick my dates.
Yeah.
And I'll just send you the bill.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that, and we'll ignore it.
I think you were hoping I was going to win.
Strike, that's the problem.
Yeah, it won't reach it because there's a postal strike on, I'm afraid. But anyway, that is it from today's Who's That Weirdo. It's been another nail-biting, extraordinary competition between Annie Chave and Bumble, the voice of cricket. And Bumble has come out 11-10 winner. I'm wondering, Bumble, is there anything else in cricket now that you want to do? I mean, now that you've been on Gorilla Cricket and won Who's That Weirdo, in addition to all the other roles you've had in cricket, what could possibly be next?
Commentating with a bit of luck.
Oh, you can come on, you can commentate with us if you like, anytime. It's an open invitation. You can bring your own beer, and a black pudding if you like.
Well, I brew my own beer for a start.
Do you?
And it's one of them beers that you need like a safety net behind you. It's 6.5%.
Way.
Ooh, that would be dangerous in the middle of the night.
Don't give that to the England team in Pakistan at the moment.
Absolutely not.
They won't need any more encouragement.
They don't need more encouragement. It's absolutely true. It's been absolutely great fun having you on, Bumble. Thank you so much for giving your time and joining us here with Annie Chave today. We are incredibly grateful. And absolutely seriously, we'd open, we don't pay very well, as you know. You can get a pastry and a beer, but if you ever want to join us on Gorilla Cricket, you are so welcome. I can't even say how welcome you are. So thank you so much for being a good sport and joining us today. Thanks, Bumble.
I've loved it. It's been terrific. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cheers. Bad luck.
Cheers. Done. Bye.
Cheers now.
Bye bye. Cheers.
Greg Matthews, Alan Knott.
Who's that weirdo?
Nigel Tiller, Neil Mackenzie.
Who's that weirdo?
Wayne Littlrock, Jan Freed.
Who's that weirdo?
Chris Harris, Kevin O'Brien.
Who's that weirdo?
Perfect timing. All right,
Absolutely.
Messi. Colin's supposed to be joining us.
Yeah, good. I should read a tweet that was actually posted in just at the start of the tea break from Brian. He says, the bear looks like Fleagle from the Banana Splits.
I always wanted one of those little carts they drove around at the beginning of the banana splits.
Oh yeah.
Right, and that was perfect timing. 16 minutes and a half minutes. It's just enough time to get through to the end of Who's That Weirdo episode 4 with Bumble. We are back after tea. This man is going to open bowling after tea.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
And the first ball after tea is a short ball. And this man who's facing just ducks underneath it. Didn't look too comfortable, didn't get up too high. It's this guy.
Have you any wool? No, sir. He doesn't because he's a cricketer from Pakistan and he's a really good one. I mean, thank you very much.
You see the effort that goes in to get that in the pitch, and it just sort of bleh, off the pitch. It's fucking hell. And then of course it's post tea. I've been up for 6 hours, and therefore it's time for a beer. It's a
Fair
shitty.
enough.
I'm sorry, Brian.
Carling.
Brian, don't send Carling, please. I'm just saying, I'm very grateful for everything you ever send, and I'm not going to not drink Carling just because it's free and it's beer. But it's not the most tasty of beers. That one is down the leg side, and it bounces once, twice maybe before it gets to folks. Again banged in, probably 140 odd clicks, 100 in the end, just shy of 142. And Woody has a wry smile to himself.
You can why my ear.
Putting in an awful lot of effort.
That's probably why Stokes isn't bowling.
Well, possibly, but I'd like to see Stokes, because Stokes is the one who gets the most movement in the air generally, because of where his arm is over the vertical, and he kind of pushes it in as well. I'd really like to see him have a go with this old ball, see if he does get some reverse.
I'd like to see a bit more from Root, to be honest.
I don't think they will, because I think Root's useful to the lefties mainly, as that one is pulled out to deep square leg and there's no run. Not so useful to the right-handers.
Probably deep square legs, so did Duckett ever make it back out, I wonder?
Well, that would be interesting to see. Well, they can just put his ankle in ice until he has to bat, I suppose. Got enough spare fielders. Jennings, who has an outing on this, it must be him and Jamie Overton, the only two that haven't played now after this test, I guess. The entire series.
Yeah, that'll be right.
They might have been tempted to try Jamie Overton, but I suppose Wood is your premier man. If he's fit and wants to go, you put him in.
Yeah, well, if Jimmy was going to take a rest, it came down between Folkes and Overton, really, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think Folkes was a wise decision.
Yeah, I think he deserves it, apart from anything else.
Apart from anything else, yeah, guided by Salmon down to third man. That'll be a single. I mean, that's it. I think it's asking too much for Pope if you wanted to genuinely bat as a number 3 to have him as keeper as well. I mean, they've managed to get a team together that still looks pretty strong in the batting. Raymond Ahmed apparently can bat quite well. It sounds like he quite enjoyed Bazball. He likes to hit a long ball. So, Jimmy, you don't lose anything with his batting. Obviously, you lose something with his bowling, but as long as everyone else can take the wickets, then you're all good. And Stokes is a third seamer if he's required. There's been an awful lot of bowling by the spinners, and they've still only got to 206. I mean, they've got 100 of session, but they've lost 5 valuable wickets on a flat pitch.
Yeah, they shouldn't have lost more than 2.
Really? Yeah, that one's got through mid-wicket. It's another one banged into the pitch and getting up just about above waist height. And got what it kind of deserved, which is a slap down to Cow Corner for 4 runs. Again, it just dies in the pitch. So much effort to get it in there, and it's just nothing. Now, maybe with a new ball we get it up higher, but this ball is 53 overs old.
Yeah.
He's bowling a good, metre shorter than a bouncer as well.
Yeah, he's really slamming it into the deck. Anyway, that one, well, he was lucky not to edge that one to his stumps again. It was banged in, died in the pitch. This time it was on a line of off stump. Babber just kind of stood there, waited for it to come, jabbed his bat at it, and it was lower than he thought. Got an under edge, Fortunately, didn't go anywhere near his stumps. Could have quite easily though. I mean, he looked a bit flummoxed by that, didn't he? I mean, just doesn't get up.
Like on a regular pitch, that's going over the keeper.
Yeah, exactly.
Pulling that shot.
on a decent pitch, that is right. But, hey, that's the way it goes. Ryan Ahmed is going to continue after. I'll give you the other batsman, who is this guy.
Wouldn't it be nice if Agus Salmon could be given just a game or two? And after having spent the match together, felt at home with the whole national crew. Oh, wouldn't it be nice?
Oh yeah.
His mission from the original squad was to guard Ryan Ahmed from dubious jingles.
Well, dubious jingles maybe. I'm not sure he'll play in an English summer. They'll probably take him abroad.
He won't get in the team.
He wouldn't get in the team in an English summer. Spinners rarely need a bowl, do they, in England? Let's face it. On the back foot, Salmon punches that sweetly through the offside. Man drops short first ball after tee. Fielded by Crawley. They'll probably get back for 3.
If all the players are coming back as fit as they're saying they're going to be, you're going to struggle to get Leach in.
Well, that's always the thing, but I think that unlike Root, I think Leach likes to have the spinner, and that's why he bowled more in England. Because if you've got an all-rounder who's genuinely a bowler like Stokes, you don't need to pick 4 seamers. You can pick 3.
There's going to be some very controversial selections I can see coming up.
Well, there's going to be a pile-up in the middle order, isn't there? I mean, let's face it. Oh, look, the picture's frozen. We lost the picture. They've lost the satellite signal from
It's back.
Pakistan. It's back. Don't know what happened. Presumably they didn't take a run because Baba's still on strike. And it looked like it was hit out to backward point. Ahmed tosses that one up, and Baba comes down a track turn. There's no run.
Like your premier quicks, you've got Anderson, Broad, Robinson, Wood, and Archer.
Yeah.
5 don't go into 4 very easily.
No, it doesn't. That's a googly. It's turned off the hit by Baba, down for a signal. He's getting the googly to turn now. It's the standard off break. The standard leg break that's not really turning. Or maybe that was just an off break actually at the front of the hand. Yeah, and then you've got the problem where Harry Brook has now scored 2 centuries on a 50 or something on tour. And obviously Johnny Bairstow is going to come back having scored however many centuries last year. That one does turn a little bit, but it's a bit short. Someone goes back, punches it out to cover, and there's no run. Ollie Pope settled in at 3. And obviously your skipper is 4, 5 or 6 if Root's at 4. Only really opens one spot up between Brook and Bairstow. That was defended out the offside and there's no run.
They'll drop Folkes again.
I don't think they will, not in England. I don't think they will. I think you're better off going in with a specialist keeper.
We shall see.
And Folkes is a decent bat as well. It's not like you lose anything by having Folkes in the side. I mean, he was important last summer. He got us across the line in a couple of tests against New Zealand. He got a ton last summer in one of those tests, you know.
Barring injuries, I can't see Woakes again selected again.
Well, no, Woakes is struggling to get in. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's in that pecking order as well, isn't he?
Yeah. You may recall before tea that Mog mentioned Greg Ritchie as being fat of gut, fat of fucking head. To which Angelic Scooter says, "Oh no, that's the second time I've heard his name this week. What's he done now?" Mog says, "Apart from what you've likely heard, he mentioned for probably not much." And Scooter says, "Yeah, that's a relative relief. What a fucking waste of otherwise perfectly useful space."
Well, yeah, that one's clipped off the toes by Baba to backward square leg, reasonably a little bit deeper. They've got an odd field actually. They've got quite a fine leg. I'm presuming there's someone out in the deep behind that sort of backward square leg who's quite square, and they've got a mid wicket. And it's a very leg side field. He's obviously trying to get it into the pads of Baba and protecting that leg side. There's no slips in. That one's straight and defended up to mid-on, and there's no run.
I wouldn't have that backwards deep square leg, because considering it's not getting up there for a bouncer, I don't you'll get a
well,
top edge
yeah, but I
going
mean, we
for them.
saw, you know, what Shah Massoud did. You know, I think it's an easy pull, doesn't quite get to the right height.
Watch it happen next.
Yeah, well, exactly. You know, it doesn't seem likely. Maybe you're better off having the legs slit, probably. Trying for the for the strangle down the leg side. Woody is in. Well, that's that kind of line as bangs it into the pitch down leg side. Just dies on folks who half stops it and they'll get through for a bye. Barmy Army in the back of the stand. I'd be sitting in the sun if I were a Barmy Army. It's only 22 degrees. It's quite chilly at the back of the stand. I mean, it is height of midwinter, even in Pakistan.
It's probably where they've got their beer stash.
They don't want to be caught by the locals. You never know what might happen. Presumably the hotels aren't dry in Karachi. I imagine there's quite a few unpious Muslims in Karachi, if I can say that. Banged in again by Wood, and again it doesn't really get up. Salmon ducks underneath it, goes through the folks, and there is no run. It's a thankless task that Wood's got here. 215 for 5 Pakistan. Salmon's on 5 of 17. Babar Azam has looked serene on 77 off 116 deliveries. Unless he gets himself out, you can't see him getting out, really. But you never know. Maybe a ball misbehaves. England have managed to get 5 wickets in 2 sessions.
Well, it's more of a mind melt on the part of the batsmen. It's likely to take the wickets. And
I mean, there have been
not unlikely.
Well, exactly. I mean, there have been 3 wickets that have been given away and 2 wickets that probably have been got out. That's defended out to a wide mid-on. There's no run. You have to say, Rayan Ahmed's first wicket was a get out. I think that was a really good setup. He bowled the googly, bowled the googly, followed by the leg break. And
Leach's first wicket too.
Yes. Rizwan definitely gave his away, as did Shah Massoud. Who was the last man out? There was another one down the leg side, wasn't it? It was Azhar Ali probably gave his away as well.
I thought Rizwan was the last one.
Yeah. Was the last one Saad Shakil? No, it was Rizwan would have been the last one.
It was Rizwan.
Yeah. That was a shit get out. It was a shit ball. It got a wicket. It was a shit takes wicket delivery. As that one's worked down to fine leg, long leg. It'll be a single off the last ball of Wood's 12th over. It's got 1 for 29. It's bowled pretty well. 216 for 5 Pakistan. Over to Messi.
Well, we've only got one new tweet from Mog saying, meanwhile, violence on the pitch in local Melbourne's soccer match. Yeah, there's been a shit show at Melbourne Derby between Melbourne Stadium, Melbourne United, I think it is. Supposedly all about the Australian Soccer Federation deciding that they're going to hold grand finals in Sydney in the future because of sponsorship, but basically because they like a fucking punch up and they're dickheads. People chucking flares, invading the pitch, injuring one of the players, just pathetic. It's like English football in the 80s, really.
Right now. It sounds like English football right now.
Yeah, well, it's not so much like that now. But Rayan Ahmed tosses that one up. It's defended to the On Hayden, who is Duckett, who looks back on the pitch. Oh, now that one catches the outside edge of Salmon's bat with its soft hands. It goes all on the back, all along the ground to Root, who's at slip. A little bit of turn. A little bit of turn. I think that needs to be a little finer edge and probably taken by the keeper. I don't think it's going to carry to slip, to be honest. Rayan Ahmed tosses that one up. It's driven, but up to mid-on, where the skipper is fielding and there's no run.
That's been about.
It's like all soccer hooliganism. It takes just a few to ruin it for everybody else.
Yeah, it does. Oh, now. That was tossed up wide. Salmon thought, eyes lit up for a minute there. Had a little bit of drift, but took it wide. Turned quite sharply back into Salmon. googly. There's a bit of glove as well, actually. Came off the pad, hit the glove, but there's no short leg. That one's too short on the back foot. Sam was able to punch it up to mid-on. There's no one. He gets through his overs really quick, doesn't he, Raymond?
I think he's getting better as he goes too.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's settling into the groove here. He's on his 14th over. He's gone for 63, but it's not a particularly helpful pitch. And he's got a valuable wicket. I mean, in fact, one of the better wickets to get, as that's defended square on the leg side. And there's no one. I mean, getting Saul Shakil out, who's been pretty limpet-like this entire series, and getting him out for 18 was a good grab. Over to you, Messi. If there is anything.
Well, we haven't got any more tweets, but I can tell you that in the BBL, Perth Scorchers, after managing to scrounge 155 or something like that, now have the Sydney Sixers at 20 for 3. James Vince is on 2 from 12 deliveries. So weird shit going on in the BBL. It really is.
The BBL is looking on. They need to rejig it, don't they? They need to shorten it again and sort it out. Well, Woody, into his third over after, maybe his fourth over? Third over, I think, after 2. It's looking hot and sweaty. Maybe this will be this one, or his next one will probably be his last one. Maybe Ollie Robinson will have a go. Still think Stokesy should warm up. Maybe his knee's knackered and he just can't. Maybe he doesn't feel the need to have a bowl. Trying to get everyone else to do the hard yards. Woody, that one banged in again. Just about carries through the folks, takes it around by his ankles.
Or it could be just playing out, I'm the captain, I'm not bowling on this shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it could be that. But he did bowl in the first test. And he did a long spell in the first test though, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just cocks his wrist to send it down the leg side, this Wood. Maybe
it's unusual to have only 4 bowlers through to well after tea on the first day, isn't it?
Well, he's had 5 because he's had Roots bowled. Well, I don't know. He's not.
Oh,
bowled
sorry.
as many.
Yeah. 2 overs. Yeah.
One of them was a valuable wicket. That one's fuller of length, but Baba's got all the time in the world just to defend it up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah. Oh, now I just saw Stokesy seeming to turn his arm over. There he is, practicing warming up. Maybe he is going to give himself a little bowl finally. Stretching. That'd be fun to see. It's usually quite a cold starter, Stokes. Goes for a lot of runs in his first and second overs, but he likes a long spell as well himself. Presumably, we probably got about an hour and a bit left, haven't we? I mean, an hour and a half, maybe. On the back foot, as that's driven out to cover and there's no run. I presume they'll be off around about 10 to midday again as per normal.
Yeah. Well, the sunset in Karachi is half an hour later than it was in Multan, so we may actually get the full day's play in. You never know.
Well, you never know. I mean, it was actually dark over there, though.
Some fairly long shadows on the field already, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. And presumably, it's getting darker than what? So that was 7 days ago. So you lost 14 minutes worth of light at the end of the day between the first day of the last test and the first day of this test, anyway.
So sunset is at 5:46 p.m. local time,
which is what 10 to midday here. So that's not.
Is it?
Yeah. Well, 6 o'clock would be 12. It's defended out of the mid wicket and there's no run. So there's 6 hours ahead then.
No, 5 hours ahead. So that'll be 1:45 your time.
Oh wow! Well, that's a whole hour later.
Well, no, the actual official sunset in Multan was 5:14, and it's 5:46.
Oh, are they one of these weird half-hour time zones ahead then?
No. It's just that it's further south and it's further to the west.
That's worked into the leg side and there's no run. Well, they were going off half an hour before sunset then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I reckon there's a good chance we'll get the full 6 hours in. Maybe we won't get all of the overtime in.
Well, that makes sense because actually sunset is when it actually disappears over the horizon, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's generally pretty dark before then.
Will England be batting by then?
No.
It's a big question.
No. If we can get a breakthrough here, if we can get Babber out, maybe. If we don't get Baba out, maybe 2 or 3 wickets from the other end will be useful. Wood in around the wicket to Baba. There is a leg slip in now. There's a mid wicket who's fielded. It's the captain, Stokes, and there is no run.
Oh, I can tell you, James Vince was out for 9 from 17 deliveries. There you go.
Was he snicking off or caught in the covers?
I don't know, but probably sneaking off. I'll just wait and see.
Okay. It's been a poor PPL, hasn't it, really, starting?
Well, the very first game was a thriller, but it was the lowest scoring BBL game ever. It was something like 120 to 119, that sort of level. So, yeah, it's been weird.
People don't care. What the crowd's like as Woody comes in round the wicket. Oh, now that's a full bunger into the knees of Baba. A little bit surprised by that. Jammed his bat. Maybe shook his hand a little bit and plays it out to mid wicket. And there's no run. Ends the over. Over to you.
Yeah, he nicked off. He got caught by Josh English behind. I'll read you the description actually. It says, good length ball on 4th stump in the channel to draw an edge as Vince pokes at this with no footwork.
Oh, there we go.
Where have you heard that before? Yeah, Twitter's very quiet, as is YouTube actually. So let us know you're still with us.
Well, it is a Saturday and it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Both things going against us, I would suggest.
Yeah. But worth remembering that if you do want to support us, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket provides all sorts of different tiers of opportunity to join us and to get all the benefits that come with that, including the weekly Maximum, the Bear and the Bishop podcast, access to our Discord channel, and there's something else as well. What is it? If you put in a $5 a month, you get access to the archive as well.
If you get $10, you get your name on the glory roll and you get a mug after 3 months too. Look at that, joyous, huh? Oh, that looks good. Look at that biryani. That looks wicked, man.
What do the umpires discuss?
I don't know. They can't be having drinks already. We're only out for 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Can't be looking at the night either. They're looking at something. They're talking about something nonsensical. Stokes looks peeved about something. Who knows?
Not often you don't see him smiling these days. Yeah, he's usually smiling these days.
He's having a lot of fun.
Oh well.
As we look at Bazig Khan and NASA, his nose is getting ever bigger. Salmon defends that, and there's no run. And a rather portly David Gowan, looking older in the middle.
Well, he is. How old is he? He's got to be late 60s now, is he?
I think he's into his 70s now.
Easily.
Yeah. Raymond Armour, tosses that one up. Decent delivery. Jams his bat on it to Salmon. Goes out square on the offside, no run.
This is only disappointment about Raymond Armour at the minute. It's his length. It's very, very mixed.
Yeah, it is a little. He needs to drag it a little bit back for that full length. That's driven out through the covers. He'll get a single for that. But as I said earlier, I'd rather he was full than short. Short on this wicket is just pointless. It's
Short's a gimme.
Yeah, exactly.
David Gower, 65. He was born on April Fool's Day in 1957 in Tunbridge Wells.
Okay.
There you go.
There is the short one, and it's hammered out to Cal. There is a fielder out there, though. It's Harry Brook. It'll only be a single.
Ghost the Zoom says, Define still with you.
Wow. The Ghost of Zoom.
Not dead.
Yeah.
Well, no. That's not going to satisfy the Ghost of Zoom. Ghost of Zoom is definitely dead and alive.
Well, yeah, both. Clipped up to the on Hayden. Ben Duckett seems to be fielding, and there is no run. He's dragged it back actually. He's going at 6 and over, wasn't he, before? He's now back to around about just over 4. It's Ryan Ahmed. That one goes on with the arm. It's clipped into the mid wicket. Oh, that's going to be a run out. Surely that's out. Surely Baba Azama's just run himself out, hasn't he? Oh, for fuck's sake, that's hopeless. I mean, it was a good. Well, it wasn't the greatest throw. It's just clipped into the leg side by Salman Aga. I think he's been called by him. Baba must have called him, but it was thrown in Really good one-handed take by Folks, who's then just whipped the bails off whilst falling over at the batsman's end. I mean, surely he looked short.
There's not much excitement from him, oddly.
Oh, that's going to be so close when the bails came off.
Oh, fuck.
Let's have a look. He picks it up.
I think he's out.
Yeah, he's out. He's got to be out. The bails go there. And Babar Azam, you fucking idiot, man. You had it there for the taking, and he's just run himself out. Oh, no, I think, actually...
I can't actually see the bails, but you can just...
Nah, you know what? I think he's going to get away with that, because I think Folks, whilst falling over, has managed to knock...
the bail off with his glove.
He's hit the bail off with his glove. If he hadn't, that'd have been a run out. I think he's got away with that. That's a horrific run by Babar Azam.
Although the second bail may be coming off.
Oh, well, yeah, because that's the change of the rule, isn't it?
You have to take the stump out. For
No, because we saw this in the summer. If the second bail comes off before the bat is in, then he will still be out, and it's gone there. He will be out. He will be out.
Is that changing there?
Yeah, well, we saw this in the summer, didn't we? Because we thought exactly that, but the second bail is lit up, so the second bail has been taken whilst he's not in, so that should be out from what I remember from the summer, because we had a whole discussion about this in the summer.
I thought the Zinger bails, even though the lighting, I thought it still
No, he is out. He is out. Yeah, no, I don't know why that rule has changed, because I always thought that once you disturbed the bail, you had to take them out, the stump out, and the blah, blah, blah. But it happened in the summer. Someone got run out at the bowler's end, and someone had knocked one of the bails off, but the other bail was still on the stumps, and they took the other stump and the bail, and he was given out, and we were like, why can't that's out? Because you have to do this, that, and the other. But
in logic land, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I suppose it does in a certain sense, but fucking hell, that's stupid. I've got to find a jingle for that. Well, one of these.
Jingle describe that.
Please, stop being shit.
Doesn't really sum it up, really. I don't know. Well, actually, this one does, doesn't it?
Bit of Benny Hill, isn't it?
Got him! Why did he do that?
He called me for a single in my stump shatter. Don't run,
That was fucking foolish. That was foolish. Absolutely foolish. Christ.
As I said, England will be banned by the end of the day here.
Well, they could well be now. I mean, why? I mean, it was his call as well. He's the one who called it.
Oh dear God!
And that's really opened it up, hasn't it? So now you've got both ends open, really. I mean, they're two half-decent batsmen. Let's not be honest. Let's be honest about it.
Yeah.
But he didn't look like getting out at all, did he, Babar? Let's be honest.
No. Where do you change, actually?
There we are.
Crickinfo doesn't even have a bio for this guy, so there's not really much else I can put in this part.
I repeat for him, Ashraf.
Yeah, Fourthy's supposed to be joining us. If you want to do that, Fourthy.
And is Jason there?
Jason, I've just let him in. Yeah.
There you go.
I'll
just.
Thanks, Messi. Thanks, Colin.
Morning, Jace.
Good morning.
How
Jason,
are you?
Diana Patterson from 5 minutes ago is the next tweet.
Thank you.
Well, what do you make of that, boys? I mean, that was
that caught me unawares because I was convinced. I was unaware that law had been changed.
Well,
so I thought,
I was just saying, we saw this in the summer. I think it was against New Zealand. Someone got run out of the bowler's end, and we were exactly that. And I think it was an Englishman, and we were like, "Oh, it's safe because he's not one of the bails off." But the other bail is still in the groove, and if it is therefore knocked out of the groove, it's still considered as taking the bails, and therefore is out.
It does. It does make sense. I think that is a deep rule change. I'm not just saying that.
I don't know if it's a rule change or it's always been there. To be fair.
Okay.
You're doing a ball by ball.
Yes, I am. So that was. We're just having a look at the replay. Jason, were you aware of that rule change?
I was aware that if you had one bail put down, you had to take the other one down to break the wicket.
Yes, but you didn't have to take the stump out of the ground, which is what I always thought you had to do. But see, I'm lagging in my knowledge. Okay, so it's Jack Leach, Pakistan now 219 for 6, two fresh batsmen. And all-rounders. They're decent batsmen, but not posing the threat of Shaquille or Babar. So this has been a very good day's work, in fact, so far for England. They would have absolutely settled for 219 for 6 at this stage of proceedings. Leach round the wicket to Salman. That is solid.
Well, yeah, I mean, the old adage is, you know, if you are bowling first, getting a side out for 250 in a test match, it's kind of the mark, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. A tickler.
If you decide to bowl first, that's what you'd be looking for. And in Pakistan, you think 350.
Okay, so that ball's not deviating a great deal. Salman's just getting his eye in. That one was more middle and leg, but big forward defensive, propping forward out to mid-wicket dot ball. Reaching again, getting through his over fast. Third ball of the over. He's got a slip. He's got a sort of deep, silly mid off rather, if I can put it that way. Plays that one round the corner to the man at 45 on the leg side. No run.
It was definitely Babar's call. I mean, he ran himself out, didn't he? So I don't know why he's looking at the other guy and putting his hands up. You're the one who called, and you went straight away, Babar. I mean, he called and he ran hard. So it was his decision. He was going at the danger end. He called it. He ran. Whether the other guy starts and whatever, he's running to the non-danger end, isn't he? So it's Babar that's got to make it, not the other guy.
Smart, by the way, very smart keeping from Ben Folkes there. He might have clipped one of the bails off, but he did very well to get his hand round and dislodge the second bail.
Indeed.
That is forward defensive, no run. Seeing it again and again and again. It's interesting.
Yeah, he didn't stutter either. He decided to go and he went.
Yeah. Leach goes a little bit wider on the crease around the wicket. Salman decides, like his predecessors, to come down the wicket 3 steps, plays it out to deep square leg where Crawley does the fielding. I think, I imagine we're seeing it again and again because there's some confusion as to whether it actually is out, but I think on this occasion...
Well, no, it's also the closeness of it as well. I mean, it was in the end, it was an inch, 2 inches? If we want to go metric, 5 centimetres.
I think also there's a dot ball forward defensive. There's always the question which I'm never quite clear about, you guys probably are, is yes, the bail has been disturbed, but has it been completely dislodged and no longer in contact with the wicket?
Well, that's why you have the zing bails, when they only light up when they're completely just out of the groove, basically.
That's the answer to that. Jason, I think you're on tweets.
I am. Dan Patterson says, it's Saturday, 3:25 a.m. For heaven's sake, what do you expect of me? In previous conversation, Daniel says, I'm here, freezing my tits off in Ireland, watching number 1 son freezing his tits off at rugby training. Thank Christ for earbuds and any other sort of weather protection, I imagine, as well. Richard Asher says 10 a.m. on Saturday morning is no excuse for inactivity. I've been up since 3 watching England, Australia versus South Africa from Brisbane. And Mog says, Folkes must never play for England again. Oh wait, he's out. Carry on.
Yeah. What is the South Africa Australia test on BT then? Because I know they've got rights. I haven't looked. I didn't look earlier, but I presume.
Imagine so. They were 80 odd for 4 last time I looked. That was sort of 4 hours ago.
But they got through to close 10 runs short, 6 wickets down, I think. Smith got out and Boland got out as a night watchman.
The late wickets. Rayan Ahmed in for the start of his 16th over. He's getting through some. And he comes around the wicket to Ashraf, who's facing his first ball. I don't know, did we jingle him up? I can't remember.
No, we didn't. I shall do.
Forward defensive, just getting his eye in Ashraf. See if we can find a little jingle for him.
Here we go.
Look out, it's for him, Ashraf.
Cricinfo doesn't even have a bio for this guy, so there's not really much else I can put in this part.
I repeat, for him, Ashraf.
That's the googly, but it starts slightly wide and goes wider because it's left-handed batsman. And that one is played. That's the stop ball from Rehan, played off the back foot from Ashraf. Dot ball, just played out defensively.
See what they mean about his speed of over. This is Jaja's speed almost.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and Leach isn't hanging around from the other end either. And that is the googly.
No, I thought it was for a minute.
Just for one moment, it looked like it could have been a catch diving.
Well, I was expecting it to go to the cow corner boundary, but then he clearly didn't hit it very well.
There's a dot ball in the end, followed by another dot ball, followed by the end of the over. Pakistan 221 for 6 at the end of the 61st. Jason.
Mog also follows on with talking to Shubha Lutz, Nestle Boy. Says there's a bin full of sand used to put up flares apparently. What is it with soccer fans and flares?
I don't know.
And Nestle says, where do you buy flares?
Yeah, well, probably camping shops would be my bet.
Excellent comedy, stellar work for everyone involved. And Ravi Nair says, I hope the bear bet on that and not run out.
I didn't. I wasn't expecting a run out. I probably got about 20-1 on that as well. I've only had I bet twice this morning on overs, and both times very shortly after I bet on the over, the wicket's fallen. So I've given up on
again. Started the 23rd over. Ashraf props right forward and flicks it to sweep, little paddle sweep round the corner with no great speed. Crawley chases after it. They come back for a couple.
I think I'm on every session of this last session. Thanks, Tone, if you're listening. I've been up since 4 in the morning. You know, I only have to run the studio, you know, do everything in the studio and be on air, and you're not giving me a single break in the last session.
There we are. There's strikes happening all over in the UK. It sounds like we might be having one shortly.
Yeah. Right, that's it. Fucking closing it down.
Work to rule.
I'm having my picket line at the front door.
There's a dot ball just played out to points. And Leach is in again. Gets some overspin on that one. Quite a nice ball, actually. Just dipped on Salman. So a little variation from Leach, but counters it effectively, Salman.
Straightened a touch as well. It didn't move extravagantly, but enough to straighten. Just a little bit.
Indeed.
Yeah, there's not really a lot in the pitch. It is day one, obviously. It's as dead as a door now, Jace.
He has been getting turned, just very slow turn, and there it is again, but that was too short. But negotiated to the sweeper coming in from the fence.
I mean,
probably done.
Woody has been banging it in so fucking hard and fast into the pitch. This is, it's just sort of dribbled up and gets about waist high, bounces before it gets to folks. It's really, really placid surface.
So what are you saying? We haven't got enough spinners.
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, we got 3, I suppose, if you include Root.
I'm sure 4 will make that much difference. In comes Leach over the wicket. Oh, there's an appeal. I think he might have just got a touch down the leg side. Joe Wilson says no, which is make even more room for optimism. But Ben Stokes is indicating that it probably just flicked his trousers on the way through. So the DRS timer is going down.
Well, Folks probably has the best view of that, doesn't he? He's the closest to it.
Quite an I found him to be a little bit of an over-enthusiastic appealer, Ben Folks.
Yeah, it was off the thigh pad though.
Probably wanting to, make his mark in the side. It's a very narrow slip. Joe Root is very narrow at first slip. Not sure he's quite positioned correctly now. Short leg, dot ball. At the end of the over, the 62nd, Pakistan 224 for 6, Jason.
Ravina comes to us and says, El Chapeno says, Sab Gade High, which means all our donkeys. Talking about the run out, I think.
Yeah, that was a really poor run out.
And Colin Shooter says, Bears write the theme tune, sing the theme tune.
Yeah. Right, the theme, the theme. I did neither of those things.
That's going to be my fun day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Doing 8 hours of GT studio work.
You'll be joined by Dave Brooke though tomorrow.
Dynamic duo, Chaos Partners. Rehan back into the attack. He's actually, as you correctly spotted, Bear. He's got his run rate right down to 3.6. He's actually being more economic right now than Jack Leach. That was an attempt at a run out. He just flicked it. There's a big appeal for LBW there. But it was probably going on to... Salmon was a reasonable way forward. The ball did turn, so probably enough doubt for not even to go for the DRS.
I think it hit him in line, didn't it? But it's probably going down leg.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought that was just going to miss leg stump.
Mathematics, having been given not out, it would have been a bit of a miracle if it had been anything other than clipping. That one's a little play... thrown up a little wider. Salmon is tempted, but manages just to get it down wide of the man at mid, off for a single.
It's going well down, isn't it? It's hit in front of the stumps, but it's definitely going down.
There's a lot of turn there for him on that ball, though.
Yeah, he's got one that comes. He just bowls an off spinner that he seems to get quite a lot of turn out of.
Just having a look at the replay there again, would have missed almost another set of stumps. That was going very well wide. Raymond comes round the wicket to Ashraf, the left-hander, comes into him. It's played down to the man at short leg, who's Ollie Pope, dot ball. There's a man sort of, well, I suppose he's in the classic off-Hayden position at the moment. That hits the outside of Ashraf's bat. He didn't necessarily read that one. I think that was the googly, wasn't it?
Yep. Starting to turn off the straight now, isn't it? The odd one.
Certainly for Rehan it is, more so than for Leach. Though he is, yes, it's the wrist spinner. That's at the end of the, yes it is, the end of the 63rd. Pakistan, Salman on 13, Ashraf yet to get off the mark off 11 balls, Pakistan 225 for 6.
Over to you, Jace.
Mog says, talking to Nestlers, I assume there are soccer thug stalls at the ground. I don't know what your conversation was about before. And he also says, spare for the rest of us, spare. We have to listen to you moaning about all the stuff you have to do.
Oh, fuck off, Mog. That's all I can say to that. I'll meet you with axes in the morning.
He did post a picture of something he just bought through the post, Mog. I thought it was a scimitar, but...
it was something called... it was a weird name, wasn't it? A rompire or something.
Yeah, that was it.
Which I'd never actually heard of.
Never heard of a rompire. It looked like a scimitar.
Yeah, but it's the wrong way round, wasn't it? It's more like a kind of almost sickle blade, but obviously not very circular like a sickle.
Sounds like you've got some knowledge of the...
not really, I just remember the picture. It seems to be curving the other way to a scimitar. And or whatever, samurai sword.
Leach in again. Pitches the outside leg, it straightens, but Salmon's have no difficulty reading that.
Do you mean a katana?
Katana, that's the one. I always wanted one of those. Used to buy them in Andorra quite cheap.
Now that's a better ball, slightly fuller, but no problem for Salman. These two batsmen look relatively well constructed, as it were, in terms of their technique.
And I always wondered why. I mean, I remember going on holiday to Biarritz once down in the south of France, and Dad was desperate to go up into Andorra.
That is a sweep, and it's evaded the man at leg slip. It's hit strongly enough that it goes all the way to the boundary for 4 of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
So you could go up into Andorra, which obviously is, you know, it's tax-free. It's at the top of the Pyrenees. So we drove up there, fog, you know, blah blah blah. Can't see 5 foot in front of you. You go in a duty-free shop up there, which sells, you know, good quality brandy at dirt cheap prices.
In again, and they scamper a single. That's well run. Again, the fielder manages to. That's Stokes manages to hit the wickets, but the batsman was well in. And of course, Stokes is now grimacing. So will we see him? We're not sure. Sorry, carry on, Bear.
Well, it's just weird. I mean, it's France, it's Andorra, and yet they had a whole wall full of katanas you could buy, and I really wanted one.
Andorra's its own country, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is its own country. Yeah. Tax-free. But I mean, who wants to live on the top of the Pyrenees, really?
Not much, no. Andorra la Vella is the capital of Andorra. I happen to know. Don't know why I know that. Just having a little difficulty putting the stumps back in.
Well, I think he broke the.
Any tweets while we're still waiting there, Jace?
Yeah, Mog says it was a rompire. It's used mainly down Thraceway back in the day, so a Greek/Turkish
blade
weapon. I used to have, still have in fact, because it's down my mum's, the training sword, katana training sword. So it's called a bokken. When I was doing martial arts, and once you train with that and you actually get an edged sword itself, they are so light and so easy to manoeuvre.
Yeah,
it's scary.
Well, they seem to have broken the stump. So
yeah, I think it's the stump mic and the technology which is wired through the centre of the stump. That's the problem.
Yeah, so we're gonna have a little bit of a thing, which is gonna allow me to go to the loo and get another can of beer. So you two crack on.
So we'll witter on whilst you've gone and do the jingles and whatever else. And also, the light roller says, after that warm invitation from the bear, I may have to reconsider a trip to Sydenham. I really should make an effort to catch up with the Melbourne Gorillas.
Oh yes, no, please. Fantastic. Very, very open to visitors. If you want to pop down to Melbourne anytime, please do.
And that's up to date. I'll see if I can get onto YouTube, which is being a bit of a silly bugger at the moment. No, not easily.
It was a bit hard to know what to do with YouTube because there's such a sort of enclosed community. So they have a sort of regular conversation.
They do make their own fun over there.
Yeah, which we encourage you to join if you want to. Well, the game's interestingly poised. You'd say that England will definitely be the happier of the two teams. Pakistan would have been eyeing a bigger score and B, fewer wickets down at this stage. Is that how you see it, Jace?
I did wonder how Bazball was going to work when you weren't batting first, and how they were going to impose their assertive brand of cricket when they were forced to bowl first. And they seem to have done a pretty good job so far. I mean, Pakistan have still got a reasonably good clip. It's 236 off just 63 overs, but they're well in the game here.
They absolutely are. I'm probably in the ascendancy. We're back live. Leach holding that one. Interesting ball. Floated up a little wider, but Ashraf just plays it defensively. No run. He's yet to get off the mark. Probably won't concern him too much as yet. Same thing to that ball. Dot ball to end the 64th over, at which Pakistan are 230 for 6. And presumably we're up to date on tweets.
Not quite. Mog says, getting hit with a bokken hurts more than an actual fucking sword. I can attest to that. Yep, it's not much fun. Boktor is even worse because it's an even thicker version of the bokken. And Light Roller says, I live in Melbourne, 40.
Oh, right. Light Roller, we need to meet. In fact, I think we did the other night, didn't we? On that, was that a Light Roller? I sometimes get confused with the sobriquets, the eponyms.
There's a gorilla chapter in Melbourne, isn't there?
Yeah, it's beginning to emerge. Maybe there'll be a breakaway, like, in comes a Rehan again. Too short, but not punished by Salman. Just plays it out to the man at short mid-wickets. He's got quite baggy trousers, Rehan. Mention of the nutty boys earlier brings me to the subject of baggy trousers. That's played out to the man at mid-on directly, has a shy at the stumps, but comfortably. And he's very, very stocky, very well built. Rehan. When you think of a wrist spinner, I tend to think of someone a little bit more wiry on the whole, but he's really stocky.
I quite like that.
India Balam was quite stocky, quite chunky.
Yeah, Yazir Shah wasn't exactly the thinnest man on the planet, was he?
True. They come in all shapes and sizes. That's a loose ball. Oh my goodness. It was a full toss. Hit straight at Pope, and I think, had his reflexes been in absolute tip-top working order, could have taken that.
I think It was a full toss he hit into his foot, didn't he?
Let's have a look. I'm seeing it again. Yes, I think. Well, whether it went straight off the foot or whether he hit it onto the foot, I couldn't quite tell there.
Yeah, it's difficult.
I think that's foot, bat, or maybe not.
I'm not sure he actually got anything on it, but Pope seemed to be in a daze and didn't react very quickly, did he?
That's correct. There he is. Obviously a very good short leg. That one's just pushed across Ashraf, who follows it all the way with his eyes. We're having a look at this one again. No, it doesn't seem to be at the inside edge. Straight onto the foot. Wayne Phillips 1985 style. Australians still sore about that one.
Yeah. That also happened last time, didn't it? Someone hit it onto their foot and got caught somewhere. I seem to remember vaguely in the depths of my foggy mind.
Memory. So a leg slip is coming in. He's got 3 men hovering around the bat: a leg slip, and a short leg, and a short term injury. Oh, that is absolutely. Folks has gone up. It's beaten the outside edge. Folks is convinced that it's taken the edge. Stokes is asking the question, and he's going for the review. I got 3 in hand, and 6 wickets are down. So why not? Indeed,
and getting through this. Breaking this wicket here as well, it really does open the tail out, doesn't it? Well, Folks was convinced.
Folks what?
And he's right on top of it, so you'd imagine there was something. It can't have been much on it. It must have been pretty faint. It turned reasonable amount, doesn't it? It was a googly again.
Yeah, it was a great ball.
It was a good ball. Let's see. Ran Armour could still get a 5 for, of course. There's 4 wickets required. Bunch of tail enders.
And we know what that's his offie, isn't it? It looks like it.
Oh, it's close to the edge. I'll have to go upstairs.
Very close.
It's not obvious.
It's not obvious. It has not an obvious nick, but it is close.
And there's nothing on it. Well, I don't know what he's hearing.
So
appealing for a good ball again.
Well, quite. It's not even obvious what he could have heard, because there isn't any contact of the bat with the ground, certainly at this stage. There's no suggestion.
Well, is that the mic that they've re-plugged in? Is it actually working? Has anyone tested it? Because the line was as flat thing.
Yes, well, I find it wasn't plugged in after all that, although there was no obvious deviation. Folks was convinced, but there we are. Still 1 ball of Rehan's over to go, who has acquitted himself, I would say, very well on his test debut. Hasn't let nerves get to him, as sometimes wrist spinners do. One thinks back to some in the recent past for England.
I think England are asking that question. Is that mic actually re-plugged in and re-working? Because there seems to be consternation that nothing was given. They've all clearly heard something anyway.
I was convinced. That's the end of the over. 65th, Pakistan 231 for 6 at the end of it.
Like Lolas, what the F is going on at AMI Park, which I presume is the South Africa game? Maybe not. That's the Gabba, I thought.
Yeah. That might be the Bangladesh versus India game.
Quite possibly. Mog says, trouble with the noms to Gorilla Prospect 40? And Leah says, any gorillas in the vicinity of Hanover? We need to meet.
the Hanover chapter. Oh, I was wondering if maybe we could have a Melbourne schism, a bit like the Roman Empire split in 2 and became the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire. Maybe Melbourne will become the equivalent of Constantinople over time. We'll have a separate empire.
You're showing your classics off again.
I'm sorry, yes I am. In comes Leach, who strays way outside leg stump there, and that's clipped by Salman down to mid-on, 1 run.
All I'm going to say on that is if it does the use of the word chapter sounds like Sons of Anarchy and bikers.
Well, absolutely. That's gorillas all the way. Embrace
Istanbul,
the anarchy.
Constantinople, not Constantinople. Right, but Messi Jez, don't forget that that city has changed name 3 times over the years. I'm sure he hasn't forgotten none of his education. That was reverse swept for no run. Ashraf,
I think you were time appropriate. You were time appropriate, Forthy, I think.
Thank you. I thought so. That's played out on the onside by Ashraf for no run. Third ball of the over. We might get one more over in after this because they whistle through them so fast, or we might not. It's touch and go for our trio. A reverse sweep that is so extravagant that he sort of ends up doing 360 degrees. No run. Ashraf in again, facing the 5th ball of the over. He's just got into a loop where he plays the reverse sweep for each ball, but this time to great effect because it beats the man at point and goes for 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Finally got off the mark on his 21st ball, eh?
Well, I've been informed what's happening at AMI Park.
Double AMI, yes. It's called Amy Park.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
It's the A-League Finals game, the Melbourne Derby.
Oh,
City
yeah.
versus Victory. Flares thrown, fans storming the pitch, etc. Looks messy.
Wow.
People, yes.
Unruly Australians.
Exactly right. Forward defensive to finish the over. Ashraf remains on 4. Salman's on 20. Pakistan 236 for 6 at the end of the 66. We'll probably maybe just get one more over him.
Yeah, have another one. Because I've got to do it after you anyway. And me and you are swapping positions afterwards anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
That's right.
Mog says, I'd prefer it if we were the Gallic Empire myself. I think he thinks himself as Vercingetorix or some other Asterix character. And on YouTube,
just while you're having a look there, you might be able to hear the distant sound of a typewriter in the background. My son's request for his birthday was an old school typewriter, and he's loving hammering away at it. So you never know what you're going to get with children, do you?
No.
in answer to Lear on YouTube, James Song Armstrong says, surely I'm near Hanover. Let me check the map. A mere 460 kilometres. That's no distance in Australian terms.
Oh, no distance at all. Rehan's in again. This one's left alone by Salman, wide of his off stump. And he's in again. This one's on off stump and clipped to the man at mid-on, who swoops on it. And a rather wild and wide throw, which Folks does extremely well to get something on there. No overthrows.
Yeah, I was going to say the woman in the middle looks a bit like Suella Braverman, but that's a slight on her.
No, it does as well. Yeah, it's like a non-evil Suella Braverman.
Yeah,
I can see the resemblance in look, but probably not in personality.
Yeah.
No, she's actually rather pleasant as a commentator.
Yes,
if you've heard her.
I have heard her. She is quite nice, and Suella Braverman's evil.
Yeah, that's a perfect PowerPoint summary there on the last slide.
That's got to be out.
That pitched on middle and given by the umpire. Pitched on middle, straightened. The only possible question one would suggest could be height, but it didn't look as if it was getting up. So that's theoretically at least the crucial 7th wicket.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, it seemed to miss the outside edge of the bat, crash into the bat pad in front of a bat middle, off stump, middle and off. Let's give it. It's a batsman's review.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
So that's Ashraf, the left-hander. We're having a look at the replay now. Certainly pitching in line. Oh, well, look, that. Be very surprised if this was not out because it hits him on the back leg. Very adjacent to the stumps. I suppose, what question mark could there be?
Well, the question mark is, I suppose, did it spin enough to miss the off stump? I don't think height's going to be an issue. I certainly think it hit in line.
We're about to find out. It looks like it's going to hit middle and off. Will it?
Yeah,
Yes, it does.
That's a cracking delivery.
Absolute beauty. Second wicket for Rian Ahmed on his debut.
And it's a good one too.
He's improved as the day has gone on. I think he's really sort of warmed to his task. When we think of some of the spinners that England have fielded over the last 10 years or so who've wilted in the Test match, like Borthwick, Kerrigan, and so on. This is it's a good performance.
Well, he deserved that because he worked over Ashraf around the wicket with various choices of either top speeds or the googly and the occasional hand. Well, keep him honest.
Well, exactly.
And Ashraf never really got a beat on him.
No, he's bowled pretty well. I mean, he's bowled the odd one short, but most of the time he's over pitched, which, as I said before, I prefer. At least then you're only really going to get driven. It's a lot easier to accommodate an over pitch than an under pitch than pitching short. Well, 7 down, 237 to 7. Next man in will be. I mean, you can finish the over.
Messi Jazz.
Yeah, Messi Jazz. I don't know. You can take over from Jace, but 40 can finish the over, and then I'll take over after him.
Okay.
So would it be? So who's in this bloody squad? Anyway? Nauman Ali. This is his first time in the Test. He's got a rather long jingle. It goes like this.
Some time has passed since Edward confessed, and now Nauman Ali is feeling repressed. It's the time of the Nauman conquest.
Classic dismissal there. Nauman Ali we've seen come to the crease. He is a tail ender, but he does have 150. When I say a 50, it was 97. So obviously, as they say, no mug with the bat. First ball, he counters, dot ball, played out into the offside. Second ball, he sweeps. And that evades the man at square leg and goes all the way for 4 of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Well, if he can get another wicket, he'll get his average into the 20s.
Well, the other thing is his economy rate has come right down. It's below Leach's now, which is really interesting considering he was very expensive early on.
Well, I think that's partly to do with the batsmen who come out after, isn't it? Then let's like to take him on, etc., etc. But yeah, but I mean, you earn that to a degree.
The last ball of our spell together, and that's a rather risky swipe. Stroke sweep, which has evaded the man at square leg, and is it going to go all the way? No, it's not. Did not get all of it. Mark Wood hauls it back. They come back for three, I think. Nauman has moved to 7. The score to 244 for 7 off 6-7 overs. Messi, how are we looking on tweets?
Good. I should point out to Christopher White that when he says what's going on in Melbourne looks messy, that's nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
Leah says, hate to break it to you, Jace, but Vercingetorix was a real person. The last Gaulish chieftains surrendered to Julius Caesar. And Josie Oakes says, have England discovered a spinner for the next 20 years? Well, let's not get carried away.
Yeah, let's not get carried away. But there's potential there. We can see that.
But he's already twice as good as Leach, having twice as many wickets as Lallana. Right. And Colin Sauder says, no, they'll find a way to victimise and oust him. The normal way of treating spinners in England, isn't it?
Well, the problem is you don't really get a lot of chance in England, do you, as a spinner? I mean, a good leg spinner would probably get more of a chance. I've got to say, Nauman Ali looks like he's about 40. Anyone got hang on how old he is? He looks like he's smoked about 40 a day.
I shall tell you in a second. He is 36 years and 71 days.
Say, he's not a youngster, is he?
All right.
No.
Well, he's got 7 off 3. and he's facing up to Jack Leach, who's bowling around a wicket. He's got 1 for 99 of 25 overs. Got some useful wickets in the series. I won't have a bad word said against him. Got a fourfer, got a crucial wicket in Rawalpindi. Also got another crucial wicket at the end of the third day in the last test when he got Imam al-Haq caught at slip in the dyings of the day. First ball he bowls to now and he just drops to short leg and there's no run.
I think when you're touring somewhere, particularly like Pakistan, no pejorative associations, but it can be a difficult country to tour. You want good tourists, and I'm sure Jack Leach is one of them.
There's another appeal for a catch down the leg side. There's a bit of a juggle by folks, and again, the thing is, I'm not sure. Is it Fat Man or is it Joe Wilson at that end? I'm not sure the white mic works at the other end. So
it's the non-Joe Wilson end. They've gone for the review.
If it's the non-Joe Wilson end, that's bad because I'm not sure that mic works, and therefore it'll probably be a flat line again. And maybe I'll be proved wrong, and there'll be some movement. There wasn't any movement. Normally you see some background noise on the mic. It's just a rumble.
Yeah.
But there was absolutely nothing. It was like a dead straight line last time.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, it's remarkable that after 2,000 Test matches, we still find fresh ways to come up with controversy.
Now that could be inside edge. It could be off the pad. It was certainly caught in the end after a bit of juggling by folks. Oh no, there is something. No, there's nothing on the ultra edge though. I think it's hit the pad.
If it has hit the pad though, let's see if there's a little spike.
Well, at least this time you can see a little sort of rumbling.
Yeah, it's not as if it's dead.
Yeah, it's a little bit of. Well, I thought it was last time.
Yeah.
Because there was literally nothing on it. But
Was Joe Wilson.
It was Joe Wilson's end, so that mic's working. You see that? I mean, even then, when there's nothing, there's still a little bit of rumble, as in background noise. I'm not sure the other end is actually working. Swept hard, and I think he's hit short leg on the helmet. Clearly, yeah, there's a bloody big mark on it. He's ducked into that, and it's been hit full-bloodedly at his head. It's come off the helmet.
It's hit on the top of the helmet, so it was more of a glancing blow because it went off at an angle down towards the boundary. But
presumably he gets a new helmet. But do they do concussion tests?
Yeah, they should do concussion tests as well.
They should do in theory, shouldn't they?
I mean, imagine fielding there without a helmet, and that's the way it was for so long. Jesus.
I mean, it was hit full-blooded into the head.
It was. Yeah, it wasn't just a deflection; it was full-blooded. He didn't seem to bother him at all.
No. Till he collapses in a heat next over. I'm supposed to be commentating, aren't I, actually? I'll let you go.
Yes, it's you.
I can't remember what's going on now. I've been up too early.
Right. Okay, so the guy's come on. He's asking the question, who's the Prime Minister this week? I know that's probably the hardest question that I'm going to ask.
Did you see the headline in The Guardian this morning? Well, yesterday night. Liz Truss, where was it? Let me grab it.
Oh, yeah.
Cocaine found at Chevening House in the toilets. Yeah, come on.
They were at pains to stress. No one is suggesting Liz Truss herself took
cocaine. Right. She's a fucking caner, isn't she? She's a northerner. She's bound to be into a sniff.
She looked like she was permanently on something.
Wow, totally.
Well, I would have thought that was actually a sedative of some sort. It took about 5 seconds between words.
But I mean, the thing is, it's difficult.
That's not what Coke does for you.
The thing is, when you actually hear what the cleaners say, it's like they found little baggies all over the place. Someone found a card that was discarded, white powder all over the place. This is like, clearly they weren't even doing it in the toilets by the sounds of it. It's like one of them was on a table next to the snooker hall or something. It's like, fucking hell. They're all just sitting there.
So here's the thing for me. It's a fucking huge, great stately home referred to as a grace and favour home. Does this mean ministers can just go and stay in one of these places whenever they like?
Only if you've got one, and I think only that doesn't. The Home Secretary gets one, and the Prime Minister gets one. I don't think any of the others get one. But the Home Secretary is considered one of the state offices, isn't it? It's one of the higher ones. So. Yeah, I mean, it's 137 room fucking mansion or something.
I was going to say, where are all
no wonder you have a party there. It's like, wicked, man, get the decks in. Do. Party time.
What the fuck?
It's on 3,000.
I don't know.
It's got 3,000 acres with it.
Well, it's your. It's not your government though, Messi. So don't get too upset. You're living in the.
Yeah, I am. I mean, it just seems so wrong.
Well, it's so British, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, it is. It is. Oh well. We've escaped that fourth thing.
Yeah, you're lucky fuckers. We still got a useless government. Apparently there was a survey. No, go on.
Leah says there was a reissue of the original of Naaman's jingle where they omitted the first O in the title, and shows the Oak points out. Blind Joel gets one right.
Yes.
Yes, right. Yeah.
You do. I don't know why you need those black back things on it. You're not batting particularly, but
Naaman obviously is only one letter away from Newman, and there's the old quiz question: who's older, Gary Newman or Gary Oldman?
Oh, fuck! And what's the answer? Gary Newman, I presume.
Gary Newman's older than Gary Oldman. Yes.
I'm sure we had that in a quiz that we did. Yes. I forgot what it
doesn't help that I mean, Gary Newman's actual name is Gary Webb, which rather ruins the question.
There was a good survey. There was a good survey on the other day that came out. They do the last in the election where Jeremy Corbyn didn't get hammered in 2017. There was a new way of doing the stats for who would win seats, and it's based on some other statistics. Blah blah blah. But they predicted that it would be a hung parliament or close to evens, whereas everyone else was predicting a healthy Tory majority. And those guys came out that if there was a vote last week, the Tories would win 69 seats in total.
Jesus.
Which made me feel...
Mog says, you peons wallowing in the commoners' muck should be grateful our landed betters haven't reintroduced harsh serfdom. Like nil-hour contracts, 0-hour contracts, that sort of thing, you mean, Mog?
Yeah, well, there we do that. That's Salmon coming down the track. Can only miss-hit it up to mid-on. There's no run. Leach is in around the wickets, and it's defended. Back down the track to him, and there's no run.
And Colin Starr has pointed out the ton-up for Leach there.
Yeah, ton-up for Leach. 26 over. Marginally, a fraction under 4 and over. Down the track comes Salmon, clips it up to mid on. Folks fields it, last ball of the over. He's got 1 for 101, and presumably Raymond Ahmed will continue at the other end, who has 2 for 70 odd. Over to you again.
I don't know if you've had this one from James Armstrong. It says, had you guys on low as a bemused German lass chop my hair. Those jingles really don't translate.
No, they probably don't.
And Sam Tomans wants to know what's our top 7 for England's upcoming Ashes. Well, I think we did that a bit earlier on, didn't you? The only question mark being around.
Well, the question mark's around Harry Brook. I mean, I presume. Well, I don't know actually. I don't know whether Duckett survives as opener. Clearly, Crawley does because he seems to be in every side. So then it's a question of who opens with. I mean, Duckett may get to hold his place in the summer. Presumably, he goes to New Zealand as the man in situ. But then, how does he do in New Zealand? I mean, they kind of picked him as a specialist sweeper out here, I think.
I don't see how you can leave Brook out, given what he's done.
No, Salmon is knocking that back to the on Hayden as Rayan Ahmed starts his 20th over, 2 for 75.
Well, who do you leave out?
Well, this is the question, isn't it? Oh, that's a filthy delivery, but he gets away with it.
If I had my druthers, I'd leave Crawley out, frankly.
Clip to mid on, isn't it? Well, that's difficult as well. He's got a ton and a 50, and you know he's done all right. Run himself out stupid in the last test. But
if you leave Crawley out, who opens?
Well, there you might have the option. That's another short ball. Rayan Ahmed is tossing this up, I feel, as that's swiped out to the deep mid wicket boundary where it's unguarded for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, I guess one question, by the way, is how many overs in a day's play is Rayan Ahmed used to bowling?
Well, that's another question. Is he tired?
Yeah.
He probably isn't physically tired, but his fingers might be getting tired, no doubt.
Yeah. That is just knocked square on the offside. There's no run. I think that's another Tapal T moment. That one's a googly. It's defended by Salmon, and there is no run. Well, Crawley and the AN other. Who the AN other is, I don't know yet. But Duckett is in possession.
Let's assume Duckett. I'm sure Duckett's in possession.
Yeah, exactly. Round Armour bowls that again. It's a little bit short once more, and on the back foot, Salmon just plays it back to him, and there's no run. And that overdone in about a minute and a half.
Dave Wood says specialist sweeper. Duckett is the new Beckenbauer.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's what he's out there for. I mean that's what he's there to do, is to score runs quickly, and he sweeps everything. Which is why Jennings is out there as well, but Jennings didn't get the nod in the first test, and Duckett's done all right, so can't complain. Then you can't. Pope stays at 3, doesn't he? He seems to be enjoying that position all right, and Root is obviously 4. Stokes has to be 5 or 6 because he's the skipper, which leaves only one batting spot there. Folkes is 7, and then you've got to have 4 bowlers, and if you're doing it in England, if Stokes is in the side as an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder, he has to bowl, which means you have space for Leach or spinner. Currently Leach would probably be preferred option possibly in England. Round Armour might still be on the outskirts there if Leach gets a bit of pummeling from the Aussies, and they do like to put him out of the attack. And then presumably you've got Anderson, Broad and Ollie Robinson start the first test for me, or maybe Anderson. I mean, Ollie Robinson's a starter for
What
me
about
now.
Wood?
Well,
What
this
about
is it.
Wood?
I
You
think
can't-
Ollie Robinson and Jimmy start the first test definitely.
So no space for Bairstow? Did I miss that?
Well, Bairstow fits into the space that's either 5 or 6, doesn't he? Or Harry Brooks stays there. It's difficult. You might pray for some sort of injury at some point during the series.
Maybe. I mean, in Red works that way. There usually is some sort.
Exactly. I mean, to a certain degree, playing this the way England are playing now, is that's worked square by Salmon. No, sorry, Nauman. Nauman and Salmon. Salmon is now going to be facing. This is it. I mean, playing Bazball, suddenly the riches kind of open up. If you want attacking batsmen, there's plenty of them.
Yeah.
I can tell you that the Sydney Sixers with James Vince, having lost their first game by 51 runs, have just lost to the Perth Scorchers by 38 runs, being all out for 117, I think.
Didn't they win it last year? Well, whoever Vince
they
is playing
the
for.
final. They lost to the Scorchers in the final last year.
No, okay. That's swept by Salmon down to deep backward square. 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our man.
The other thing, England have raced along here. They've got 69.2 overs. I don't think they'll get a new ball before the end of the day. They won't. But if Pakistan are in tomorrow morning, the new ball will be due pretty much immediately. They might get 4
they might.
overs.
I mean, what have they bowled so far?
69.2, yeah.
Well, technically, there's another 20 overs to go today. If the light holds, we could go another hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to hold. I don't know.
But those shadows aren't hugely long. They're long.
Yeah, they're pretty long.
I reckon we'll get another 40 minutes.
Yeah, you might do. We might get through to midday here. Leach around the wicket. And Salmon just knocks it square on the offside, and there'll be a single.
I think the answer to the next question is no, don't be so stupid. But I suppose that if you wanted to kind of sort of kill slightly 2 birds with 1 stone, you could consider either Pope or Root or Brook or Bairstow to open.
Or you might consider Bairstow to open if you're going Bazball.
Yeah. Or to be honest, Pope, because he's playing at 3.
I think Pope rather than Bairstow.
I don't know, but Pope's probably never opened them. He was a 5 at Surrey. He's been put up to number 3, and he quite enjoys that. Bairstow opens in ODIs and T20s, and if you're going to play Bazball, you might say, well, fuck it, go and open in a test match and play Bazball from number 1.
I think they'll stick with the current openers for now, but there are some options to consider at least.
Swept hard by Nauman Ali. I think it was aerial for a little while, but he missed the fielders and it went out to deep square leg, and there's a single.
You know, it's interesting looking at Bairstow's stats. He's batted from 3rd to 8th, and in every position except 4th, he's averaged over 50. Which is pretty
in
amazing.
Test matches?
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. I'm looking at strike rates. I
was going to
forget
say
what I said
because
there.
his test average is about 28, 29, 30.
Yeah. That was absolute fucking bullshit.
It's a bit like looking at Jimmy Anderson's overall average. It's slightly meaningless. You look at his average over the last 15 years. Pretty soon, we're just going to have to look at the Bazball era in terms of averages to make sense of how.
Yeah.
Well, round Ahmed's going to continue. England aren't fussed about putting on a pace bowler, and that kind of makes sense. The pitch is dead, the ball is soft, and there's only 10 overs to a new ball. Let them graze in the outfield. They've done themselves a massive favour again. Everyone out, they're into the tail. Pakistan are 257 for 7. I think a wicket will happen sooner or later.
Yeah, it's maybe slightly surprised we haven't seen a little bit more of Joe Root. We have seen him, but he got a wicket, and he might just, Rehan's into his 21st over now. Quite a lot for a debutant on the first day of a match. And he's 19.
It's just reminded of a name, Jofra.
Yeah, well, there's Jofra as well. What have you ever played? Yeah, fucking hell, that's true. That one is tossed up off the face of the bat, back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And he says, drop folks, and have Pope and Bairstow do an innings each behind the stumps.
Well, that one is defended into the onside, and there's no run. Now that would be interesting, wouldn't it? One of you's batting at 5, so you get to keep in the first innings, or the second innings. And whoever's batting at number 3, if we bat first, you can keep in the first innings. Something like that, That would be very Bazball. That would be totally in keeping with Bazball. That's dropped short by Rayan Ahmed, who's then swatted down towards long on. I think it's going to make it. Yeah, the outfield's pretty quick. And it does indeed. There's 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
I mean, suddenly looking around, there's loads of options, aren't there?
Yeah, well, Colin Soda's got another one with a twinkle in his tweet. He says, it's simple, drop Root, as he's been shit since Bazball.
Yeah, well, no, that's not true. He scored a couple of hundreds in Bazball last summer.
Or he says, tell Pope and Bairstow, whoever gets the most runs in the previous game gets the keep.
That was edge, wasn't it? An edgy drive by Nauman. It goes down to a short third man. Root's got 2 50s on this tour. He got an 80 in the last test, didn't he? Or 70 or something. He got a 50 in the first test, or maybe a 70. That's clipped down to long on. There's no run. He's fouled in a couple of innings.
I think England's problem will be solved because of those 14 names we've mentioned, 3 will almost certainly be injured.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to look out for injuries.
Indeed.
Tossed up, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. And that ends that over.
Oh, sorry, over to you, Messi.
The light roller says, I've been to Amy Park. There's fuck all there other than bars, shit food, and pretzel stands. Definitely no flares. Well, somebody found them to bring today to make a mess. Don't get me about soccer.
What's wrong with soccer? It's the world game.
It's the world game. Yeah, don't take so against it. It's quality.
No, it's soccer fans. Not all soccer fans at all, but the fucking idiot soccer fans that really annoy me.
Thing is, soccer's such more a combative game than cricket. Cricket's a gentleman's game. You've got to get into the mood with, telling people to fuck off much more in football.
Yeah.
The thing is that soccer fans are cricket fans, and cricket fans are soccer fans. They, as you discovered on our
WhatsApp feed.
But they change mood entirely with the change of game.
Different sports have different moods, As that's chipped up to or clipped up to mid on, and they'll get through for a single.
And don't forget also that with a certain quantum amount of male testosterone, it has to be boiled off somewhere. And it's a reasonably safe place as long as you don't, throw a flare at someone.
There was a stat there. Ian Salisbury was the last English leg spinner to take 2 wickets on debut. That's not a good comparison.
Not really, no.
As Leach is into Nauman Ali, who just is a little bit short, and he can stand on the crease and play with a turn out to deep square, or to square leg, not deep square leg, and so on. Oh, my magpie's back.
I think Ian Salisbury ended more or less at the only 2 wickets he ever took.
Yeah,
Didn't take many.
he was fucking dreadful, Ian Salisbury. That's a poor ball by Leach. It's down leg side, spinning further, swept. Fortunately, there was a man out in deep, and only a single Harry Brook down there. I mean, that is the option, I suppose, is you drop folks and you try for a keeper batsman. That gives you the extra spot. That gives you Bairstow and Brooks in the side, and it still leaves you 4 bowling spaces.
They'd be so tempted to do that.
They will be tempted to do that. I'm pretty certain. Leach. Ooh, driven hard and aerial by Salmon. Good shot. Over towards extra cover. Over the infield. Out to the boundary. It's 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Nice
They're
shot.
just letting this one get away from them a bit, aren't they, England? They're just taking their foot off.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of a little bit. I think you might be right. I think give Root a go at Nauman Ali.
It's not often that Ben Stokes lets lets things go a bit. He's usually very proactive, but this is one of those rare occasions, I think.
Yeah, well, you've got tailenders who are prepared to do a little bit of basballing themselves here. As that one's guided down towards third man, there's no run, and the bowlers aren't offering a lot of control. I don't think the
Peter Ward's
go for it.
Peter Ward suggests another baseball innovation. Pope and Bairstow could toss for who's going to bat.
Well, I don't think it's between Pope and Bairstow. I think it's between Pope and Brooks. Bairstow and Brooks, isn't it?
Oh no, bat toss to see who keep wicket. Sorry.
Oh right.
I think.
Reverse swept. Reverse swept hard by Nauman Ali. Good shot. Gets himself 4 runs. Leach gone for 119 in his 28 overs.
He needs a break. Leach.
He does.
Well, I don't.
You
think
feel like they're trying to get through as many as possible to get the new ball in, but
to a certain degree they are. But I think also the tailenders here have taken a proactive approach and decided to get as many runs as they can, which is is the baseball approach, isn't it? It's
speaking of that,
time for
the
change.
GPL.
Oh, that's a good point.
It's time to change. Keep an eye on GPL. 287 is, I think, I'm reading over, and then the other ones are all Brian. 298, 312. They're all in play.
Yeah, they are indeed. I need to refresh.
Okay, so
Colin, no, Bear. I'm doing ball by ball. No, that's not me. It's Colin. I'm doing tweets. Jason's supposed to be back.
Okay, Colin Sarders get the next tweet 2 minutes ago about Australians.
He was back on here. He can tell me himself.
Right. Am I doing ball by ball?
Yeah, you're doing ball by ball. Let's finish off.
Okay, that was Rian Ahmed, and nudge back to him. No run over the wicket. What I was saying is, given how far Australians are behind in the style concepts, you'll probably see them wearing a pair of flares soon.
Yeah.
The mullet crowd.
Jason, are you coming back to join us? You're supposed to be here.
Rian Ahmed over the wicket is nudged into cover for no run. This time Rian Ahmed on the offside is swept into deep square leg fielder. Come time for 2 runs. You're very quiet there, Jason.
Oh, that's probably better then.
Yeah,
there we go.
I was just going to say, I think they've replaced Leach rather than Ahmed, because Ahmed's got a measure of control, and Leach is going at over 4, I think, at the moment.
Good shout, actually. Yeah. Rian Ahmed again over the wicket on the offside, and it's cut to point for a no run.
But Nauman seems to come out and been quite energetic.
Rian Ahmed over the wicket again, but very full, and just blocked to cover for a no run.
19 off 18 for Nauman. Salman just going on his merry way on 39 off 72.
which is just a traditional, work it around innings.
Rian Ahmed, very short, and this time it's been pulled through mid-wicket all the way to one of these.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
Is that the last ball of the over? I wasn't counting.
It was, yes.
I think so. Yeah. Let me give you some. There's a couple of tweets here.
On you go.
Josie Oak says, apparently this is the first World Cup where there have been no England fan arrests. Absolutely no correlation to the restriction on alcohol. Nope, none, says Josie Oak.
No, the correlation is with nasty, horrible Qatari policemen with very big sticks.
Yeah, exactly. Mog says, to be fair, going to Victoria Park to see Collingwood play in the 70s generally resulted in a soccer-style brawl and riot. I can imagine that. Aussie rules. The light roller says, so Rian Ahmed is now beating Leach for wickets and economy. Are there no other spinners in England? Discounting Bess, obviously. There aren't a lot. Let's be honest. I mean, there's a lot who play county cricket. Are they good enough for test matches? I don't know.
Well, they get marginalised because they keep playing the arse ends of the season. That's why.
They don't get enough quality time in the middle, do they, really?
You can never tell because of the pitches as well.
Well, this is true. Leah Lavender Gorilla says a whitewash by England would be quite something. They have already doubled their win total in Pakistan during the tour. Yeah, that's what I was pointing out earlier. I mean, if they win this tour 3-0 away, it would be quite astonishing. And speaking of us being, soothsayers, we have this guy.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root, actually.
Joe Root actually is probably 2 overs too late.
He's coming round the wicket, and his first shot has been driven to mid-on, who's done a diving save to prevent the boundary, but they've got through for 1 run.
No, actually, the Hulk of Overton parading around in the outfield, so someone's gone off.
Not so, actually.
That was Leach, wasn't it?
I've seen Ben Duckett got back on the field, so that's promising for England.
Yeah, they're just taking one and off as they please, don't they, these days?
Yeah, that's probably one of the rules I would consider changing or modifying to limit. I do think it's a bit too easy in how they're doing it now.
I'm not sure I'd mind it so much in a test match. In limit
question is whether it interrupts play or not. If it doesn't interrupt play, then it's fine.
And Joe Root this time, it's not really forward up, but it was charged down the wicket. Salman, who's drilled it to mid-off, and they've sort of came through for a single, but scampered through was the non-striker, and there's been an appeal for a run-out.
A better throw there. And I think he would have been gone. I think because Pokes had to take that from well wide of the crease and
well down
take it to the stumps.
Yeah,
you're exactly right. As the highlights show it, being at the stumps, he would have been out probably by a foot. But since it was a good metre wide of the stumps, distance taken.
Folks destroyed the stumps, didn't he?
He's just that might definitely won't be working.
Yeah, he's probably broken another very expensive middle stump there.
Root comes in round the wicket, and there's half appeal for LBW, but definitely going down, and that's why. So Salman is half stolen short, whereas probably Nauman's not actually caring, not looking, as Root comes round the wicket again, and it's knurled into the leg side for no run.
Nauman didn't want to run, did he? He was ball watching. He was looking. Yeah, well, he was ball watching, wasn't he? Salman wasn't.
Round the wicket, slightly going down leg side, and it's defended back to the bowler for no run.
Spread him up a little bit because he did turn and straighten quite a lot, so he had to play it with a straight bat down the wicket rather than turning it around the corner.
And he comes and just defended back to the bowler for no run. And I don't know quite what's going on with here with Root. It seems like he's given some batting advice to Nauman on how to play the defensive shot after he receives the ball.
I think he's thinking a bit. It's a bit baseball. Leah says the funny thing about the root jingle is it's Josh Butler actually. Josh Butler actually. Yeah, well, yeah, we know that.
We just have another David Beckham-esque squeaky voice.
Yeah. Beckham's getting hammered, isn't he? Over on YouTube, Bartholomew K. Williams says, "It was snow, I swear, it was snow." I think this is to Liz Truss's party. There was no party. What's all this toss and testosterone, he says. Well, you know.
If that had been Trump, it would have been the best party ever.
Yeah, of course.
Never been a better.
Well,
looks like we've still got Jack Leach on.
Okay, Raymond Armand taking maybe changed ends, yeah.
I think so.
Interesting.
Well,
unless they want to be an Ahmed on a specific end rather than Jack Leach.
Maybe they want to switch some ends, and Roots just had a change.
Although we haven't seen the Luke bouncer come out, so he's not totally fucked off at the minute. Leach comes in over the wicket, and Salmon half comes down the track just to block it back to the onside Hayden for no run.
Oh, these two have got to be heroes for Pakistan here. They need another, what, 50, 70, 80 runs? Make things change a bit.
Reach in, and this time paddle swept down the leg side. We'll definitely get back for two. Will they get back for a third as Root drags the ball back? No, just the two.
I mean, the worrying thing at the moment for England is that the best chance for a wicket looks like being tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well, the ball. I mean, the ball is particularly soft. There's not a lot in the wicket still. It is a day one wicket after all. I mean, there's not a huge amount of turn, especially off the straight part of the wicket.
Salmon's looked pretty good, although how much of that is because of the first factors that you're going on about. Leach in over the wicket, and again, paddle swept down leg side and back for 2 runs again as Rian Ahmed comes in and fires the ball down to the non-striker's end.
I mean, it's pretty easy batting, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, Pakistan have made a lot of mistakes this day, giving some wickets away. Babar Azam running himself out was a disaster. These two have managed to save Pakistan a little bit, because you thought that Babar Azam was the last kind of hope, but Salman's on 48 now.
He's came up quite quickly. 48 from 77. He's looked some good shots. It's not been streaky edges or anything like that, so quite promising.
I think what you want is the control statistics from the Opta or whatever, and shows you.
Oh yeah, the yes, yeah. As Rian Ahmed, he actually turned his ankle there. I thought he just fell over. Jack Leach in over the wicket on a good length, and it's just nudged down. The point fielder scampered through for a quick single. Moves on to 49. Nauman on the other end, 20 for 23. Pakistan sitting at 285 for 7. Still only 5 overs away from the new ball coming to age. I wonder if
is Raymond Ahmed going off? He looks like he's going off.
No, he's just moving around, isn't he?
How much is Robinson bowled in this game so far?
Well, he got a wicket.
Just at the beginning.
He got a wicket, yeah. He got a second wicket, didn't he? No, he got Attarelli called down the leg side, so that's a good one.
Reach in round the wicket as Nauman looks to launch him, but all he does is launch him straight up, and Stokes comes around about 10 yards to catch him in a fairly short mid-on, and that's Nauman gone for 20.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Yeah, that was a bit of a gimme, wasn't it?
Yeah. And that's
quite handy
there's
though.
not much to say.
Yeah, handy. Ollie Robinson's only bowled 8 overs.
Yeah, I was just looking that up whilst all that was on the go. 8 overs for 31 runs. So you'll definitely be fresh for when the new ball comes.
Well, that was absolutely unnecessary. They were going on very nicely. You just needed to hang in there.
Well, it was, but that's how they were playing to get to where they were, to be fair. And so he was just carrying on in the vein, and he got that one slightly wrong, didn't he? Maybe it's hung back a little bit, pace taken off by...
he was playing the reverse sweep very well. Well, sorry, Salman Aga was playing the sweep very well off Joe Root. And then Namanawi just tried the same, but of course the ball's spinning the other way now.
Yeah.
It's gone straight up in the air as a result. It would be better off with the reverse sweep there.
Yeah, definitely. With the ball turning, you only come down the track really like that as if they're pitching it a bit too far full, or if the ball's not turning, and that's definitely not what's happening here.
Indeed. So it's the new man is this dude.
Mohammed Wasim Jr. played for Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and the thing his heart desires is to be a star.
As the jingle suggests, Mohammed Wasim comes in with his powerful chin, as I would describe him.
Don't forget the junior. That's obviously very important to him.
As Leach comes in very full and just straight blocked with no foot movement whatsoever. And that's Pakistan now 285 for 8. Tweets.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, the lights are coming on, and we might actually go well beyond 12 o'clock here.
It's odd. One end, when the camera is, it looks a lot darker than the other.
Yeah. It's quite an enclosed stadium.
So I've been confused by it a couple of times, thinking, oh, this is getting really dark. Then the camera goes to the other end and you go, oh, okay, it's not that bad.
We're going to get the nice arty picture of the sun going down over some skyscraper.
For the Pakistan flag, yeah. It's
good spread of wickets there on the England side, actually. I mean, 2 for Leach, 2 for Ryan, 1 for Wood, 1 for Robinson, 1 for Root. You know, they're all chipped in, and a stupid run out. And towards the end of the day, maybe they're trying to get off to go up for the paceman. Woody is coming back into the attack. Let's give him a jingle.
Well, whatever it does is suggested I'm going to bowl.
Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. What?
And this is Mark Wood trotting in, and it's just straight batted back to mid-wicket for no run for his first delivery.
Well, if they're using up Mark Wood now, it suggests they're not going to take the new ball when it's due.
Well, yeah, possibly, but they opened up with Leach this morning, so they might bowl Woody with the old ball. They might take Robinson with a new ball and
Leach.
I had never actually thought about that. I thought it was quite an odd selection, but yeah, it makes sense if they opened with Leach this morning.
Plus, if they can get Woody bowling at Wasim, they probably think he'll be scared.
Wood in again over the wicket, and a very powerful block back to point for no run.
There's also the fact that Wood will flog it into the deck and not get up.
Yeah,
he'll expect it to get up and be pinned in front potentially.
Potentially, exactly. Other out of the full Yorker that he's just really late on.
We've never seen Stokes at the end of the day, have we?
No, I mean we haven't seen Stokes bowl in the last test or this one yet. I'm quite surprised that he hasn't given himself a bowl, unless he's feeling his knee is, not up to it.
Wood in over the wicket, a lot fuller, and it's turned over to mid-wicket for no run off the pads. Yeah, he's given us a flirt a couple of times with these bowling warm-ups, but yeah, not came in.
Indeed.
He's just warming up his throwing arm for run-outs, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it is the same sort of action nowadays for a throw into the stumps. Sitting at 2-5.
I'd like to see another man in front of Wazim's eyes, so you can see a catcher in front of him as well. There's only one or two on the leg side at the moment.
Wood in a good length, slightly leggish side, and it's just turned over to mid wicket for no run again. Yeah, that's the only problem. You need to get Wazim on strike though. You could well easily see the full Wood over, go to Salman, and then.
Well, that's it. Will Salman try and steal the strike at the end of the over? Could we get another comedy run out?
The field, the ring's sort of coming in now. I think the people who are sent out to the boundary to give him one straight and on the offside have come in and out.
There's a cover in. Yeah, but there's not too many people in.
Wood in, back of a length, and it's cut down to deep backwards point for 1 run, and that brings up first milestone for Salman.
That's a good 50 from him.
Half a 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 century.
Salman reaching 50 not out after 83 balls, 55 dots. Batted very well. Yeah, it's been quite impressive. I'm saying 5 matches, 240 runs at an average of 34. Third 50, and if he's been coming in at this late in the game, that's quite good to have that many 50s. As he facing one delivery of Wood, and no footment whatsoever again. It's kind of half shot, half blocked back to the on Hayden for no run. 268 for 8 after 76th over. Any tweets?
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry. Cross the Choir says you'd have a good odds on England taking 8 wickets today. Pawnbot alert. Wood can't get it up. Pawnbot's been quiet today.
Yes. Not enough innuendos. That's why.
10 to 5.
No bishop. That's what.
Well.
Ooh, coincidental. Is that what we're trying to say here? That Tony Bishop could be the pawn bot?
Oh no, he's definitely not the pawn bot.
Definitely not. It won't be.
No, he just excites the pawn bot with his utterances.
Tony Bishop, the pawn bot fluffer. As we're going to have Leach again, still to come on, hitting 2 for 124 currently on his stats.
The run rate's dropped as well. They're going on at 4s and over, weren't they? They're down 3.76. I think England still be very happy with 286 for 8. Potentially they could have got them out for 250. It's been a good rearguard action by Salman, and now and Annie was pretty useful. 20 odd there as well.
I think it's just Pakistan seeing out the day is what their main Leach in over the wicket. And as soon as I say that, Salman comes down the wicket and smacks him over the top of cover for one of these.
Yeah, I don't. Who's that? Deep seems to imply that he didn't see it.
I think that was Crawley.
Yeah, I think it's Crawley as well, but I don't think he saw it.
I initially thought it went to point.
He's going, great guns, I hit the ball. 4 runs, I hit the ball, and it went to 4 runs.
Well, it's definitely seemed to turn on him. He wasn't at the pitch, and it was aerial a long way. Oh no, actually, he got it better than I thought. Actually,
but Crawley at deep point does that hands gesture of fuck knows where that went, mate.
Yeah.
It's the next ball, quite more full, and Salman's knocked it down to mid on, but not went through for a run to keep up the strike.
I think he's done his damage now for the over. He's going to take 4 dot balls if he can, and then try and squeeze a single off the last ball.
So Leach in over the wicket. This time a little bit quicker, Salmon on the back foot defended, making it look a little bit harder than it was. Still no run. Reach in again over the wicket. This time short of a length, and Salmon looks to heave it on the onside. Doesn't connect too well, but still goes to the boundary fielder, and they go through for a single. So
now I would bring some people up. I would get some people in that ring, and
some people under the nose as well for Wasim. So if he doesn't use his feet, then you want something that just pops off the thrust hand at the ball.
Yeah. What we're going to see from this now as Leach coming in over the wicket. No short fielders.
Oh!
Very full, and it turned and beats the edge. Folks taking the stumps, but it looked a little bit of a gap between bat and ball.
Lovely
That
ball,
turned a good bit.
It's closer than it looks, but no, there's only one person in play, two people in play there for the catch.
Yeah. Last. Oh. False start for the last ball of the over. Only one slip, Joe Root. The rest all deeper. And Wasim comes down the track and melts it over the top of deep long on.
It's gone all the way.
One of these.
Poor Leachy.
And that's what Wasim thinks of that. Coming down the wicket and slapping it over.
Well, if there had been someone down there...
That's a good hit. That's flogged by number 10.
Yeah, it is. Tony Bishop says, I've heard of a boy named Sue, but never a pie called Kevin until now. He's in Pieminster in Huddersfield, and they've got a pie that's called Kevin, and it's vegan. No, it's not vegan, sorry. Although it's chestnut mushrooms.
I do like Pieminster pies. I've had lots of those from... they're based in Bristol, very close to my sister. So I used to get them all from Borough Market, and they were gorgeous.
The alternative porn bot says the real Tony Bishop excites the porn bot. For more porny discussion pretending to be cricket, click here.
As Mark Wood continues on, it's back of a length, and Salmon guides it down to a sort of deep backwards point for one run to give Wasim the strike against Mark Wood.
He's obviously seeing it well enough now to be allowed to take the strike.
Sees that six and thinks, you'll be fine, Matt. Again, he's got 5 balls to face on Mark Wood. And in fairness, the ball doesn't seem to be bouncing or coming up too much. So
I mean, if I were England, no matter what the state of the game tonight, I mean, I'd still take the new ball as soon as I can. I mean,
it's going to be your best bet for getting out tail-enders.
Yeah, and if they take a wicket in the next 10 minutes, I doubt they'd have to come out anyway. It'd be too dark, probably.
As Wood comes in a good length, and it's slightly tight to driven, but with no kind of good footwork, and it's gone to the on-heading ducket. So
it's quite interesting trying to see a guy drive the ball without actually using his feet to get anywhere near the pitch.
Yeah,
it's all hand-eye coordination.
And it's not helping that the bat's turning in his hand when he's doing it. So a good, what looks like a semi-decent drive is turning into a kind of chopped bat coming through. So he's looking confident. He's looking round. Where's the fielders? Where can I put this ball?
If I were Woody, I'd just trying to buy Yorkers every ball, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Mark Wood in. Ooh, that was interesting. As the ball's foot wide of off stump, and he's again with no foot movement has tried to guide it past the slips. He's managed to get through for a single as the short fielder kind of basically half stops it from going to the boundary.
Yeah, you can see Rayan Ahmed just got enough on it to stop it going at any pace, but he's kicking the turf afterwards so he didn't get it clean fielding. That would have been
Rayan Ahmed
run save.
Sitting in the gully field. Mark Wood coming in to Salmon. Oh, and that's a shorter one, unexpected, and actually being short enough to carry on a height, and it's hit
He's been
Salmon on the
banged.
head.
I thought it hit him on the grill, but he's rubbing the back of his head.
Yeah.
He probably did that, intuitive turn away just at the wrong moment and get hit on the
Salmon
side.
nods to say he's fine enough, but yeah, the ball came out of nowhere to actually get high enough. And
It did
hit him
on
in the
back
chest,
of it. And he hasn't
then-
got one of those little things on the back of his helmet, has he?
I thought it was mandatory.
thing. I think it's all on the host body. I mean, it is mandatory for England players, but I'm not sure about Pakistan and the PCB whether they would mandate it.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was an ICC mandatory now for Test Nations.
I do remember. I think it was Alistair Cook who was wearing a helmet without one, and he got told to wear one with one, and threw his helmet away in disgust at the ECB ruling for his own safety.
Yeah, which is quite an odd statement.
Which, it's also fair enough. If you get it up to Alistair Cook's head, you're doing quite well anyway.
Yeah.
We have a slight break from today whilst the...
Well, we only got one tweet, and that's from Christ the Choir. He says, sometimes I think the teams take their foot off the gas in the last half hour, or at least think that they... the last thing they want to do is to have 3 or 4 overs at the end of the day. I think that's quite true, really.
Yeah, I think everyone's just
I mean, you don't want to
knackered by
leak
that
too
thing.
many runs, but exactly that. You don't really want to have to go out and do that. Now, next ball's got to be a Yorker, isn't it? Or another... It's either a Yorker or a bouncer. It's one or the other, and the batsman's going to have to guess.
Well, you can see what Salmon was thinking straight away, because I think he was thinking this is going to be a Yorker as well. To which Woods replied with, nope, bouncer time.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting. The light has held much better. We're actually we've run out of rotor at the end of this over.
The smart Wood comes in over the wicket and on a good length. But for some reason, Mark Wood sees something a bit more and does a. That was close. But it was easily guided down to the short leg, the on-Hayden fielder for no run.
Now Messi, Jez, and Forthy are sitting in the virtual green room. I don't know if you guys want to come off to finish off. I'll sit here because basically I've got bugger all else to do anyway.
You got to.
And I've got to, as I've done every.
Yeah, I'll let you jump off.
And no, it's all right. I'll stay here till the end because I think there's only 10 minutes. And if we get 40 and Messi back at the end, 40 can do the ball by ball. I'll just sit here. Messi can do some tweets, and we'll go through to the end because I think it'll only be about another 10 minutes. Is that all right with everyone? Are we good with that?
Yep.
On air rotoring.
Happy to do that.
Thanks a lot, Colin, for your thoughts and insights today. Same with you, Jason. Jason's in tomorrow morning. Hopefully the bloody taxi arrives on time tomorrow morning, Jason. Now I'm supposed to be going to a 60th birthday, so I don't know if I'll be up to help at 4:30 in the morning. Although
I'm going to 60th birthday as well, but I'm going to make sure I get there. I'll go direct from there to the studio.
Okay,
so
well
I'll
I
be
do
there.
know that
guys, it's a 60th birthday. They're all over by 10:30.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can get to mine because it's in North London and there's no trains, and I don't want to spend £100 on a cab because they'll all be overpriced because everyone will be trying to motor around in cabs. So my only option then is possibly to drive, which means I can't drink anyway, in which case I probably will be up at 4:30 in the morning to help you get on air. We'll have to see what happens with the trains later in the day. However...
It's time, yes, as it has been all day more or less. He's into his 31st over and his bowling's not improving. That's a short. He pulled that one down, but it wasn't nailed and come through for one run. That's the Pakistan 300 up. Don't know whether we've got a 300 jingle, but we probably haven't. In comes Leach again round the wickets, goes a little wider than normal, but Salman counters that with a forward defensive, just props forward, no run. I've got a little bit of a dilemma. It's a 2 a.m. start for the World Cup final. I don't think I've missed a World Cup final since 1970, but I think I might be missing this one. Leach,
Yeah, me
right
too.
corner. Oh, he's stumped. He's stumped.
That's a great
classic delivery from Leach. Beat the outside. Ugly smear from Salmon as he came charging down the wicket. He's out. Did his job. Brilliant job. 56 off 93. Pakistan lose their 9th wicket. Bang on 300.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
That was a good delivery, wasn't it? You know, he's still trying to attack Salmon. It's been a good innings, 56 off 93, but that's a good spinner's wicket. Dragged him down the pitch, gave it some air, pulled it a bit short.
Turned a fair bit.
Yeah, it did. Well, I was just about to say, but we're at the end of day one now. That's an old ball that's nearly 80 overs old, and suddenly that's turned off the straight. You wonder where this pitch will go in the next 2 or 3 days.
Yeah. Looks like it'll be a result pitch.
Yes.
Anyone tweeting in, Messi?
Yeah, we have got a few. Nevin says, "Hi Dan, Erasmus not field umpire in this match. Thank you. Yes, he's the third umpire, isn't he?" Alternative Pumbut says, "Fair enough. This is it's fair enough. You're still pawny cricket." To which Tony Bishop says, "Well, yes." Mogg says, "Who'd have thought you'd get too much play today?" And he says, "Do you want a 300 jingle?" Never say no to a jingle, Mogg. You know
well,
that.
300. What's it going to be? Is it going to be for the film? Pastiche of the film?
Now, the thing I want today, I want Pakistan to score another 12 runs, so then our friend Brian would win the GPL.
Well, that's true. What is on the GPL? Well, 300 we're at now. So the next score
which
is 12.
Brian?
Yeah, big brain.
Which Brian, Messi?
Brian 001, our hero.
Well, I mean, they're both heroic in different ways, but one's...
Oh, no, sorry, it's Brian Barish. I do beg your
Yeah,
pardon.
that's Brian Barris, big brain
Got the wrong-
61. Right, the last man in is the hero from the last test.
I wanna reach out and grab you.
We can see the kites hovering in the twilight. It's a big appeal, actually. First up to first ball from Leach to Abrar, almost certainly missing leg, and they think better of a review, even though they've got one left. Don't want to throw it away.
So if Leach gets another wicket, he drags his average down for each wicket to around about 33, which isn't too bad. It's about his average.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. Oh, a big wahoo from Abrar. It's gone way up into the sky, I think. Has it gone all the way? No, just for 4.
Yeah, it's just a 4.
Charged down the wicket, and it ended up over long on. Well, not over long on, in the direction of long on. He's got his spectacles behind the helmet still. So.
Oh, what a fucking delivery that
Another
is.
classic delivery. Pitch leg, hit the top of off. Would have got many a top-class batsman out. Pakistan all out for 304. Abrar was out for 4. Wasim not out on 8. Leach finishes with 4 for 140.
There you go. Average of 35 for the day. That's not too bad. His average in Test match cricket is about 32, 33. So he's gone at fair old rate, but he's got the wickets that are required of him. Fuck you, Gary.
Well, they're running off the wicket. I don't know. I must admit, I don't know the local rules and regulations. That's a great ball.
Yeah, it was a cracking ball, wasn't it? Well, it's 10 minutes between innings. That's standard international regulation.
There's 10 minutes, but
Yeah.
how much time after that are we scheduled?
Well, there would have been 11 overs after this one, so take away 2 for the change.
Oh, I
Should
see.
be
So it's
overs.
if we can get it in with...
And there's a maximum half an hour. So, I mean, so they can
So
go.
that's 5 past, so there'll be 15 minutes maximum if the light holds.
Well, this is in some ways not ideal. It never is. I
No.
mean, it's a bit of a lose-lose situation to go in with 15 minutes to go. So we shall see. I think England would probably prefer to call it stumps there. Just saw the kites hovering over the stadium there. I was coming back from the cinema last night, and there was this tremendous flurry of ravens went overhead in the twilight against the Melbourne sky. It was like something out of Edgar Allan Poe or Alfred Hitchcock.
The birds.
Portent of Doom, I think, Forthy, definitely. What did you been to see at the cinema?
I saw The Menu, starring Ralph Fiennes and Anya Taylor Thingy, which
I've
is a black
seen the
comedy.
trailer for that. It looked pretty disturbing from the trailer.
It's a black comedy. Nicholas Holt's very good in it. I would give it a green light recommend.
Green light recommend.
Excellent.
I'm just going to go and whiz to the loo.
I was afraid for a moment you might have gone to see Avatar.
No, indeed. Well, I can't remember if I've told you this story, but I came out of the house while we were waiting between innings. I came out of the house the other morning, and as you all know, Messi, when the birds have their little chicks at this time of year, the parents become extremely protective and start swooping. But I was not expecting this from my local ravens, who I've coexisted with quite happily for many years. And I went by, they took against me, they dive-bombed me all the way up the road. I escaped for a cup of coffee, got back on the return journey, and I literally couldn't get back into my house because they were so aggressive. I had to retreat to the church car park over the road, and I phoned my son to come and pick me up. I said, bring an umbrella, because they're getting closer. It was quite like Hitchcock. He said, I'm in a meeting, fuck off, basically. I said, okay, well, I'll wait till you're out of your meeting. I had to cancel a meeting, which was taking... I rang up the bird people. I finally got through. Unfortunately, I was taken very seriously by a man who said, yes, this does happen. Ravens rarely swoop. They've learnt it off magpies. What you want to do is leave a little bit of chicken mince out. Make sure you see that they see you doing it, and they will recognise you from that point on as a potential friend rather than enemy, which is because they're very intelligent and they remember who's who, of course, as we know.
Sounds like a con job to me.
Well, yes, I did get out of one meeting, it's true, but there for the next few days I was leaving little gifts of mints to pay them off, like Danegelds, like the 10th century English kings paying off the Dutch invaders with money to Danegelds, not to invade the
You've got a bit of a history with birds, Forthy. I seem to remember that classic time when you had the bird come inside. What was that? I can't remember.
Honestly, I got attacked by the pigeon when I was commentating. Yeah. My wife had to remove it from the background. It's Knuckle. Whatever you say about Knuckle, he very quickly found the Catch the Pigeon jingle from Dastardly and Muttley and played it. So.
Yes, that was classic guerrilla cricket. It really was. Mog says, where's Leach been hiding that ball all day? And he also says, is the menu full of cannibalism by any chance?
No, it's not a cannibalistic film. That's one thing. Spoiler alert, no cannibalism. Pretty well.
I think you'll be disappointed by that.
Yes, well, I think it's very much up Mogstrasse, the menu.
And he also says, Corvids will remember what you do to them for years. A little bribe now pays off in the future. So he's obviously in with the Crow people. He probably sent them around to harass you until they got some chicken mince.
As we know, Messi, no crows in central Melbourne, only ravens, crows out in the country, Teresian crows and so on. But
aren't ravens corvids as well?
Yes, they're corvids as well, but they're not crows.
Yeah.
They look very similar.
Forthy does science, does natural history. There you go.
There we are indeed. Well, there we are. That's what's happening with the bird life in Melbourne. Aren't crows in Adelaide, says Jason. Oh yes, that's a nice topical reference to the AFL.
Well, not just the AFL. The crow is the state symbol for South Australia.
Yes,
because they're fucking everywhere there.
You've got black swans in West Australia, haven't you?
We do, although they do tend to get around the world a bit. But we have the
We've got
Swan
black-
River
yeah.
after all, which
We've
was
got
named
black
after
swan.
the Lexington Swan.
They didn't think it was possible when they arrived in Australia, the white man. They thought it was thought black swans were an aberration, but no.
Who owns the swans in Australia?
Mog says, "Oh, they're not like. It's not swans, is it, that are owned by the Queen? Is it?
Yeah.
I thought there was.
Yes, in the UK it is all white
Yeah.
swans owned by the
Well,
Queen.
I think swans are protected here, so they belong to themselves." And Mog says, "Funnily enough, I do have a raven tattoo." And Jay wants to know why there are no crows in central Melbourne. They probably had the sense to get the fuck out of there.
Well, ravens. There were some birds that have adapted to urban life, and crows just didn't. So ravens, magpies, minor birds, common miners, pigeons, etc., etc., etc. There were some birds that have adapted very well, and crows just.
Well, crows are adapted to Sainsbury's car park pretty well down where I live. I'm telling you, along with the starlings.
We get flocks of starlings, but only out in the country, fairly rarely in. We've been getting currawongs in central Melbourne, far more than I remember than when I was. Probably don't get too many currawongs in Sainsbury's car park.
No, I've no. What is a currawong? I don't even know what it is.
It's a more elegant, much more elegant version of a crow or a raven. It's a slimline black corvid with white tips to its wings, and it's got a beautiful voice.
Ah, okay. Are you a twitcher?
Not technically a twitcher. I see myself as a birder rather than a twitcher.
Okay. Yeah, I do like watching birds, I have to say. I like trying to feed them by hand.
Fourth is my go-to. If I see a bird in the garden that I can film, I'll do that and send it to Forty for advice as to what the fuck it is.
I think you probably know Australian bird life equally as well as me, Messi. I think you're pretty well versed in the Australian bush, I would guess, by now.
No, I think that's an exaggeration, but thank you for it nonetheless. So what are we looking for? 15 minutes of baseball or traditional opening?
Well, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, I don't think you're going to want to back down, but equally, basballing for 15 minutes and losing 2 wickets would be really fucking foolish. Especially on a dead pitch.
Yeah, I mean, there surely has to be some limit to baseball. Hopefully we're about to see it. You don't want to be 3 down at Stones.
The question is, do they send out someone like Leach to open? Or, a night watchman at one end?
Or do they put the light meters on as soon as they get out there?
Well, that's the other thing. England sort of look up and go, I can't see a thing.
What's see? Colin adds, seagulls, they're actually pterodactyls in the northeast of Scotland. Bloody massive.
Well, yeah, you got golden eagles and shit up there, haven't you? Proper birds. I saw when I was in Perth. Actually, we were driving along on our way to Monkey Mire again, and we stopped at the side of the road, and there was a golden eagle was chomping away on a dead kangaroo, just sitting at the side of the road. Massive fucking thing.
Yeah.
And we stopped to get out and look, and of course it flew off.
Yeah, well, it would do. Yeah, I mean the carrion is very plentiful in terms of dead kangaroos along that road for sure.
Yeah.
Mog says a black swan incident, aka outside context problem, got its name from those West Australian birds.
Yes.
And Ravi Nair says Forthy actually got science almost right. Australian ravens are corvids, but then he went on to say they are not crows. But they've just been named that to distinguish them from the other Australian crows. And Australian magpies are not corvids at all. I don't think anybody suggested that, did they?
No, Ravi, we're not suggesting that magpies are corvids. No one's falling into that rookie error.
Oh, they're out there. We better jingle.
Yes. We have. It says on Crick Info that light's good enough and they will have to bat. So we got 15 minutes here. These two.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
He's going to be bowled at by they got to survive, what, 12 minutes?
Yeah, 12 to 13 minutes. This is going to be a tricky little period.
Oh, and the light meter is out.
Light meter is already out. This will be to take a reading for the rest of the match, won't it? And then they'll say, well,
they might say that it's too dark for pacers, but it's all right for spinners.
They didn't do that in the last couple of tests, though, did they? They just sort of set a level of light, and it went on.
Well, the sun is very low, actually, isn't it? I mean, it's just about peeping over the top of the stand.
It's Mohamed Abrar time. He comes in for the first ball. That's not surprisingly after his success last time. First ball, Crawley comes in, crashes it, but straight to the man in the covers. No run.
I mean, in their heads, they might want to play Bazball. In their hearts, they're going, I want to be here in the morning, which might confuse them a little bit.
But, that's a defensive shot from Crawley to Abrar, who's bowling a click or two faster than the spinners at the moment.
If you told Abrar 2 weeks ago that he was going to be opening the bowling for Pakistan in the first innings, he would have been surprised.
Yeah, he would. Okay, Crawley and Duckett both look slightly gormless in slightly different ways, but they're good opening batsmen nonetheless. It's not all about academic brilliance, obviously.
No.
or looks either. You can look gormless without being gormless.
Okay, if that was a full ball defended by straight back to the bowler who does his own fielding. Oh, big appeal, and he's been given. Crawley.
Oh, fucking hell.
So that pitched on middle and turned a touch. Presumably it was going to hit the top of off. We'll see on the replay. I could have had that wrong, but that was my reading to the naked eye. Crawley's checking with his partner. I think he's going to go off. I don't think
that's plumb. Middle and off, I reckon.
The question is, it's a new ball. Would it go over the top? But he doesn't.
Slightly surprised. I mean, you know, more or less every LBW with the top six, you do review it.
Let's sorry, let's see him on a knee roll. That's plumb as plumb can be, isn't it? There's no question about that one.
Could have hit below the top of off, and Abrar goes.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
That's all I'm going to play.
Goes on an absolute Wimbledon goal-style helicopter celebration, John Fashanu style. Is so delighted. So this is first blood in this things to Abrar, continuing the work of the line.
You don't get plumber than that, do you?
No, and they're kind of on a hiding to nothing, aren't they? Because it's coming out at this time of day.
Send out a night watchman?
No, Pope's coming out.
Yeah, Pope's coming out. I don't think you could blame the light for that one. It's just a bloody good ball. And you're just unlucky if you get it in the first over, I think. It was it's a very good ball.
Turning enough, new ball's got a bit of purchase on it, and it maybe shouldn't have been playing back, maybe should have gone forward again, but it skidded on off the pitch.
Mog says there are fucking miners everywhere around here. That's MYNAS. Cheltenham was thick with Ravens when I worked there. And Crypto Rocketeer says, not sure what's happening here. I didn't hear anything about any wickets since the 8th. And just saw on BBC News that India are all out. Well, Leach picked up the last two in quick order.
Yeah,
and of course,
Hope Jingle.
Josie Oaks is doomed.
We got a Pope! We got a Pope! Take a good hard look at Solly Pope! It's Solly Pope! It's Solly Pope! Take a hard look at Ollie Pope!
And first ball from Abrar to Pope was one that didn't turn, but Pope read it. So the score is no run for 1 wicket at the end of the first over, Messi.
Okay, well, we are up. Josie Oaks has
We're doomed.
Of course.
He does say we're doomed. He's responding to Tony on something else. Over on YouTube, that's Bartholomew K. Williams is with us, but that was back in the previous inning. So we are actually up to date with tweets.
Okay. Well, just to continue on the bird theme, just to finish off, perhaps, although people want to keep it going,
just carry on.
I got woken up about 6 o'clock this morning by my dog Toby, absolutely doing his nuts because once again a minor bird had got into the front room and he was just chasing it all over, and the bird was crapping everywhere. So that was how I woke up this morning.
Do you not have fly screens?
Well, I'll tell you about that in a minute.
That's
first ball of Neumann, and that is nicely played by Duckett, and they come back for 3, just wide of the man at mid-wicket, and the man coming for sweeper on the boundary came round, and they got back for 3, which exposes Pope to the strike.
That was a 4. He was in touch with the ball. His foot.
Yeah,
he's
I think so.
there.
Yeah, that's 4.
And then when he tries to, that's 4. Yeah. And then he touches the ball there.
Yes, it's 4 there because he touches it again. Yeah.
Dog's breakfast of fielding, really.
But they can take 5 minutes to look at this if they want. It's 4. It's 4. I'm pretty certain that's 4 to me. Zazar Ali out there. He's an old man. We can let him get away with that. Signal. They're not going to signal that. 4, man. That was a 4. Outrageous.
What's that then? Joe Wilson does a little choppy motion. That's not the same as a 4, though, is it?
No. He was asking him, do you want middle stump, I think.
Yeah. Right. Okay, well, we stay at 3. And Pope is going to face his second ball. Nauman, it's coming between the umpire and the wicket.
I love that. That's how I bowl.
Pope reads that one well, plays it out into the covers.
I couldn't get on with coming around the back of the umpire. I'd like to come in between.
It's been a while since I've seen one of those in Test cricket.
No, you don't often see them. It's more in vogue to sort of just run up straight and bowl, but I found I needed it for the pivot, really.
Nauman in again, round the wicket to Pope, drops that one a little bit short and gets it away, but only as far as the man in the covers. They're determined to get through as many overs as possible tonight, and who can possibly blame them, because this is a big chance to make another inroad.
Well, exactly.
Nauman in again, front of Joel Wilson, obscuring his vision temporarily. Bit of turn, but Pope manages to squeeze it out to point. No run.
Certainly his pitch just is squatting, isn't it? And the new ball certainly has a little bit of purchase.
That's a good description. It is.
It just seems to sink into the deck and then just sort of pitch off it.
And then disguising his bag of tricks as he comes.
Oh, no, that's going down.
Well, there's a big appeal, but it was. Joel Wilson can spot that it was going down. I think at their best, at just the tiniest clip. DRS timers on 8, and they've decided against it, probably wisely as far as.
Yeah, I think it was missing
Nauman wants to review it. You've run out of time anyway.
It's too late, mate.
I don't think that turned. I think that skidded on, and it's hit him outside the line, a leg stump, I think, and it's carrying on with the arm.
Well, there's no way it's hitting. Having been given not out, there's no way it's hitting. More than half of leg.
Yeah, it's hit him. Yeah, it's not going to hit. It's a good call by Babar Azam because the bowler really wanted it. But Babar was saying, no, it's going down, and they got it right.
Yeah.
England were right not to review that. It's very tempting to review that first one, but it was as plumb can be, and you're doing a review down.
Yep, that's true. Last ball of Nauman's first over, Pakistan's second. And then 3 for 1. And he makes his way between umpire and wicket now. Hop, skip and a jump, and that one's even a little bit wider on leg stump, and Pope does get it away. There'll be at least a couple for them as man comes round on the boundary. That's Saud Shakil. Fields it. Pope moves on to 2. England 5-1 at the end of the second over.
It's 4 minutes left.
Right. Yeah, it'll be the last over. England will make sure of that. Ravinaya says, miners are actually a species of starling. Not a lot of people will know that. It's the things you learn by just coming to guerrilla cricket. Maybe nothing to do with cricket. In fact, it's probably not the place to come to learn about cricket, but
well, I've got a question for Ravi, and let's see if he can answer this without looking it up. What species is kookaburra of? And don't tell him, Messi. Don't tell him if you know.
Oh, he'll know that.
Leave that one hanging. Okay.
You only have to look at them, really.
True. Yeah. Well, we'll wait for Ravi to come in with his reply for that one.
Do they fish like kingfishers?
Yeah, you got it there. Don't need Ravi. Got bear. They're kingfishers. Do I mean kingfishers? Yeah.
Yeah. And they look like.
You're going to say woodpeckers, weren't you?
They look they look like a kingfisher. But do they actually eat fish? That's what I was asking.
Massive. They don't eat fish. They don't. Well, they might do if they had the opportunity. They would. They tend to butcher terrestrial birds. We're 2 balls into Abra's over while we're talking of birds. No connection, actually. No segue at all. No bird life on the pitch. 2 dot balls to Ben Duckett, who seems to read him quite well. He's having a little pot around, and who can blame him? He's hoping this will be the last over before stumps. Abra in again. Bowls at a fair old leg, doesn't he? For a spinner. And that's played by Duckett off his leg.
Pope wanted a second because he can't be asked to face. Duckett didn't want a second because he can't be asked to face.
Well, just seeing that again, and it only just eluded the man at short leg, whose Abdullah just went over his knee and just over his hands. The last thing England want is for a second wicket to fall here. Obviously, goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean, if it hit his knee, it could well have popped up nicely.
Yeah, it could have done.
Yeah,
he's very close in there, though, isn't he? He didn't have a lot of time. I mean, that was hit off the face of the bat.
So it's Pope facing, and he has to reach for that one. His leg work wasn't quite right, but he's managed to reach it. Just gets it wide of the man at point for a run, so he'll be quite happy. He's off strike, hoping, I think, that's his job done for the day, but there were still 2 balls left. Duckett to face.
They'll be looking at the clock, and they'll be thinking, right, 1 minute, according to me.
Surely.
I'm going to wander out square of square leg.
Yeah. Surely a little conference.
Look around. Yeah, totally.
Abra in again, pitched that side leg, just shoveled round the corner. Pakistan will be mustard keen to try and get another over in if they can. That's his dot ball.
Well, my clock's just ticked over to 30.
Yeah, yes. I reckon time's up.
But they did show the clock on the ground, which was about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah, but no, I don't know. Yeah, it's true. Maybe they get another over in anyway.
I'm surprised his shoelaces haven't come undone.
Yes, I'm surprised by that. Perhaps it's unbasballian. Big appeal.
I reviewed that. Well, I might pitch that side leg, actually.
Duckett thrust his leg way down the wickets, and it probably pitched outside. It could have been missing.
No, I think it was going on to hit, but I was thinking, why are they going to appeal?
He's going to review with 1 second left on DRS. Well, that will guarantee that there won't be another over tonight.
Well, yeah,
and
that's
they'll lose
true.
a review.
Well, I think it pitched outside leg, didn't it? It certainly looked like it. Which is
it's rather charming, actually. Duckett and Crawley are in the middle of the Pakistan team having a bit of a chat. The whole series has been played in very good spirits, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's pitched outside leg for me.
I think it's probably too high. It's probably pitched outside leg, probably too high, and probably missing off. Apart from that,
might be umpire's call on height, because this pitch has definitely not really bounced. I mean, that has, it's a new ball, so maybe you get a bit more on it. It only needs everything to be an umpire's. I mean, it just didn't look quite out, did it? It looked like it might have been going on to hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think it might just be umpire's call on hitting the stumps as well. I reckon
there's even a rim. Well, I don't think there isn't.
Touch his glove? Oh no.
Well, has it? It's very hard to say. There was a murmur. It's a pitched outside leg, so we don't need to see anything else.
Nope. So they lose a review. That's a bad review. And that will be time as well. Thank God for that.
Got a bit overexcited there at the end. Okay, well, another gripping day's cricket in this gripping series between England and Pakistan. Going into bat on a pretty flat wicket. Pakistan would have expected to still be there at the close, but they're not. 117 runs we're just seeing in the first session, 87 in the second, 107, including 7 by England in the third. Pakistan all out for just over 300. I haven't got their actual total just to hand there, but and Pakistan
311 for the day means Brian missed out by
one. Sorry, Brian. It's all right. You're
shame.
expecting something in the post from us anyway. Oh, no,
Sure.
because this is not like Brian, is it? It's
wrong Brian.
It's wrong Brian. Yes. Brian's everywhere. 311.
So England finished 7 for 1 at the end of the day's play, and everything to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, even Stevens.
Yeah.
Ravi and I are never one to disappoint. Says the kookaburra is the largest kingfisher, and then does a song that he was taught in school, and every Australian child probably learns in school. Kookaburra sits on the old gum tree. Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Laugh, kookaburra, laugh. Kookaburra gay, your life must be.
Yeah, nice song.
And that's our last tweet.
And, well, that's it. So, Pakistan all out for 2-9, what do we say? 2-9?
No, 304.
304. And England 7 for 1 in reply. Crawley was plumb LBW in the first over. It went back to one, it probably should have gone forward, it slid on. The pitch is keeping low. It was a good ball by Abrat. It straightened enough, pitched on about middle and leg, straightened, was going to hit off. He, for an English opener, he didn't review, which was quite shocking really, but he was as plumb can be, so that's that. Say goodbye everyone, and we shall play the theme tune. We're out. See you all later.
Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Yeah.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sankara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Ding, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin.